Former cheaters of Reddit, how were you caught by your significant other? Came back into town a day early and went to surprise him at work. Found him faking another secretary. He was also a secretary. He didn't see me, so I took a quick photo and snuck back out. Went home, called my friends and family. They came over and helped me pack up all his shit and change the locks. Dumped his stuff at his mom's house. Sent him the picture of him and the chick and informed him that he and his belongings now reside with his mother again. Edit. He worked in a small lawyer's office, 2 lawyers and 2 secretaries. The lawyers were out of the office for whatever reason. I don't remember why. This happened many years ago. I came in and saw no one was at the front desks and went back to the break room. The door was open, so I was able to peek inside when I heard the obvious noises. The house was mine. All the documents were in my name. He received no mail etc. Point there. He also lived paycheck to paycheck. No idea what he spent his money on, as I paid all the bills. He spent the next few weeks begging me to take him back and all that jazz. Bothered my friends. Showed up at my job. Caterwauling in the street in front of the house etc. He eventually got bored and stopped. No idea what happened to him after that. Haven't seen or heard from him again. Edit 2. I'm aware it's illegal to throw someone out of their house. I'm also aware that I didn't give a flying fuck about the laws. Not me, but my wife. We started getting distant from each other and we had planned a trip to see my grandparents who live a few states away. A month before the planned trip, she told me that she wanted to cancel it and go to a family reunion on her side of the family in a completely different state, and that she wanted to go alone and not bring out kids. I thought it was weird, because wouldn't you want to introduce your kids to family hey never see? Like I said, we were growing distant, so I just said okay fine go. Maybe time apart will be good for us. She came back and suddenly wanted to move across the county to go work at a hospital job that her distant aunt had offered her. Didn't even ask me if I was willing to go. I told her, you do whatever it is you need to do to be you, but you're not taking the kids. After a few days she realized that she couldn't leave and not see the kids, so she begged me to forgive her. I did. Over the next month we became more distant than we were before all this had happened. I took lunch at work and decided to go home for it, which I never do. Also, when I got home there was nobody home, so I decided to go through her computer, which I also never do. Found pictures of her with some guy she had met on Zynga Poker who lived guess where, the state that her supposed family reunion was. I've never had a panic attack until this day. I had to call my neighbor and have him sit with me because I legit thought I was having a heart attack. Took pictures of everything I found, other pictures, emails, and Facebook messages. I waited until the kids were in bed. I refused to fight and scream in front of them and laid all my pictures out there for her to see. I wasn't the cheater, but instead the cheated. I've posted this before, but here is how I caught my ex cheating on me. My ex, many moons ago, was a faking idiot. She knew that I had many friends that lived in the same neighborhood as her ex, that she had left a couple months before dating me. She always told me she was going over a girlfriend's house to study, and I had no reason not to believe her. Till one day she wouldn't answer a single text. Now I'm not the kind of guy to text a billion times. I'll text you, then if you don't reply, maybe I'll text you 2 to 3 hours later to make sure you got my last message, and if you still don't answer, then, man, I'll talk to you when you feel like you want to talk. So anyway, I'm at my friend's house later that night, having not gotten a reply from her since maybe 12 hours ago. Me and the group of friends decide to go outside in his backyard to make a pit fire when I notice her car in the driveway of the house behind us. I didn't know it was her ex's house, but it was the way wrong neighborhood for her girlfriend's house. I call her sister up and say, where is your sister? And she says, oh, she's at girl's name's house. Well, I'm going faking nuts then, because I'm looking at her car now and this isn't girl's name, S neighborhood. Her response to that was so I hang up and ask my friend who lives in the house we were all hanging out at, who owns the house behind him. Oh, that's her ex-boyfriend's name, S house. I called her phone to find it was off. So I just chilled the rest of my time there and paid it no more attention. No sense in worrying at this point, it's a done deal. About 2 hours later I get a call from her saying the phone was on silent for study purposes and if I wanted to come over. Sure, I told her. I arrive at the house a little bit after and she hops in the car, and as soon as she shuts the door I ask how was studying with girlfriend's name and she gives me some bullshit answer like I didn't know. After she's done spewing her lie I say weird. Must have been a long walk from ex-boyfriend's house. I made sure to look at her face as I said it so that I could see any expression. She knew I knew but wouldn't let it go. It will go quicker if I just give you the dialogue. We were just talking things out. Why would it be okay to just go over there to do that? If you have a boyfriend, talk things out. What needs to be talked out? We've been friends for a very long time before dating. I can't just stop talking to him. So to get around that, you feel it's logical to lie to me about going to girlfriend's house. It's 11 PM. You've been talking it out since 10 AM. I've tried getting a hold of you a couple times too. Silence for a bit. So what did you guys do? She wouldn't answer or look at me. I told her to get out of the car and just pulled off. She broke up with him the first time because he was physically abusive and seemed to not really want to do anything with himself. About a year after I drove off she calls me asking if we could try to make it work again and if I'd like to get together over dinner. So I said yes and arranged a date at a fairly upscale place for Saturday at 8 PM. Told her the dress code and all, since it was a snazzy joint. I'm not sure how long she sat there because I didn't faking go. Lost my job, company closing, and my wife freaked out. Said she needed a good long vacation to clear her head. She wanted to go by herself and got her parents to buy her a ticket to go to Europe for a month. I fully supported her and said go. It'll be good to just spend some time by yourself and soul search. I'm sure you'll feel better after you decompress. Things got a little worse between us while waiting for the trip to happen, so I figured she needed more space sooner. So I started staying in our guest room apartment above the garage. Come into the house one day while she's at work and notice a new webcam on her computer. I start up the computer and look in her email to find that she's going to be meeting some guy in Europe. They've been trading naked pics and writing romance scripts about their first sexual encounter. The scripts end in ritualistic vows of marriage, including cutting each other's fingers and signing a love contract in blood. All this time she was just saying she needed time off and to find herself, but now I know she's planning on cheating on me when she goes to Europe, and worse, she's not even a shadow of the woman I thought I was married to. I've hired a divorce lawyer and am moving forward with dissolving all ties with her. I don't want her back at all. She can rot in hell for all I care. We've been married 8 years and I've been the most loving, devoted husband possible to her, and now this. I'm going to need some therapy after this because I'm scared I can't trust anyone ever again. Point lesson: don't stick your dick in crazy. Took me 8 years to figure it out. Now I'm wondering if this is the first time she's done this shit behind my back. Have I been taken for a ride this whole time? Not the cheater, but the side guy. This girl I met pursed me hardcore. Looked at all of my stuff online and eventually stalked me IRL when things went crazy. Wouldn't be surprised if she reads this, and I know other people do, but I'm over being doxxed. They can live with it. So I meet this girl. She's super into me. I'm super into her. We start seeing each other. I go to a convention and she's there with her friends. I meet this dude. He is a little handsy. She says he is a ref WB sort of thing. Pulls him aside supposedly to tell him to cut it out because she wanted to seriously date me. She seemingly does. He seemingly is okay with it. Play Street Fighter and shook this dude's hand. Seems like a nice guy. What I didn't know, they had been together for like 4 or 5 years. He was getting ready to ask her to marry him. I continue to not have a clue for like 6 months. Dude isn't around. He is from another state. It isn't till I meet her friends do people keep mentioning this guy, and I put it together. None of her social media stuff at the time displayed this serious relationship, and she was even on a bunch of fetish dating apps, one of which she found my profile and flirted with me on as a cute joke. Now, I'm a doomus, and I try to fix this for a while. Of course it doesn't work. One of her best friends and roommates eventually spills the beans that she witnessed us sleeping together to him. Everything explodes. To make things worse, when I broke things off with her, she started stalking me hardcore, and one time, after lying to me about telling him the truth, while drunk, she forced herself on me after we took some other stuff too far. It sucked. After that I tried to shut things down permanently, but she wouldn't take no for an answer and kept the other guy hooked in remotely. To my surprise, most of her friends kinda chose me at first. They had known her for years, but apparently she has a history of crazy bullshit. So for a while I had this great group of supporting friends. When I finally managed to cut things completely off with her, all of that changed. She got together with my roommates and started nasty rumors about me. Somehow she managed to convince a lot of people that I was just stalking her the whole time, and she even got engaged to the other guy and managed to win most of her friends back. As a bonus, I was isolated on campus, lost my apartment, and became homeless because the university officials initially sided with her and the other students without checking into anything. Thank goodness I live in a one-party consent state and recorded everything and archived all of my chats with her and these people. I write about the last part a lot on Reddit. That was a year ago, and thanks to some kind people on Reddit, and the fact that I recorded everything, especially the bullshit the university did, I managed to stay out of trouble. I recently went public about the abuse I have received from her and previous partners as a male victim of domestic abuse, sexual assault and rap. Things are improving slowly, and I even have stable shelter now. I have a lot of trouble trusting people now though. I don't know if I can ever be in a close relationship the same way again. Edit/TLDR. She got caught because she introduced her side guy to her friends, tried to maintain this weird double life semi-publicly, and when it exploded she destroyed my life. Reddit. I made a throwaway account and posted in relationship advice on how to break up with my girlfriend of almost 5 years because I had fallen for someone else. My ex, practically being FBI, knew something wasn't right. She looked through a lot of things, but ended up going as far as going into the relationship advice subreddit, searched for 4 years 17M, and found my post. Edit. This was 3 years ago. I'm 20 soon. She is my ex now. We are still good friends, but that ship has sailed. Edit. Today I'll go back and find the conversation when she found out and screen cap what happened. If this also gets more attention and enough upvotes, as I'm still close friends with her, I will consider doing an interview and ask her questions about it all. Edit. Well, hear it when she found out. Obviously I denied it at first, but being caught in a lie and sending a link I resorted to saying sorry. Firstly, not thinking this would get this much attention. I just want to say that I'm not proud of what I did. It was a stupid choice, one that cost me a 4-year relationship with someone who really was amazing. However, without making that choice, I wouldn't have learned. I wouldn't have realized how good I had it, and it has made me a better person today. Secondly, a few facts. We started dating when we were 13. We were 18 at the time of the breakup. I had to think back to recall that. However, we made it 4 years and 8 to 9 months before my mistakes ended us. Staying in a relationship at that age really isn't that hard. If you stay away from peer pressure, don't give in to people, specifically people in the schoolyard gossiping, you'll be a lot more successful. As long as you're happy together, it doesn't matter what anyone else thinks. Communication and honesty is a must. If something is bothering you, just flat you say it. This goes for any age. I don't mean go and throw it all on them and blame them for everything, but tell them if something they did hurt you, or is annoying, or if you need something more, and talk it out as equals. Love is a commitment, and it's like everything else in life. If you give up after the first bump in the road, you'll never see where that road takes you. Pull through together and help each other as a couple and best friends should. The hardest part is knowing when the road is no longer just rocky and you're actually heading off a cliff. My relationship after the 4-year one, I was cheated on countless times, and it was a mentally and emotionally abusive one, but I didn't want to leave because I figured I cheated on my last girlfriend, so my current one deserves a second chance, and a third, fourth, etc., hoping she would change. We all make mistakes. They don't define us, nor does it define our worth. So please, think twice before doing something like this to yourself. Think how you would feel if you found out they had done it to you. Being on both ends of cheating, at the time, you just want what you want and figure it can't do much hurt. However, being on the cheated on end at least 10 times, it hurts more than anything and it breaks all trust, loyalty and love between two people and is incredibly hard to repair. If you're not happy about something, speak up and change it today. Don't sit in silence and let it tear a bigger rift between you or worse, make you think about going behind their back. That is all. Thank you. Edit. Absolute final edit, because I know people will ask. In the screenshot it says I didn't want to tell you, because I didn't want to hurt you. No, I did it again. I had fallen for someone 2 years into our relationship and never told her. I never did anything with the girl. It was just a best friend that I got feelings for, talking too much with deep conversations with. However, like most secrets, it came out and it caused problems between my girlfriend and I at the time. Brother of mine caught his wife. Her phone would always going off and she would hide it. He got curious, looked into it, and found some guy had been texting her for a few months. She said she was going to stay home because she had to catch up on homework over the weekend. My brother and I went on our hunting trip and he told me about it. We never left the city. We went to my house and stayed there till it got dark, then drove back to his neighborhood in my neighbor's car. She sent him a picture of her at home saying she was going to go to bed early that night. Well, we snuck close to the house after a car park down the street and a guy walked to the house and let himself in. My brother was fuming at this point and wanted to beat the crap out of the guy. I settled him down and told him to think about the long run. We snuck up to the house and using the night vision camera got video of them bumping uglies in the living room. My brother wanted to confront this guy at this point, so I did something faked up and called the cops and said I heard a lot of yelling from the house, if they could go check. It kept my brother from faking with the dude, co-worker of hers. Cops show up, take statements. We leave and the next day he pulls her iMessages off the email account and talks to a lawyer. We give the lawyer the messages, and when we show up 5 days later from our hunting trip, he calls her and says he got something bad and wants her to come out and see it. When she comes out, he gives her divorce papers and kicks her out of the house. She had police do a civil standby while she got her stuff a few days later. House was his before they got married, so all she got to keep some stuff they bought together and her car. No kids and the prenup nulled the alimony she could have gotten as he made way more money than her. The guy she was sleeping with had a record. We saw her a few months later. She tried talking to my wife, said she missed my brother and she was sorry. The guy and her broke up shortly after the divorce. Edit. I have had a few people inbox me asking if we took guns with us that night, considering we were going on a hunting trip. My brother knew it was not a smart idea. We both can carry concealed. I because of my job and him because he has a permit. Guns were left at my house with my wife when we left. He was watching the past 12 years of his life fall apart, so he knew taking any guns would not be a smart idea. I agreed with his decision and left mine at home as well. I have two. One, I was the cheater. One, my ex was the cheater. First, me. I had started loosely dating / seeing a girl I was really into. She and I clicked. She was gorgeous and smart and fun. I hoped to turn our couple flings into an actual relationship. Well, she delayed taking that step and I hooked up with another girl. Fast forward, she, me, and a couple of my friends were hanging out in my apartment. My friend is sitting at the computer. Bing bink. You have a message, says the computer. My friend asks, can I read this aloud in a funny voice? The message came from a friend of the girl I had hooked up with, telling me she had a great time and wanted to meet again, but she had lost my number. My friend was reading aloud in this cartoonish voice, and it didn't seem to hit him until 2/3 through what he was reading. It was very awkward. The girl I was trying to date wasn't angry, but that ship sailed. Second, my ex. We dated for about 4 years, lived together for a time, but went back to separate living at some point. Fidelity and trust issues were frequent. At the end, she lived with 2 roommates. One of those roommates had a little pug type dog that always wanted to sit on and lick people. Also, it frequently hung out in ex's room because its owner wasn't home very often. As X and I are going to sleep spooning, the pug comes and tries to snuggle itself between her and me. My ex said, "Gah, what? This dog always wants to get right between when you're trying to cuddle." I hadn't slept over at her house for about 2 months, and the dog had never done that when I was around before. Never got sincere confirmation of the truth, but I did get out. Edit. Some words/sentences. My ex and I had an oopsie pregnancy early in our relationship. I was suspicious he was cheating, but could never prove it, since I didn't snoop through his stuff. I ended up miscarrying at night, and he was with his guy friends that night. I told him I was going to the hospital in the next 2 hours if the bleeding doesn't stop. I didn't know if it was a scare or not. He lived 15 minutes from me, and his guy friends lived 20 minutes from me. My mom ended up taking me because he never made it to the hospital. I called his friends, mutual friends, to see if he ever left their house after I left the hospital with the news that I lost the baby. They had no idea what I was talking about because they haven't seen nor talked to him in over a month. He didn't make it to my house until 5 hours after I got home from the hospital with a few hickeys on his neck. He said he pinched himself. Bullshit. The girl he was sleeping with also ended up messaging me later on in the week, being a total beach, telling me she was happy I miscarried. Ended up sending me pics of them two having sexual relations. They ended up harassing me for a month after that, and would throw red painted dolls at my front door to remind me of my miscarriage. It messed me up. I went through so many emotions and depression from everything that 5 months later I called my family to say goodbye as I was planning to commit suicide. My family ended up rushing to me and helped me get through everything. LST, X got caught in the end because the girl he slept with told me and sent pics of them. Edit. What an overwhelming amount of support. Was not expecting this at all. Just to summarize, yes, I stayed with him for half a year after all of this happened, where he physically, mentally, verbally, and emotionally abused me. He blamed me for him cheating on me and continued to cheat anyways. I was too depressed and afraid to leave. I ended up throwing him out of my house and blocking and deleting him from everything. Him and the girl he was cheating on me with kept harassing me for months after I cut them out. I didn't speak to my family at the time due to a falling out. It wasn't until I called them saying goodbye during my suicide attempt that my family and I became close. They forced me to move back home until I was better. I lived with them for a year until I had to get away from everything. I ended up moving from Michigan to Chicago, Illinois. My ex kept trying to find ways to contact me and find me, so I had to keep blocking and moving. I landed an awesome job out there, and things were looking up. A very good client of mine kept trying to get to know me for half a year, and I had a huge wall up. I finally gave in and opened up, and we are now happily married for 2 years, and trying for our first child. It took a long while for things to get into an upswing, but I'm extremely happy now. What happened still leaves my tummy turning with anxiety, but I have the most understanding and supportive husband I could ever ask for. My wife had been distant for some time. We had been married for 5 years and got married when we were really young. I began having suspicions when she stopped being intimate with me. We went on a romantic vacation to Florida a month into her being distant, which was October. We never were intimate on the vacation. Alarm bells began to ring loudly for me. I started watching her actions and passive-aggressive comments. I asked her who she was texting, and she told me a security guard at work is my friend. He asked my opinion on how his bedroom was decorated. I thought it was inappropriate and that caused a huge fight. We spent 2 months talking for 2 or 3 hours every night about what was wrong with our relationship. It was always my fault and never anything she ever did. I finally confronted her and told her I thought she was cheating. For months she denied it and denied it. I trusted my beautiful wife because I loved her so much. In January she was fired from work suddenly. There was no explanation to why. I found out through a friend the security guard had been fired as well on the same day. It turns out he had mishandled a guest and my wife defended him, leaving the company open to a lawsuit, so they fired them both. Finally, the last week of February I hired a pie. I'm aware this is unethical, but I felt I was out of options. Within half an hour after me leaving for work she was at his house. The pie detailed their day and spent 6 hours following them. I confronted her that night and she lied about it. I broke out the details of their day and her face dropped. I packed my stuff and left the next morning. It was the hardest move I ever made, but had to make it. Him and her lasted 5 months before she kicked him out. It turns out he had been abusive starting a week after we separated from each other. We were separated for 8 months. We both did a lot of reflection and growing up. I realized that I had been a bad husband. She realized she had been a terrible wife. We spent the next few years embracing the important things in life, like friendship and understanding. We once fought about dishes and taking out the trash. Now our only argument comes from which movie to go see or which restaurant to eat at. We've been back together for 5 years now and have never been happier. She pushed me to get my degree and I pushed her to get her degree, which she will be finishing in a year. We have a beautiful 12-year-old daughter that is becoming more adult than we can handle each passing day. If you are in a young relationship, please don't fight about the menial, mundane, everyday tasks. It can breed hatred and resentment. It's easier to take out the trash than spend time alone or upset away from the one person you love the most. Argue about the silly and openly discuss the important things. A separation was the best thing that ever happened to us. Please understand we are a rarity though. Most relationships could never handle the stress, jealousy, or forgiveness of hurt feelings and betrayal. Please seek out all counseling options or help before making a drastic relationship decision. If my story can help you in any way, or if I can help you in any way find your happiness through a tough situation, just PM me any questions or comments. Even if you just need a friend to talk to. My ex-boyfriend told me we had to hold off on plans because his dad, that was in poor health, had a heart attack and was in the hospital. I went to Walmart later that evening to get a get well card. I saw his dad picking up beer and donuts. I just put the card on a shelf and walked away. I went to work the next morning and told my coworker she said I saw X at Margarita's party last night and they were getting a little dirty. Things got messy and full of drama. I was moving back to college in a month, so after drowning in a few days of emotional mess I just let the drama fade behind me. I was still young and wasn't as heartbroken as I felt stupid for being gullible and betrayed. The second ex, 3-year-long great relationship with a guy I loved very deeply, was caught right before I was supposed to graduate college. A coworker/student of his ratted him out. She had over a month's worth of gas receipts, pictures, and messages showing he had taken this girl to Illinois, all kinds of stuff. I ended up not finishing for another semester and still didn't finish my student teaching. I ended up graduating with a general degree in my area. Anyway, he had told me of this girl that worked with him at Olive Garden who was a huge whore and thought it was fun to break couples up. Fast forward about 6 months. He was growing distant. He would come home, grab his laptop and study for hours at a time, ignoring me. I would plan date nights and he would sulk or would have to work. I became depressed, suspicious and exhausted. I didn't dig for evidence, even when he came home late reeking of cigarettes, when he didn't smoke. I found out the week before Thanksgiving he was cheating. A girl he worked with sent me a message on Facebook with a ton of evidence. She asked me how was dinner at expensive restaurant. I heard Kyle took his girlfriend there, and I wanted to know how it was. I had no idea what she was talking about. She insisted it was me and got pretty rude. I told her she was mistaken. I had performed with an orchestra that night and had my senior recital the next night. She finally sent me an email, turned my life upside down. This snaggletooth toe had been kicked out of her boyfriend's house and my ex was whoring her up in some cockroach-infested motel. The whole time she knew about me and that we were living together, but she didn't care. She wanted him to kick me out. He had refused. She was pregnant with some other dude's baby, I found out later. I almost didn't believe it. This girl was not attractive by any stretch, uneducated, white trash and obviously crazy. I confronted him, and he didn't really acknowledge anything. He said, "I'm just trying to keep our relationship stable, so we don't end up with a messy divorce later." He just took a bag of his stuff and left. He wanted me to just wait for him to get whatever out of his system, or who knows what. I was living in an apartment his parents owned, and they had no idea what was going on. I completely fell apart. Everything was going amazing in my life, and it slipped between my fingers and shattered so fast. I can't say I was rational at this time. Loose ends were not tied up, and the next few months were hard. I took the cats and tried moving back home with my parents, but the communication was still easy, and he would come see me at work. After a few exhausted months I picked up everything and moved 1200 miles away. I broke all ways of communication with him, leaving him without a way to contact me. After 4 years he sent me a letter on a Warcraft forum I had been active in during our relationship. I happened to check my old email because it's still linked to my account. He explained everything that went through his head, how he was just so self-centered and thinking about everything he didn't have instead of seeing what he did have. He said he was brainwashed by this girl and didn't think I would actually leave. He had married another girl and was unhappy. He wanted me to come home. I got married to my current husband a month later, obviously not caring about the ex. However, I developed some kind of emotional attachment disorder. It's been about 8 years since this all went down, but it's had impacts on relationships. I'm happily married and have a family now. I have a good paying job and I don't think about him unless something like this thread comes up. I still have my cats. Got drunk on a boat party in HK and that evening called an already side piece only to hook up both of us pass out naked in my bed. Woke up to the sound of front door opening. I had to the deadbolt on as well, so I had to get up, but naked to my girlfriend's half face staring through the half cracked front door and her shocked at why I had put the top deadbolt on. Still half drunk and fully nude, I'm already saying I'm so sorry only to stupidly open the door. She's asking why are you naked? Other girl comes out fully clothed from the bedroom and excuses herself as she walks past both of us. While girlfriend is saying who the fuck is that? I'm trying to find boxes. Girlfriend runs after the other girl down hallway of flat building. I stop her, pull her back inside. Of course argument. Screaming from her. Me trying to calm her down. She runs into kitchen. Grabs knife. I stop her. Take it away. She breaks glass. Tries to cut herself. I stop her. Grab her. Try my best to calm her as I'm just saying sorry. Crying. Screaming. Fear. Takes a few hours. Things settle. Finally she sleeps. Next day we talk. She wants to forgive me, but I say no, I faked up. She tries and stay, but I say no, I'm sorry, things end badly. I couldn't believe she was willing to forgive me and take me back, but I couldn't put her through that. NJL never speak again. Fast forward 2 years later. Find out through a friend she is now in a lesbian relationship and is doing good. Happy for her. Until this day I never cheated again because that was the scariest thing I have ever put someone through and didn't want to relive it. I was the other guy. I met this great girl at a non-profit thing I occasionally do and we clicked. We started spending some time together and things moved pretty quickly. After dating for almost 5 months, we took a 4-day vacation to Colorado. She got a couple phone calls from work, but they were in the evening and she stepped out to take them. I didn't clear it in context, but I swear I heard her say to the other person that she loved them. I was convinced she was cheating on me. On the last day of the trip I snagged her phone while she was in the shower. She was married. She had a kid. I was the other guy. I took her phone, drove a few blocks, sat for like 30 minutes feeling ill, then called her husband and explained everything. He was understandably furious and hurt. He thought she was on a business trip. By the end of the conversation we agreed that I just needed to buy her a bus ticket home and leave. That's exactly what I did. I walked into our hotel room, handed her the ticket and her phone, told her that her husband will pick her up at the bus station, packed my sheet, checked out, and left. She cried and tried to play the victim, but she knew she had been found out. It really sucked. I suspected literally nothing before that trip. She seemed like such a great girl. Months later, I offered to testify at their divorce hearing. Her husband and I met at the courthouse, and he did thank me for calling him. She settled at the last minute and I did not have to testify. Here is a good one. My then girlfriend put on a Big Brother recording program on my computer because she was apparently paranoid about me cheating on her. I didn't notice this at first because it ran silently and hidden in the background. I was playing World of Warcraft one day and noticed that every time I left clicked, the computer slightly hiccuped/paused for a millisecond. I should add the comical part that I'm a senior at network/desktop admin, so immediately I knew something was not right and started to diagnose the problem. I ran a anti-spyware scan, Malwarebytes, and noticed I had this Big Brother keylogger on my computer. I initially freaked out and didn't suspect my girlfriend at first. I thought I had gotten hacked, and while my immediate response was to delete the program, I thought about it more and realized it would be wise to figure out what kind of information, possibly credit card/logins, had been collected on me so I can directly target those sites and protect myself. I checked the logs for this application and noticed it was installed during the day while I was at work. I was supporting my girlfriend at the time, lived with me. She was going to school and coming home instead of working to raise her 2 kids. Once I found the name of the program, I was able to determine where the hidden location and hidden data files of the program were. The program, when launched, had a password to view these files, so I was unable to view them. However, being the tech that I am, I came up with a plan. I backed these data files and removed the program. I then re-downloaded the Big Brother program from their website with the free 1-month trial under my account, now my own password. I then simply reinserted all the data files to their prospective location and was able to view everything that had been captured. It turns out this Big Brother program takes a screenshot every time you left click, which is why in my game, since it's a big resource hog, it was hiccuping while I was playing. This isn't noticeable during regular computer use. Now here's the best part. This program was not only capturing my activity, but also the activity of my girlfriend. And in those pictures/logs I found that it was actually she who was cheating on me with some guy she met in WoW. She played too. She had even set up a password when they first greeted each other, so in case I logged into her account he wouldn't make a mistake and message her, accidentally exposing the online relationship. So I did what any self-respecting adult would do. I logged into WoW, saw the guy was online, and gave him the greeting password. In that conversation, after him saying sweet things to me, and I replied pretending to be her, I pulled from him more information about how long this had been going on, and what kind of stuff, nude pictures and stuff they had engaged in. I then revealed myself to him, informed him I wasn't upset at him, but that I was just trying to straighten my life by breaking up with her, and that any information he further supplied would help me. I also told him he can continue his relationship with her if he so chooses, but to please help me out. He was surprisingly agreeable and further divulged everything I needed to know. When my girlfriend came home that night from going out with her friends, I then enacted my version of revenge. I pretended like I was going to propose to her, sitting her on the bed and me on my knee. I then started telling her all the things that I loved about her and how I saw our life together, and right at the climax, I ended it with, "But none of that will ever happen because you're a lying, cheating hoe," and slapped a printout with pictures of her cheating conversations with that dude from WoW. I immediately got up, told her she needed to pack her sheet in the morning to sleep on the couch or with the kids, and that was the end of it. Realistically, she left in a week. It took a while to find a job and place to move to, not to mention I wasn't going to toss those innocent kids out. That was the worst part of breaking up with her, saying goodbye to kids you helped raise for 3 years since they were 2 years old. Wow, I've never told this story before just to close friends. Don't feel bad for me. That was the best thing to ever happen to me. About 3 years later I met my now wife and we have 2 beautiful children together. I literally couldn't be happier. For anyone wondering, she was a very hot girl and ended up getting married 3 more times. She now has 5 kids, each child with different dads, but this last one I think she finally learned of her cheating ways. While I could care less about her, I'm grateful that her kids now have a somewhat stable life. Cheers. TLDR, girlfriend cheated on me, put keylogger on my computer. I'm a senior ed tech, figured out how to pull data from her that program and found she was actually cheating on me, confronted her and broke up. Now happy married to someone else. My roommate worked long separate hours from me. He would always fight with his girlfriend when she was around. Sometimes his girlfriend would wait at his house before he got home, smoke some weed and watch TV with me. Everyone told me she was a beach and to get on her good side. I went out of my way to be nice to her. Well, it backfired. She looked to me for advice and said she was leaving my roommate. She asked if she could tag along with my friends and I to a bar and ends up making out with me in the cab home. The next day I avoided her and tried to think it over. She invited me to this house party a week later and we had sex. I told my roommate by phone another week later and moved out to her place. I left him my share of rent for 2 months and apologized. I fell in love with this girl, but she would do things like guard her phone and tell me I couldn't be around at certain times. I knew what was going on, but I couldn't prove it. I should have just left her, but I had this feeling, and I was all in after what I did to my roommate, and I had to make the best of it. I felt horrible for what I did to my roommate. My friends thought I was a asshole. My girlfriend was cheating on me, and I was lost. There was another woman where I worked who was interested in me. I got sheet-faced, hammered with her one night, pulled the naked man, and we had sex. I felt horrible. I thought I'd get over my then girlfriend if I just found interest in someone else, but it didn't work. So, blackout drunk, I call my friend, he picks me up and dropped me off at my girlfriend's. I smell like sex, scratches all over. My girlfriend was crying and screaming. She ends up punching me in the face pretty good while I'm telling her it's her fault I did what I did. I get back in the car with my friend and a week later I'm back with her. I try to make up for what I did for 3 years while she cheats and uses me. I have a conversation about her hiding her phone, so she throws it and it breaks. The next day on the way to work I get a call from the police that she says I stole the phone. I tell them I'm going to work and I meet with the magistrate later on. I can't talk with her and I'm not allowed to see her for until court was over. She moves across the country and marries the guy who had the house party we first had sex in. The case with the phone is thrown out. I got caught cheating, but hadn't cheated. My wife and I went away for a weekend, during which time my teenage son decided to have a low-key party. There were only about 10 kids, and we knew about it, so it wasn't like a Hollywood teensploitation movie with the house getting trashed or anything. Just a bunch of kids over for movies, board games, and so on. What we didn't know is that one couple decided to use the opportunity to get a little privacy in our bedroom. They were almost discreet about it, but they made one mistake. The boy brought a 6-pack of condoms and only used one, and then left the box with the other 5 in my nightstand drawer. I rarely use that drawer, so it was almost 6 months later before my wife found the open box with one condom missing. She'd been doing some house cleaning and was putting away the miscellaneous junk that had accumulated on top of the nightstand. It took her a whole week to confront me about it. The entire time, she was weirdly cold, kept asking me if there was anything I wanted to tell her about, hinting around subjects like trust and fidelity and what would happen if one of us cheated. I was like, okay, you're being super strange, but whatever. I figured it was just a phase or something. Finally, she was waiting for me in the room one night. As I came in to get ready for bed, she opened my nightstand and said, "Just what is this?" and pointed to the open box of condoms. I was like, I have no idea. It's a bit TMI, but we don't use them because I had a vasectomy after our youngest was born. No amount of protesting, pleading, speculation, denial, etc. would satisfy her. In her mind, I'd banged some hoe, apparently just once, and hadn't even had the common decency to cover up my crime. That storm took 2 weeks to blow over. We finally got to the point where our kids found out about why we were constantly arguing. My son gulped and then bolted out of the room. A few minutes later, he had a very apologetic friend on the speakerphone. Of all the awkward conversations I have had in my life, that one has to be in the top 10. This story is now part of our family mythos, and it gets trotted out on occasion as that time mom thought dad was cheating on her. It always ends the same way, and somehow it was still his fault. Because somehow I should have been more understanding of her feelings, or accepted my obvious guilt to spare her any more pain and suffering. To be fair, I did have a proper case of righteous indignation. but I kind of think I came by it honestly. I was a bit of a horny idiot while I was in the military, young, dumb and full of cum as one friend put it recently. I got a girl pregnant, and for a while we had an on again / off again as we, mostly I, tried to figure out just what we were going to do. Neither of us were okay with abortion, and she was dead set against adoption. Not the smartest suggestion I ever made. During the last on again period, after our daughter was born, I got an email from a girl I had seen during one of the off periods. Said she was planning a trip to where I was stationed to see some friends. She'd moved back home after we stopped seeing each other and knew nothing about my daughter, and said she'd like to see me. To this day I have no damn clue what was going through my stupid as 20-year-old brain when I not only said sure that'd be great, but I paid for her hotel room for a couple of days. Now if I'd been smart that would have been the worst of it. Pick her up from the airport, talk a little, hang out. Nope. Had sex with her and stayed at her hotel her entire trip, except when she was visiting some friends. Took her back to the airport and proceeded to try and act like everything was normal. She still texted me on occasion and my stupid as texted back. I tried to ghost out, but that wasn't working, and here's where the mistake that got me caught was made. Thinking my cell phone password was secure, I didn't delete any of the texts. One day while spending the day with my daughter and her mom, I had gone out to get something from my car, and after remembering that the gal I'd cheated with had sent a text earlier that afternoon, I went back inside and grabbed my phone in case she texted again. My daughter's mother saw this, and it set off a red flag. That night while I was asleep she unlocked my phone. She'd learned my password by just watching me open my phone and saw every message that I should have deleted. I woke up a few minutes later to my ex standing over me asking who is asterisk. I was caught dead to rights. In my half awake state I thought she'd just seen where the person had sent a message and didn't realize she'd read everything. The biggest mistake I've ever made in my life was answering that email. Out of everything I've done in my life, that is the one thing I'd go back and undo because it has cost me the relationship I could have had with my daughter, as we currently live in separate states and her mother will not talk to me. I don't blame her at all. She is completely justified in this action. Here's what you folks can take away from this. Don't faking cheat. It's just a stupid idea. Don't do it. If you are going to, see item 1, then change your password regularly, and for crying out loud delete your messages, damn it. Slightly related. I had a married neighbor that I was friends with. I was also married at the time. We worked close to each other and would see one another most days. Shameless flirting. We had a lot in common, but not any line crossing. Until he kept inviting me to hang out the time his wife would probably be getting home from work, like 9/10 p.m. I'm perfectly comfortable with males and females being friends and don't see a problem with it. So I didn't see the signs. I'd usually just stop in for a few minutes while walking my dog. Nothing really progressed or crossed a line until I had told him that I was moving out of the neighborhood and getting a divorce. Late one night, before I had moved out, I came home pretty late and he happened to be outside. He kept asking me where I was coming from. I just said out, grabbing drinks after work. I get a phone call from him shortly after getting in my house. Short version, confessing his undying feelings for me, hoping we could live together and be a big happy family with all our kids. And that I broke his heart cause I came home late and wouldn't tell him where I had been and who I was with. He told me he had been inviting me over late at night so that his wife would catch us together. I managed to calm the situation down. After, like, 3 hours on the phone with him in the downstairs bathroom in my house, my husband and kids asleep upstairs. It took a few weeks, but he came to his senses and I haven't heard from him since. Their home was foreclosed on, and they moved a few towns away, so there's not much chance I'll have to see them very often. To my knowledge, the wife never found out. In the meantime, I'm now happily divorced, still mostly single, and loving living an uncomplicated life without the title homewrecker. I have been cheated on, but I have a better story about a family friend. Probably will get buried at this point, but it's a crazy story worth telling. This is about a guy named Jake. Jake was the perfect guy that every parent wanted their daughter to date. He went to church, kept his grades up, had a nice job, and just a solid member of the community. Now, I have an older sister that is Jake's age and they went to school together for a majority of their lives. My parents adore Jake and of course want my sister to go on a date with him. It probably would have happened if Jake didn't already have his high school sweetheart. At this point in their lives they are fresh out of high school and Jake and my older sister are going to a local vocational school. Throughout the first year of vocational school my sister and Jake get really close. My sister is ready to go on a date with this guy, but he is engaged with his high school sweetheart and was very respectful about not leading my sister on. School ended, Jake and my C's part ways, and time goes on. Fast forward a couple of years to me talking to one of my friends from college. She was also very good friends with this same Jake. Turns out that Jake and his high school sweetheart never got married even after the several years of being engaged. Turns out that his fiancée was cheating on him with his best friend the entire time they were together. The kicker is that they were waiting until marriage to have sex. I can only imagine being Jake. This dude has girls lining up to go on dates with him, but he patiently waited to start a life with his sweetheart, only to get completely faked over. My friend says the last time she talked to Jake he randomly messaged her asking if she wanted a one night stand. Ugh, life is already really hard, cheat like this ruins people. Break up before you cheat. My dad was caught cheating on my mom. My mom would do interior painting occasionally for extra money and my dad would come when he was in town. He had to travel a lot for work and was gone about 2 to 3 weeks a month. On this day my dad was in town and my mom needed help finishing the house she was at, so she brought my dad along. As they're working, 2 cop cars pull into the driveway of the house. My mom laughs and wonders if someone thought they were burglars and called the cops, but my dad breaks out into a sweat. He sits my mom down and says that he was accused of rape and the police are there for him. At first my mom doesn't believe it, but then he starts saying they need to sign divorce papers so if he goes to jail she can still have the house and car. So now my mom has lost it and is sobbing, and the police cars pull out of the driveway. The cops were apparently at the wrong house. Now my parents are just stuck with the elephant in the room and I guess they decided to talk about it. It was a drunk night 10 years ago and he claimed that was the only time. My mom really didn't trust that, so she took his phone when he wasn't looking and went through it. Of course he has a girlfriend. So my mom decides to ask him again if there was anyone else, and if he came clean she would stay with him and work it out. He decided to lie about that one and denied having a girlfriend. My mom said she knew about the other woman and sent my dad away to go stay at a hotel. That 2 to 3 weeks of travel a month for work wasn't really accurate. It was only 1 to 2 for work. The rest was to see the other woman. And that is how you can perfectly crash and burn a 24-year marriage. She was in a minor car accident after leaving from a work conference and sent me pics of the accident. In one photo, there was a glimpse of a guy sitting in her car. I assumed it was a coworker. About an hour after her shift ended, she sent me a text and said she was going to grab a drink with a few friends from work that I knew. I sent her a text about 2 hours later, asking her about the details for the other vehicle so I could process the claim, and didn't hear anything back. I figured she was at the bar and couldn't hear the text. Around 2 in the morning, I tried calling her, and nothing. I tried a few more times because it wasn't like her to not respond for so long. I sent her texts from 2 to 4 in the morning, trying to get a hold of her and nothing. I panicked and signed into our cell phone service and added the Family Finder subscription and logged in. Her phone was near a pretty sketchy location in town, so I grabbed my gun and headed that way. The locator gave a rough area for the phone, and it was definitely in a small apartment complex. I talked to the security guards, and they let me walk in. I had a remote for her car, so I started hitting the unlock button and saw flashing lights up ahead. I found her car with a visitor pass in the window and her phone in the center console. I looked at the apartment number on the pass and went and knocked on the door. There was no answer. I walked outside and looked in the windows and couldn't see anyone. I sat outside for about an hour and remembered who she said she was with and called them. They were home and said that she stayed at the bar with the other friend. I called that friend who said she was with the other friend. I decided to stick around for a bit longer and see if she showed up, and the sun started to rise. I ran back to my vehicle to grab a drink, and when I returned, her car was gone. I hauled us home and beat her there. She walked in the door and was surprised to see me awake. I asked her about her phone, and she said it was on silent and she didn't realize I called and that she was with her friends. I confronted her about the lies, and she acted like I was the bad guy. She moved out, and he ended up moving in. After a few weeks of prodding, she slipped and told me his name when I called to ask her something, and he was in the background. I realized that I knew him, and he worked for an old boss of mine. I called my old boss, who also knew my wife, and told him everything. He fired the asshole. The asshole called me and bragged about everything and said we can be friends, right? I did a background check on the guy and found out his parents' and grandparents' phone numbers, addresses and Facebook pages. I contacted them and ended up turning his family against him. Point. If you are out there, asshole, hope your life is shit. I was the one that got cheated on. Together for nearly 7 to 8 years, and we knew everything about each other from SS to password to everything. The privacy factor did not exist. I didn't ask her, it just happened, and she said we are in a relationship so there shouldn't have secrets. Whatever. After graduating school she got a job and worked. I graduated a year later and couldn't find a career. I worked at grocery store, so money was tight, so she kinda ran the show and I helped. I was the loser boyfriend for a while, 3 months before we broke up. I needed to get a phone number from her phone, and when I went to use it, said the password was invalid. I asked her, and she said she changed her password for reasons. I said cool, and what's the password, and she refused to give it. Seemed odd, but whatever. Afterwards she wanted to hang out with her friends and said we were boring. Again off, but whatever. Then she was at a mutual male friend's house till 1 AM, and when I questioned her she said I was being controlling. Now I found this to be off completely. Then she started saying that I should allow her to sleep with other men and then come back to me. I told her to go to hell. I got suspicious with her behavior and found a way around her phone password and opened it. Freaking Pandora's box. Saw a bunch of messages to guys in FB and texts, planning dates and things. When I confronted her she told me I violated her privacy and got mad. Then I just stopped trusting her and she ended up leaving me. I'm still not over that. Been 4 years now. Last I heard from a friend she got married. Fact. TLDR. Suspicious behavior led me to catching her. Suspected an ex of mine to be cheating after finding her texting random guys. I worked nights and visited her job in the morning to take her breakfast. Her work phone rang and she answered it and walked away from me, which was weird because we were the only two there. She told me that a coworker had called in sick. Being the suspicious asshole that I am, I took note of the area code on the caller ID before she walked away. I typed some random, same area code number into my cell phone and I asked her when she returned where the coworker lived, and she lived in a different area code that I knew not to have that one on the ID. I said to her something along the lines that I didn't believe her and I'm going to call the number because I was tired of her lies. I started the call, the random fake number, and she stopped me. Begged me not to call. Cried sorry. Told me it was not the coworker, but a guy whom she is just friends with. I left in anger and said we would talk later. With it on my mind still, I called her at work 3 to 4 hours later and told her I just spoke to the guy, which I did not, and lied to her about him, telling me she sent nudes to him. She cried again and begged for forgiveness and apologized for sending nudes. I felt like $1,000,000. I ditched her that evening. She tore some of my house up in rage because I did her wrong, lol, and was petty as hell about moving out of my house. I called a buddy to go grab a beer and some grub, so I bounced to not get caught up with her attitude. My parents went over to my house to prevent her from doing any more damage. She respected them enough to not act like a bitch while they were there. Crisis averted. Really late to the party. I cheated on my ex at beginning of our relationship. I was madly in love and just wanted to hang out with him, but he would find an excuse every night, and in the morning I would find out he would go out with his friends. So I thought he was taking the piss and wasn't serious about us. This went on for 2 months. I go to a party, get super drunk. I see a male friend and we start making out. Then I asked him to come to my place, where we had sex. Fast forward 2 weeks. My boyfriend starts to give me a lot of attention, taking me everywhere, never letting me go, and being really sweet overall. When I thought things are going to start working out, here it comes. And I'm on his Yahoo Messenger, with photos of me making out with that guy at that party, with a long description of our conversations and lots of insults at me. My boyfriend comes over, confronts me, wants to break up, and I confess. After a week he comes back, and we try to make it work. We move to another country to start fresh, and he starts to be really abusive, hitting me and insulting me, reminding me every day of what I have done, and that I deserve everything comes in my way. I wanted to leave, but he made sure I cut ties with my family and friends 2,000 kilometers away, so I was stuck in a hellhole for 3 years, working 2 jobs, and paying bills for him to stay home and play League of Legends. I left a year ago, telling him I'm going to visit my mom in Germany for 5 days. I didn't plan on leaving for good, but I came here and just called him to tell him I'm gonna stay here and to send all my stuff. He did. He then proceeded to stalk me for about 6 months and begging me to go back to him, that it will be better. If you cheat, just break up with the person you are with. Don't fuck them up like I did, because you don't know what kind of person you have by your side. Maybe I deserved everything came in my way, all the starving, beating, insulting and being thrown out of the house during rainy nights, just because he had another dream with those photos. I learned a lot from that. I was 17 when it all started, so I can say I wasn't very clever. I'm currently in a relationship with a wonderful person, which I would never betray. I still have panic attacks and dream a lot about those days, so I can say I learned my lesson. Moved out of state to go to grad school, met a girl in my program, and continued to put myself in a series of more and more compromising situations, until my fortitude crumbled, and the inertia of events took over. Felt terrible, still loved my girlfriend, but also couldn't trust my own self, because obviously my temptations were stronger than my convictions. What I did was bad, but what would be worse would be to pretend. I wasn't confused about what I wanted and continue to disrespect her or potentially break her heart again by minimizing my doubts and temptations to her in the hopes of making it easier to stay together after telling her. I didn't want to follow up a bad choice with a series of other bad choices, and I didn't want to perpetually lie to my ex-GF or color the reality of the situation. She deserved to know the hard truth, so I came clean and told her everything. I'm still haunted by the pain I inflicted on her when I told her, and I think and dream about her every day and almost every night. I was tempted and confused and lost sight of what was truly important and good in my life. I was riding the high of being in a new place, an exclusive grad program, and surrounded by intelligent, attractive women who were interested in me. It was my choices that lead me to where I'm though, so I have no one to blame but myself. I've talked with therapists, am on a wait list for counseling through my school, have read books on ethics, morality, and honesty, and have meditated on the dynamics of what happened with my ex-GF, and what I did was terrible, and I don't want to be the kind of person who does terrible things anymore. I have tried multiple times to see if there was any way forward with my ex, but she wants nothing to do with me. As much as that pains me, I might do the same from her position. I'm sure she won't have trouble finding someone who will love her, but won't hurt her like I did. Not the cheater, but it's relevant. Just got out of a year-long relationship, at least it was a relationship to me, a few days ago. We'd met on Tinder. I'd never met anyone from that app before, and figured why not? We met and there was an instant connection, and in the beginning she was concerned that I wasn't just gonna hit it and quit it, would say things to indicate that this was something special. A few weeks into it, we agreed to have an exclusive relationship. Things were great for a while, but then, I'd notice little things here or there that seemed a little off, but I justified it to myself, because I trusted her, and she didn't seem to be a dishonest person. The last 2 months were not good at all. becoming more distant, not spending nearly as much time together as we used to, etc. I asked her about it, and she'd give me some reason for it. Being that I trusted her, I didn't think it was appropriate to get into her phone or email, or whatever, just figuring if she wanted out, or to be with someone else she would tell me before doing. So point after New Year's Eve, I told her I was done with her being shitty to me. She said she would think about what I sawed, and get back to me. Previously when there were issues, she would usually talk with me about them in a day or so, never making me wait. Over 2 weeks goes by, and of course I know it's over at this point. I also don't care, because with the way she was treating me, I was already done. She finally came over to talk to me. I already had her stuff packed in a bag by the door. She says, "I don't want to continue this anymore. I don't regret it at all. I've had an amazing time with you, and I really appreciate everything you've done for me, and my family, etc." Of course I ask, "So what's the reason?" Which was met with, "I don't really have to give a reason. Does it even matter?" I said, "To me it does." So she gives me some bullshit line about how she really wants to focus on getting a job, and I said, even if that's part of it, there must be some other reason. I asked 3 times and she looked me directly in the eye and said there's no other reason. I said, "I don't believe you, and I think that after we've been together for a year and all that I've done for you, you can at least have respect for me and be honest. I don't care that it's over, but you're not being truthful. But I probably won't get the real reason out of you. Your stuff is in a bag by the door." While talking to me, she was emotionless and more worried. I had made sure to give her all of her things back. She walked out my door and I thought, she's been seeing somebody else. I grabbed my phone and logged onto Tinder, which I hadn't been on in a year since we'd met. She was still in my match list, and she had an updated profile and some new pictures, including one where we had gone to a show together a few months earlier. When I took the picture of us, she asked me to send it to her. Little did I know it was so she could have more pics for her Tinder profile. Wishing I had checked before she came by to talk, I still had to let her know that I knew she was a piece of shit. So I called her minutes after she left my place and started out in a casual tone. "Yeah, hey, I just have a quick question for you. How come when I looked at your Tinder profile you have a picture up there from the show we went to 3 months ago?" She didn't say anything and immediately hung up. Not that I wanted to hear more lies, but the truth would have been good for once. I'm not sad that it's over. If anything, I'm relieved. She's certainly not someone I wanted to be with, even before I found out. Thinking back on all those little things, the signs were there. I suspect she never even stopped talking to other guys, and it's a pretty good assumption to say that she cheated also. What gets me is that I trusted her, took her at her word, and I'm certain that even when she was over my place she was probably talking to other people, cause exclusivity is apparently just a meaningless word. I'm kicking myself that I didn't once just log on to check it out in the past year. I would have saved a lot of time, energy, and most of all, effort. I thought that we had something meaningful, but she had the audacity to come into my home and lie right to my face, and she lied all along. I don't think it's healthy to be automatically distrustful in relationships, even though I've had my fair share of kicks to my face. I just wish I would have looked months ago and saved myself the headache. Another kick to the junk was that all throughout our relationship I had women from my past trying to hit me up, go out for drinks, even flat out telling me they missed the way I touched them. I told them all the same thing, that I'm in a relationship, and even meeting up for lunch or a drink is inappropriate, and I wouldn't do it. I held my end of the bargain, resisted all sorts of strong temptation, and at the end of the day I realized it was nothing but a waste of time. Maybe it's a bit petty of me, because I don't believe in wishing harm on someone, even my worst enemy. I do hope that at some point though, she gets treated the way she treated me. However, that would mean she would have to actually be capable of love, which I seriously doubt. But one of the things that consoles me is I know that you can't build a real relationship with someone who's already dead inside. Sorry for the long rant, but it happened less than a week ago, and the wounds are still fresh. I know comparatively speaking to other people's horrible experiences, it's fairly minor, so I feel a bit bad going on about it. I just hope that for all of the good people in this sub and the rest of the world that we all find someone that truly loves us as much as we love them. Thanks for listening, Reddit. Probably too late to get noticed, but it might be cathartic to write this down, seeing as it's been less than a month and I have to see her again today. I was cheated on by my ex. I knew she had issues with cheating in the past because she cheated on her ex with me. It was a shitty abusive relationship, and I thought that, by being a good person and a kind and loving boyfriend, that I would fix her, which is and always will be a horrible mentality to enter a relationship with. Regardless, after much discussion and debate, we opted for an open relationship. We both wanted to be monogamous, but she felt she wouldn't be able to keep it up, and this gave us some fallback. She ended up hooking up with someone at a party, and it felt fine, because she was honest and transparent about it, so I figured this was the best solution. At the end of November, I went out of the country, across the globe, for a family member's wedding. I missed her badly. We normally weren't apart for more than a few days, so I was constantly trying to text her and talk to her, but the 12-hour time difference coupled with her lacking communication skills made it hard. I felt like she wasn't making as much as an effort, but to her credit, she's a full-time student and had taken on a particularly difficult workload this semester, so I chalked it up to difficulty balancing studying and us time, so I let it go. When I get back, our relationship felt noticeably different. We went from spending 5 to 7 nights a week together to maybe 1 or 2. She was always too busy to spend time with me or talk, and when she did we would get in stupid petty fights over nothing. I assumed she was seeing other people and was waiting for her to tell me, but it never came out until a very big fight. I felt that, now that I knew it was happening, it didn't bother me as much. So with that cleared up, things felt better, and I gave her space to finish up her semester. On the day of her last exam I took her out on a date. We got dinner, she came over, and everything felt great. I was in the mood for sex, but she said she wasn't feeling well, so I let it go. But as we went to bed that night I saw her put her phone under her pillow, something she's never done before. I couldn't sleep. I knew what was happening, and I knew looking at her phone would only hurt me. But I did, and I found exactly what I expected, sex between her and some random. I woke her up and told her to leave. She burst into tears saying that she couldn't control herself and didn't know what to do, but I ended up leaving and going to a friend's place for the night. I had a standardized exam the next morning, and of course public transportation was faked up, so I didn't get home until 1 PM, and she was still there, passed out. She's been diagnosed with sex and love addiction. Slap. We patched things up for the moment, but it just happened again, and I couldn't deal with it. We are taking a break for now, but we share the same friend group and hobbies, so I have to see her at a friend's birthday party today. This didn't really answer the question very well and turned into a wall of text, but it feels good to get this out. Thanks for reading. TLDR, she acted suspiciously for weeks and I saw sex on her phone after I thought we made things up. I was the side guy who became the boyfriend that got cheated on. Worked with her at a restaurant, always flirted, but we both were dating people, so we just flirt. I get cheated on with current girlfriend, so that relationship ended. Called up coworker to hang out. We did. We banged. Fell asleep. We woke up to banging on the door from her current boyfriend. Oh shit. He eventually left. They broke up. We get together. I drink more than other people, but keep it together unlike the majority. She starts drinking with me, which eventually turns her into a drunk. Doesn't go well. She's a very bad drunk. Angry drunk. Forgetful drunk. Punching drunk. Crying drunk. It sucks. Her 21st day comes up. Oh fuck. Wants to bar hop with friends and coworkers from new job. All guys that just want to fuck her. God damn it. Gonna be a bad night. Keep my mouth shut all night as she dances with any guy willing and gets massive amounts of shots from guys. Still keep my mouth shut. Eventually ends with her outside drunk, crying. Asks what's wrong. Turns out the guy she's banging didn't come out for her day, Mike. Been suspicious for weeks about this Mike guy. This confirms it. Drive her home. As we pull into her apartment complex lot, she starts breaking everything in my car while hitting me, screaming she hates me. I somehow manage to calm her down and go inside. She passes out, and I sleep on the couch. I'm gone before she gets up. This cheat was the final push for me to move to Florida. Weeks before I got kicked out of college in the house I was living. Peace. TLDR, me side guy, turn boyfriend, get burned myself. Occasion #1, it was my birthday. She was in the shower, and I got paranoid, so I checked her phone. I was wondering why the guy's contact name had hearts, so I unlocked her phone. Turns out she'd been cheating on me. She lied to me and said she was just faking with him and she hadn't seen him in person. I was a foolish, just turned 18-year-old, and I believed it until she admitted it 3 weeks later after we had gotten back from visiting her family in Texas. I forgave her and said she could have one more shot at this. Occasion #2, I was in South America for tourism reasons when I found out from my good friend that she had faked my best friend. I asked him if it was true, and he said yes. I dropped him as a friend. She claimed that he gave her alcohol and pressured her into it. I was desperate to keep having a hot girlfriend, and I was scared to be single and have to talk to new girls, so I bought a Story and continued dating her. Finally, about 6 months after this occasion, I dumped her. However, we sorta dated on and off for another 6 months after I officially dated her. This brings us to occasion 3. Occasion #3, I was in her car going to dinner with her. She gets a call from some guy and it pops up on the car. Later that night I looked up the guy's name on Facebook. His profile pic was them together. I messaged him and asked if he knew her. He said they were dating. And I said to him, she told me she's single, and under that impression I've been screwing her on and off. His response, what? I've been dating her for 9 months. Me, I dumped her about 10 months ago, but we've still been faking/dating around from time to time since then. Turns out she was cheating on this poor dude. I had all the proof he needed, and he believed me, but just like me, he wanted to keep his hot girlfriend. At this point he tells me he doesn't want her, but I honestly don't know whether or not he's still dating her. I don't care, other than for his sake I hope they are done. At this point I've cut all contact with her. I asked this guy if he knew anything about my friend she faked, and he said yeah, she told me she faked him because she was mad at you for not taking her to South America with her. She didn't have her faking passport, she couldn't have come, even if she had wanted to, and I would've absolutely invited her had she been willing to buy her own plane ticket. I've learned a hell of a lot about myself, girls, and life from this relationship, and in a way I'm thankful for it. But she must be a complete psychopath. At different points she would have intense outbursts, where she would emotionally abuse me through screaming and accusing me of cheating, and apparently she did this to the new boyfriend too. She was an absolute pathological liar. I wish this guy the best in terms of leaving her as, and I wish her the best in terms of turning her ways around and being able to have a healthy relationship. After we graduated high school, my girlfriend went to a university 2 hours away. I'd visit her every 2 or 3 weeks and sometimes we'd have sex, sometimes we won't. A few years go by and we happened to be on a 2 or 3 month sexless run. We got into an argument about it, and she basically told me she simply didn't care how I felt. That week I started to frequent a titty bar during my lunch hour. Now from my experience, the first shift strippers generally aren't top tier in regards to looks, but this one girl had absolutely no stretch marks, no visible scars or wounds, and didn't dance with a cigarette in her hand. She comes over to me, sparks up a conversation, I get a few dances, and she tells me not to leave without giving her my number. I do. That Friday she calls, and we decide to get together after she gets off from work. She was 22, and I was 20, so she said she will grab some drinks and I can hit up Blockbuster. She shows up at my place with a bag of liquor and some wings from her job. We pop in the DVD, pour some drinks and kick it for about a half hour before we start making out. We take it slow, kissing and touching each other before we venture into the heavier stuff. She goes down on me and finishes me off. I gave her the tap, but she insisted on swallowing. Damn, now I need time to recover. It's cool, she said, as she grabs an ice cube from her cup and rubs it on her bussy. I watch for a few seconds and am ready to go again. This went on for hours. We had a great time. In the morning, she grabbed her things, gave me a kiss and left. I swore she was going to ask for money. We talked every day. I met her family, as well as her 3 kids. We went out on dates and of course, a lot of sex. After 3 weeks, she asks if we can make it official. I don't know, I tell her. Then she hits me with the L word. Like an idiot I tell her I love her too, but I need time to think about it. I knew I was in too deep. Spring break was in a few weeks and my real girlfriend would be coming home. So I tried to distance myself from her. I stopped calling as much. I really didn't want to go out anymore. I was working later than normal. I didn't have the balls to at least tell her I didn't want to be with her. Eventually she got suspicious. She shows up at my door wearing nothing but a robe. As soon as I open the door, the robe comes off. She pushes me into the apartment and we are off again. She spent the night that night, and we left together in the morning. That afternoon, she calls me and asks me straight up, am I seeing someone else? No, I said. She asks if we can be together. No, I said. She simply said okay, and hung up. 3 hours later my girlfriend calls, who the fuck is Jasmine? My jaw dropped. The night before, while I was sleeping, she went through my phone and wrote down every person I called frequently that I have never mentioned to her before. My girl is ripping me over the phone. I can't even lie about it because Jasmine gave her every intricate detail, from my car to my job to the towels in my bathroom to the way I like my balls licked. She is on the phone crying hysterically. I couldn't do anything but apologize. As soon as she hangs up, Jasmine calls, why'd you have to fuck with me? All I wanted was a chance and you faked with me. You're going to wish you never met me. *THE following 2 weeks were peppered with death threats from her ABD, her crazy-ass cousin. My apartment door doused with gasoline. A weaker's attempt to get me fired by calling my job and saying I'm a bit off island. Of course the good old-fashioned impregnant call. Eventually the calls just stopped. My girlfriend and I worked things out and dated for another 5 years. But that was the last time I tried cheating. I suck at it. Late to the party, but I really want to share this. Might turn out rather long, so stay with me. I got cheated when I was 19. Met a girl while visiting my cousin. She lived 2 hours away, and since I didn't have a car, I took the train ride on me every other weekend. 5 months after that my cousin told me she was sleeping with another guy for almost 2 months and most of her friends knew. We broke up that weekend. 2 months later she got pregnant from the guy. Drama followed, but that's another topic. Since it was the first relationship I really wanted to commit myself, it did mess me up. To the point where I told myself that if I ever wanted to sleep with someone I just wouldn't care if I or the other person is in a relationship. Dick move, I know. Fast forward 9 years. I visited some friends in another country, went for a drink, and got introduced to a girl my friends knew. She was there with friend that hit it off with one of my friends rather quick. Me and the other girl talked and danced for a while until the 4 of us decided to continue the party in the flat I rented. The other 2 had a quick shot with us and vanished into the second bedroom. So I was left with the girl. While I was single I knew from the beginning she had a boyfriend who was studying in another country, and since I was only there for a week we both knew it would only be a hookup. After talking some more we both stated we were a bit tired, so I suggested to move to the bedroom. She went along and sat beside me on the bed, clearly waiting for me to make my move. But I couldn't. I felt bad for her boyfriend and remembered how bad my experience was. Told her I was super tired and suggested she could sleep on the couch. Made something up about having the worst snoring ever. The next day I really felt that this bullshit that haunted me for the last 9 years just was lifted from me. My friend made some stupid comment about me not scoring when I had a perfect opportunity, but I didn't care. Honestly, I think that was one of the best decisions ever, and I'm actually ready again to commit to a serious relationship now. I'm gonna do my best to cliff notes this because I dunno. I think I'm at the point in life where I'm done talking about how much it hurt. Lived with a woman for 5 years. Worked my ass off. She never paid rent because she was in school etc. We were best friends. The kind of best friends that fall asleep face to face on the same pillow and ate each other's buttholes. Real lovers. As time went on, I came home from oil country to go back to school full time. Got myself a job serving/bartending. Things started getting dark. We'd fight more often. She started staying out later. She was drinking more. Over the course of the last 2 years, every time I got a job bartending or had to do an event, she would make sure to leave marks on my face. I had to bartend a wedding with a black eye. Now I'm not saying I was a saint either, but I figured this isn't how you treat someone you love. So I kicked her out, and my family put her up in a furnished apartment and gave her a job. She didn't buy furniture because we were working on us, and it was temporary. KK Cliff Notes: my mother gets sent photos of her sitting on a bottle at a setch party with 7 dudes in the room a month later. Turns out she was never faithful. Turns out she was faked in the head. Turns out she was playing fast and loose for a long time, and she cheated on me close to 50 times that I know of. It's really hard to lose your best friend to mental illness and addiction. I was in high school and had only even ever kissed one girl. The girl I was dating lived 10 hours away. We had met, practically lived together for a couple weeks, but during that time we had just been friends. This was a year into our relationship and I hadn't seen her in nearly 2. There was this other girl that was really into me and much more experienced and forward. Being a horny 17-year-old, it's no excuse, but I couldn't control myself. We started swapping nudes. I admitted it to my best friend. I told myself I would stop. I told the girls I couldn't do it anymore, and then a week or so later we started again. I knew I couldn't trust myself, and before long I was going to sleep with her if I didn't do something. I broke it off with the girl I was swapping pictures with and broke up with my girlfriend. She was the first, and for a long time the only girl I ever loved. It took years to really move past her. I never told her, not for my sake. She already had some trust problems and I couldn't make them worse to ease my own conscience. That led to about a year of really serious depression. Then a couple years later I actually started dating the girl I had been swapping pictures with. We'd been friends for a really long time and had definitely wanted each other for a long time. It was great at first, but 2 weeks and she stops responding to any of my messages. The next day I find out through my family she's been going on dates with the brother of one of my sister's friends. That messed me up for a while, but I guess fair's fair. Turned out that guy was kinda abusive and also didn't pull out on purpose because he knew she was planning on dumping him. She's about halfway through that pregnancy now. I'd like to say that was probably the most regretful month of my life. Every person I dated since has heard at least the first half of the story. In the interest of full transparency, I really love the girl I'm dating now. She's the one that broke the spell. The only girl I've loved since the first. She'd do anything in the world for me, and I for her, and I'm truly lucky to have her in my life. Long story incoming, but I think it's hilarious now, and love to tell it. Especially because of how it's changed my life. My first long-term girlfriend cheated on me with any guy that would give her some attention, and I was naive enough to think it really wasn't the case. There was every red flag in the book. Her accusing me of cheating, her talking about other guys to me often, and calling them just good friends, attending parties and not inviting me. Her excuse for this was that she knew I didn't really like parties and wouldn't have fun, and on and on. The event that really was the beginning of the true end is a doozy. My roommates were throwing a party at my apartment, and my girlfriend was there. My roommates had this one friend that was very obviously a creep, but he hadn't really creeped on my girlfriend before. So my girlfriend and I begin to argue about something, and it escalates into a full-blown fight. She leaves the party to go home, and, frankly, I didn't care. However, I noticed that creep dude was suddenly missing from the party. At first I assumed he was just out smoking, but nearly an hour passes and he's not back. I get suspicious. I get in my car. I'm not much a drinker, so I'm sober and have my wits about me and drive to her place. Her and her roommate's cars are in the driveway, so it appears she did just go home in a fit. I walk up to the door to knock to talk to her, but I notice a rhythmic knocking noise coming from where her room is. Before I knock, I walk over to the window, and it's pretty obvious what's happening. Her bed is right next to the window, and the sound is unmistakable. So I walk to the front door and knock. Suddenly I hear a bunch of frantic movement from inside the house. She then answers the door. I don't mention what I heard. I don't mention the fact that I notice her shirt is on backwards. I talk to her about the fight, and we make amends, but in my head I'm fuming. I do, however, mention that I needed to ask her roommate something, and walk toward her door. I had a sneaking suspicion girlfriend threw creep in her roommate's room. To hide him, girlfriend freaks out and blocks me saying she's asleep and I shouldn't disturb her. That was all I needed. We broke up a week later when my roommates confirmed my suspicion. Fun fact, creep climbed into bed with my girlfriend's roommate and tried to put the moves on. She very much declined, but was so confused about what was happening and didn't know what to tell me at the time. She told me this story later when she connected the dots, and fun fact, her roommate is now my wife and we have a daughter together. Life's crazy, man. TLDR, girlfriend leaves a party mad at me with a dude. Gets caught by me. I'm now married to her roommate from then. Also, don't cheat. You're super shitty if you do. My girlfriend and I had been together about 5 years and engaged for 3. I was perfectly content with the relationship until she started basically planning the wedding without me. I tried to tell her I wanted to wait / wasn't ready, but she just said it was cold feet and went ahead making invitations and booking the venue. I was freaking out. At the time, we lived in a 3-bedroom apartment with 2 other girls. I was very attracted to one of them, and it was mutual. Now, due to our work schedules, my fiance had to turn in early while I got to stay up late. So did my attractive roomie. We ended up bonding over music, movies and our shared love of tequila. I'm pretty sure the first time we faked we were hammered, I felt really shitty about it. That did not stop me from doing it again. Now, my and the fiance's bedroom and my roomie's bedroom are right across the hall. We were getting pretty good at having completely silent sex, which was pretty damn hot. This time, we didn't have a condom, so I decided to grab one from the bedside table in my room, where my fiance was sleeping. I tried to be quiet and sneaky, but I clearly wasn't, because after about 5 minutes my fiance walked into the other bedroom and caught us. It was bad. My fiance started yelling and screaming, throwing all my sheet out of the 2nd-story bedroom window, cutting up my clothes, threatening the other girl's life, yada yada. Didn't I mention they worked at a bakery / coffee shop together? Yeah. That was bad too. Like there wasn't enough drama in that place already. Ended up ending things with my fiance. She moved out. We got some other roommates. I stayed together with the other girl and we dated for like 3 years. It was a stupid decision to stay with her because the same cheating bullshit happened throughout our relationship. I definitely consider this worst thing I've ever done. TLDR. My fiance started planning our wedding and I wasn't ready, so I started faking my roomie. She walked in on us and threw some of my sheet out the window. Edit. Formatting. As someone who actually cheated on their so in a long-term relationship, I'll explain. I'll preface this with 2 things. Yes, I was a scumbag. There's no excuse for cheating. No, I haven't done it since and don't plan to. I was in a relationship of 6 years at the time and everything was going just okay. It had its ups and downs. We fought, we went on great dates, etc. I thought about ending it from time to time for numerous reasons, but I didn't have the courage to do so. Our lives were so intertwined. It seemed like it would be such a mess to end it at that point. Her mother would ask when we were getting married and about children. I felt so apathetic towards my relationship with my girlfriend. I just kept going along with what she wanted and kept saying eventually to questions about getting married / children. She was into me way more than I was into her. We both had self-esteem issues, and one day I decided we should take better care of ourselves. We started eating better, exercising more, getting clothes that fit, etc. It drastically improved our moods and we were both looking and feeling better week by week. Despite this, I still felt like I was just going through the motions with our relationship. It didn't make me any more attracted to her or feel like she was the one I wanted to settle down with. I just didn't want to end it. One day, my coworkers all went out for dinner at a restaurant / bar to celebrate improvements at work. As everyone left, a coworker invited me to move up to the bar and have a few more drinks with her. I was shocked because I didn't think such an attractive woman would want to talk with me. We talked and drank for a little bit, but never got drunk. She told me she needed a ride home, because she was dropped off by her sister. I gave her a ride home, and when I dropped her off she just went for a kiss. I didn't say no. It eventually progressed into sex in the car outside of her apartment. The next day I felt terrible. I had cheated. Over the next few weeks my coworker kept telling me that she wanted me to end my relationship with my current girlfriend to be with her. I told her no, and that I regretted doing anything. I thought if I just never mentioned it to my girlfriend and I stopped talking to the coworker completely, it would resolve itself. The coworker was insistent and told me that if I didn't end the relationship then she would. I ignored her, but she wasn't bluffing, and eventually told my girlfriend over Facebook. I admitted to it and apologized to my girlfriend, but there's no apology strong enough when you're apologizing for cheating. It was the worst feeling I've ever felt seeing her break down the way she did. There were no excuses for it. A few days later she told me she loved me and that she would forgive me because she felt like I was the one she was meant to be with. We tried dating for a month or so after that, but it was too much to bear. Every time I looked at her I remembered how I betrayed her trust. I felt this overwhelming amount of guilt. She didn't trust me one bit, and rightfully so. It was a struggle to continue for both of us. I hated myself daily. It was hard for us to even enjoy time together. Neither of us had much to say, and we sat in near silence when we were together. It didn't work out in the end. We decided to separate. We both changed jobs and moved to different cities after that. I still couldn't forgive myself. I had so much remorse and cried myself to sleep night after night. I could only imagine what she was going through. I promised myself that I would never do something like that again, but it didn't change the past. Fast forward 5 years and both of us found someone new and are happily married. As much as I regret my actions and never want to cause anyone that much pain again, she seems much better off without me and much happier with her new husband than she would ever be with me. Likewise, I found someone who makes me happy and no longer has me just going through the motions of being in a relationship. In the end, it worked out for both of us despite my shitty choices and behavior. I would still advise anyone who is tempted to cheat to just leave your current relationship. The amount of heartache caused by cheating is much worse than ending it, and the guilt will always stay with you at least a little bit. I caught my ex that was faking stupid enough to let her ex put that they were in a relationship on his profile. I don't have a Facebook, so my ex's sister was the one to tell me that something might be up. I called my ex, who was visiting our hometown, and asked her about it. She hung up. I talked to her sister and mom. They call. She hangs up. Should have just stopped bothering. Instead had my uncle go to this dude's house. She walks around the corner and practically sheets in her shoes. Calls me, saying it's a misunderstanding, that they bumped into each other, and she didn't know he was in a relationship with her on Facebook. I asked why she hung up, and she says that she had a miscarriage and was freaking out the past couple days. I felt horrible that she didn't come to me to tell me about her miscarriage. Like I did something wrong. Clearly she doesn't think I'm somebody who would be there for her, because I'm a shitty person. We talk for a few hours on the phone. She blames me for her miscarriage. Says she didn't know she was pregnant, knows I want kids, and that I probably poked holes in the condom. I should have cancelled her flight. She comes home. We talk about it. Next day, I get home from work, take a shower, while she's fixing dinner. Come out from the shower, she's outside. She'd called the cops, saying I strangled her. I get out of jail the next morning. Apartment's trashed. She took my dog and anything she could carry. Now I've spent $5,000 in defense lawyer fees and $10,000 to get my dog back. Honestly, I like to think I'm losing $15,000 to dodge the bigger bullet, still being with her, or us having a child together. I don't like to wish bad things on people, but if there's an afterlife, I hope hers is always a little too hot or a little too cold. I had a boyfriend whom I loved very much, but he was horrible to me. He was my first boyfriend and I really loved him, but I knew that I needed to leave him because things were getting worse. I got the brilliant idea that it would be easier to leave him if I was able to fall in love with someone else. So I created profiles on dating sites and eventually met someone that I connected with. It felt great to feel desired, but it only made me sad the man I actually loved didn't feel that way about me. He had previously cheated on me several times and we were on and off. One of the times that we got back together I was able to guess his password and get into his email and actually added his email account to my phone. He broke up with me again, and unbeknownst to him, I continued to receive his emails. He used the same password for his Match.com profile, so I was able to log into that as well. After several months of being broken up, he called me and asked if I would have dinner with him. He apologized for how he treated me in the past and told me that he loved me and wanted a chance to treat me well. I still loved him and I was so happy. He seemed sincere and that was what I had always wanted from him. After dinner we went back to his house. We had been together for 3 years prior to this and I practically lived with him, so I was pretty comfortable at his house. I went upstairs to shower, but he stayed downstairs to take care of some stuff for work. For some odd reason I left my purse and my phone downstairs. I ended up falling asleep, but before actually falling asleep something kept telling me to go get my phone, but I was too tired to get up. He was still downstairs when he began to notice that my phone would buzz every time he got a new email notification. He went into my purse, got my phone, and saw that I was getting his email on my phone. He connected my phone to his computer and copied everything from my phone to his computer. He saw the emails I had exchanged with the guy I cheated with as well as other guys I dated while we were apart. Then he confronted me and told me that if I left him, he would send nude photos of me to my mother and brothers. I told her, and we were too unhealthy to break up at the time. A couple of months later we talked about breaking it off after a year and a half of being together in each of ours most important and longest relationship up to that point, and to this day. We spent a week out of communication over Christmas. Then after some worthwhile introspection we agreed to resume dating for better reasons than for which we had been dating. We agreed to work on ourselves more and try to find our paths to recovery. We are both pretty big trauma survivors in a number of ways, which meant that we had terrible habits of self-care and communication and conflict resolution going into dating each other. While there were many points in those first couple of years where it made, by far, the most sense for us to break up, we decided not to for very unhealthy reasons. Codependencies. A hell of a drug, and in the long term I'm very glad that we never did. I think that without all of those moments, all of those mistakes and hurts, both visited on her by me, and on me by her, and all of the wonderful moments that were mixed up amongst it, I wouldn't have ever done as much work on myself as I have. I wouldn't have so many dozens of precious friendships and memories that manifested because of my relationship with this wonderful person, and I would be a poorer and more ignorant and unmatched person. I'm grateful every day that we are still in love, and in some ways for the first time in love each day. I choose her, knowing that I can take care of myself without her, and that I don't need to chase that high of uncertainty and angst and excitement and fear that comes with meeting someone new, but very grateful that I do get to have her in my life, both as someone who I can rely on to be there, and as someone who surprises me in new and beautiful ways along this road. I know that not every story is a happy one, and I'm conscious of my shortcomings and my failures and of hers. I'm sad that so many people have much more painful stories, or at least ones that have much less joy in them than mine. I hope that those of you that read this far can have happy stories too, whether in romantic love, or in the love of a friend, a child, a parent, or an undertaking or avocation. Farewell. Not the cheater, but the one who got cheated on. He met up for drinks, yikes, with his ex. Reassured me I had nothing to worry about. He didn't want to get back together with her, etc. Meanwhile, I had to tell him repeatedly it's glaringly obvious she wants you back, and ask him if, when he saw her in person, feelings might come flooding back. I told him it made me kind of uncomfortable, but I wasn't going to tell him what to do and who to see. We planned to go hiking the next day, which involved me picking him up pretty early in the morning, so I figured he'd be smart and go home and get to bed at a reasonable time point that night, not terribly late. I texted him, just a silly, one-off message, but he didn't respond. An hour later I asked if I could call him to discuss slightly changing our plans the next day, thought I might have to go to urgent care first, and still nothing. Hours passed and intrusive thoughts started pouring in and left me sick with worry that he was either A, still out with his ex at midnight, or B, dead or injured. I barely slept, had horrible dreams about people I cared about being murdered, and woke up to find that all my texts and calls were still unanswered. Called him again and nothing. I had planned to pick him up around 7:30 anyway, and I knew I wasn't going to be able to relax until I knew what was going on. I drove half an hour to his apartment, banged on the door, and heard him shuffling around, but he didn't answer. Went around to the back and banged on his window just to see if he was even alive, and as soon as I saw him look out the window, I was simultaneously angry and relieved. But something wasn't adding up. Why wasn't he letting me in? Why wasn't he saying anything? Checked again and saw a pair of feet hanging off his bed that I knew were too small to be his. I felt so unbelievably sick. Why me? Why did he do this? Why couldn't he have just not met up with his ex in person? I was desperately trying to come up with ways we could stay together, but even as I was running through it in my head, I was repulsed by the thought of him touching me. I wanted to pretend that, if only his ex weren't in the picture, things would have been fine. But it wasn't her problem. She wasn't the one who chose to date me and subsequently break my trust. He just made his own choices without considering how much it would hurt me. He cheated on me because he still had feelings for his ex and was probably just using me to fill some kind of void. He got caught because he was just unfathomably stupid. Caught my now ex-girlfriend. I never saw her cheat, but saw the messages between her and the guys on Kik and Skype. What hurts the most is that the first time I found out, she was in the shower after I took her home from the hospital. After she had gotten into a car accident and totaled her car, I wanted to play a game on her phone, cause mine was garbage and couldn't run it as well as hers. I noticed a notification from Kik and opened it. Stuff like, "I can't wait to see you again," or "maybe I can join you the next time you do it," as well as a bountiful amount of nudes exchanged. Don't get me started on the Skype messages. She came down from the shower, I confronted her about it, and she got mad at me for going on her phone. Then gave me some bullshit excuse that I wasn't giving her enough love or attention. I got mad, but eventually told her I'd work through it and make it better, just so she wouldn't do it again. I caught her 2 more times before our relationship ended. I ended up dating one of her friends the day I broke up with her. Her friend said that she cheated on me more than 7 times. I'm really glad I didn't go to her school, because she told everyone that I cheated on her with her friend. It completely ruined her friend's reputation. And it ruined my ex's parents' opinion of me that was otherwise very positive. This is a story of homos. So in high school I had a best friend. Let's call him Carl. In my sophomore year I briefly dated his younger brother, Steve, but it didn't work out. Much later after high school, went over to their place to party and crash there for the night because it was Carl's birthday. Steve's current boyfriend, Mike, was there, so got to meet him. He'd heard of me through conversation, so he already knew a bit about me, namely the size of my wang. So later that night he comes into the living room when everyone else is asleep, and we started fooling around. No faking, but just like blowjobs and shit. We exchange phone numbers. The next day I leave and head for the bus stop, and at the same time he gets in his car to leave. We set it up so he picked me up down the road where no one would see and go find a patch of woods nearby, and we have sex. Not my proudest moment, but I was a horny 19-year-old. A week later Steve finds text between us in Mike's phone, and sheet goes off, and Carl breaks off our friendship, and I can't really blame him. Now here's where it has a kind of happy ending. So like a year and a half later I get texts from both Steve and Mike at the same time, just starting casual conversation, and I'm so confused. Fast forward a bit, and we start having pretty frequent threesomes. So now I'm pretty close friends with the 2 of them and actually work with them. Steve keeps telling me to hit up Carl to try and be friends again, but I'm just so ashamed of what I did that I can't bring myself to do it. I was the one that was cheated on. Was dating a guy 3 years older than me in high school. He was always surrounded by girls. Even gave me the line, "I prefer hanging out with girls than guys. Less drama." Probably should have been my first sign. I would catch him adding all these random monster looking women or beautiful girls in our city on Facebook. Told me he actually knew them and that I'm paranoid. Sign 2. Started hanging out with a different crowd of guys and a couple girls. Suddenly girl starts texting him a lot. Read his texts whenever he left his phone and she would always say hun or babe. I confronted him and said that's just how she talks. Told him to set some boundaries with her. Sign 3. Update my Facebook profile to include him, and my coworker at the time messages me and says why do you have a picture of my friend's boyfriend on your profile? I probe her further as I'm heavily confused, and she said insert floozy friend name as my boyfriend's boyfriend. I confront boyfriend and he flat out calls me crazy and turns it around and gets mad at me. I forgive him. Sign 4. He tells me he's driving up to a ski resort 2 hours away with all her friends and guy friends for a long weekend. Promises me she won't be there. I believe him. His crazy sister who hates me sends me a picture of my boyfriend and floozy making out. She says she is there right now with her. All I did was send that picture to him directly and said we are done. Probably the most gratifying feeling was hearing him sob on the other line while I smiled. I've since learned a lot about myself, mainly that I don't treat people as well as I should, and that according to people who I thought I was really close to, I'm generally a bad person and not considered very loyal. It stung a lot, since I always considered myself an extremely loyal and good friend / person. I got caught because my best friend, 30 meters, went out of his way to show my boyfriend 30 meters now X, even though it was a misunderstanding or so I thought. A year ago, my best friend and I work in the same field and go to conventions and stuff on a regular basis. My boyfriend also does similar work, but doesn't travel as much, since he doesn't like it. We had broken up for a little over a year and a half. During this time my friend had developed feelings towards me, but even though I loved him, didn't have feelings for him that way, and told him I didn't want a relationship, and didn't have feelings for anyone. Timing was bad, because I ended up getting back together with my boyfriend a few weeks later. A number of other things happened, but my friend wasn't very happy with the situation and we kind of drifted apart. Even though I tried a lot to bring him back, we ended up still being friends, but I didn't see or hear from him nearly as much unless I initiated. I still considered him my best friend, but apparently he didn't feel the same. 2 months ago, my boyfriend and I were at a convention which my friend ended up going to, but he was acting cold towards me, so when we found a quiet moment, we sat down and talked for like 2 or 3 hours. He pretty much told me that he considered me a bad friend or a fair weather friend, because when he wanted space, I didn't give it to him, but also when he said he was ready to be friends again, that I ditched him. He had a few friends and family members die within a few weeks, but I was busy with work and accidentally blew him off when he tried to talk. I do feel bad about it, but I had other things to worry about. I tried my best to reassure him and told him that the past year had been really complicated and that I was sorry things turned out the way they did, and that even if he didn't believe me, that I did love him and miss him, and that when he told me his feelings, I didn't know how to react and didn't want to make a choice, but that I hoped he could accept it and we could move on. All he said was, "You can't say shit like that, you did make a choice, and I was fine with it, until you try to spin it like you had no say in the matter." We talked some more and smoothed it over, and I said I'd see him later. There was a party scheduled later in the night, which was super exclusive and pretty much a VIP only party / EDM show. My boyfriend wasn't invited, and I couldn't get him in, but he said to go have fun, and that he'd hang out with other people he wanted to see. I was hanging out with other friends at the party and some other streamers / YouTubers. Surprisingly, my friend was also invited to the party, and he was hanging out with his group of friends. I walked over and introduced him to a guy I was hanging out with, a really popular YouTuber, and we were all talking with the YouTuber guy said he'd get us all drinks. My friend was insisting that he'd love to, but that he needed to get back to his other friends, but I said one drink wouldn't hurt, and grabbed his hand and pulled him over with us. I could tell my YouTube friend was getting a bit annoyed as he seemed to be trying to get me alone constantly, which I was avoiding. As he got us drinks, he ended up spilling them all over my friend. I said sorry and my friend went to go clean himself off. I ended up losing track of him, and we were on the dance floor, and I was pretty drunk at this point, and I'm dancing with the YouTuber who is clearly trying to make a move now. We end up kissing, and I push him away to keep dancing with other friends on the dance floor. The YouTuber keeps coming in and trying to get me alone, which is making me sort of uncomfortable, and all of a sudden I see my friend on the dancer floor, so I grab him and pull him in and start dancing with him instead to try and get the YouTuber to get away from me. My friend ends up pulling me over to a huge group of our mutual friends, including a bunch of girls, and then moves off and starts dancing with other people in the group and avoiding me. I go over to him and ask him which is hard in the music, do you hate me or something? And keep dancing. He sort of gets an annoyed look and says this isn't the place, just do your thing, it's fine, and goes back to dancing. A few minutes later the YouTuber and I end up together again dancing, and because I'm really drunk, end up against a column or pillar or something kissing and kind of making out. I do try to stop it, but am not very successful since he's very pushy. I manage to split off and go back to dancing with friends. About 10 minutes later we are kissing / making out, but again I'm trying to stop it when my boyfriend all of a sudden grabs the YouTuber by the shoulder and pulls him away, asking him what the hell he's doing. I go to hug my boyfriend, but he ended up pushing me away and telling me not to touch him. I'm confused at this point and ask him how he got into the party and what's wrong. He pointed to Tom, my friend, and held up a bracelet saying my friend told him to come pick me up and that he had an extra ticket so he could come and get me. By this point my YouTube friend was pretty much saying sorry, I didn't know, my bad, and was walking away. I tried explaining, but at that point my boyfriend told me he was already here for 20 minutes and saw me making out with that guy for nearly all of it. I tried telling him that I was trying to stop him, but he was really pushy, and that Tom saw and helped me as well. Earlier at that point Tom said leave me out of it. I tried helping you twice and got a set of clothes ruined and embarrassed by how oblivious you are to how you see yourself and treat people. I figured it's your boyfriend's responsibility. My boyfriend and I ended up arguing all night, and he broke up with me the following morning because he refused to believe it was a misunderstanding. I ended up arguing with Tom later in the day when I ran into him, but realizing that yes, it was my fault and what I did was cheating even if I don't fully agree with it. I tried talking to Tom a few times, but it's always short, and he doesn't really give me the time of day anymore, though I can kind of understand why. It really sucks, since I lost my boyfriend who I cared a lot about, and my best friend at the same time. So, I was in a relationship with a really sweet guy who also happened to be a habitual liar. He lied about pretty much everything. I have always been an early riser in the mornings, and he liked to sleep in. One morning I went back in the bedroom to wake home up. We had plans to go out for the day. He was already awake with his phone in his hand, which he quickly put down and locked the screen. Obviously, suspicious behavior. When he got in the shower, I checked his phone. He was texting another woman about their plans for the day. She had to work and told him where she would be located. They both work for a theme park. He told her he didn't feel well and was staying home. Here is where I point out that our plans for the day were to go to this theme park. Now, I knew where she would be. I made sure we walked by where she was to see his reaction. He basically tried to steer us a different direction, and when I didn't cooperate, he kind of hid himself next to me so she wouldn't see him. Confronted him later. He denied everything. Life went on. A few weeks later, I decide to check cell phone usage. We were on the same account. I find that over the last 3 weeks they had exchanged over 400 text messages. He didn't even talk to me that much. Confronted him again. Finally admits that they were attracted to one another, but nothing had happened. Right. Relationship ended. We still keep in touch. He cheated on her, and he is cheating on current girlfriend. I guess the grass is always greener elsewhere. My best friend in school/college met his girlfriend in a bar. We were both inexperienced with women, but him more so than me, because I could have told him at the time the way they met was not a good start. She walked over and put her hand down his jeans while her boyfriend was stood meters away. Fast forward a couple of years, they moved in together. He moved out of town to be with her. I really haven't seen him much since. That was over 15 years ago now. He suspected she was cheating on him. He's intelligent and we were both nerds. It wasn't cool then. This was before Wi-Fi. We would actually use WAP to connect our mobiles, cell phones, to the internet when we needed to do something. Back then you paid for texts, so WAP messaging was all the rage, and your phone provider used to have a chat facility on their homepage where you could easily chat with anyone else online who was also on the network. Turns out this is where she was meeting guys online. She was then meeting up with them in RL and having sex in their cars. He confirmed this by cloning her SIM card and keeping his copy of her SIM in a spare handset. He was able to receive the messages in real time just as she was, and confirm she was indeed meeting guys locally and going places in their cars. They're still together, married with kids. One of the last times I saw him was when I went up to visit as this was all going on. He showed me how he cloned the SIM and what was going on. I, like most of you, presumed they would break up after this, and that was my advice at the time. I'm as surprised as you are. Last year I started getting suspicious when she would mix her stories up, so I went through her diary. When she was out of the apartment for a few hours, found out she had cheated with 2 former flings months before. This was in the same week I finally met her daughter. Turns out she had cheated on them too, along with everyone else she's dated. We exchanged our number of people we've been with. She said 10. Turns out the number was just shy of 100, as she had a list of everyone she's been with along with a description of each person. I was one of the last 8 in the list. Easily one of the most emasculated I've felt in some time. Turns out she was also borderline. I've dated borderline people, and for the first 3 months I detected nothing out of the ordinary. Honestly, I thought it was the most chill relationship I'd ever had. We got along, we had fun, I got along with her daughter, etc. So I confronted her about it, and of course I got shit for going through her diary. After a lot of back and forth, she convinced me to try and make it work on the condition she would be patient and convince me she truly was sorry. A week later she starts shutting down again and ends up trying to convince me that I'm acting crazy and like a child because I'm not man enough to forgive her. This is the BPD I've seen in past relationships, and after this I closed off. Barely talked for the next few weeks. She tried reaching out, but didn't seem to really want to. She refused to apologize and make amends, and didn't care that my company was doing a massive amount of layoffs, and I may be one of them. Shortly after I met my current girlfriend, which just kinda happened, the following Sunday she stopped by to drop my clothes off and pick up her key. Haven't heard from her since. TLDR 3/4 of the BPD people I've dated have ended up cheating. This is another post where it wasn't me, but my ex-wife. My ex had initially been admitted for treatment for pain pills, removed herself and admitted herself back in. It was an inpatient program with all women. She stayed there for a month while I cared for our 3-year-old son. I visited her each weekend and also talked her throughout this process. She also attended local NA meetings. Upon leaving treatment she continued attending meetings any chance she could. It was hard as things were rocky, but I couldn't understand why she wanted to be gone each night when I came home from work, considering she hadn't been home with us for a month. She would come home very late. I could tell she wasn't using, but was always on the phone and seemed hesitant to share with whom. After a week of this, we had an argument after I questioned the numbers in her phone, wondering why she talked more with those contacts versus her own family and husband. She suggested I take my son for the weekend and stay with my dad for the weekend, and I agreed that it might help. The following day I received texts from my neighbors who were always there for us as a family, asking if I knew anyone with a white Ford Taurus. I didn't unless it was one of her family members, and they said he didn't seem like it was a family member. The car was there about an hour after I left, and was there overpass along with them smoking cigarettes in the garage that night and next day. I have never been a smoker and she picked up the habit off, and if over the years. I called and talked with my neighbors, and they explained what they were seeing, and that he was still there. I hung up and called her to see what she was doing. I didn't make it known that I knew anything was up, and she lied and kept lying about what she had done over the last day or so. I finally, calmly told her that I knew someone was there and knew the make and model of the car, and couldn't believe she would do that an hour after I left and within our house and bed and to our son. She kept denying until I heard him in the background ask who she was talking to. I told her that was it and I would be home Sunday and she should be out. I don't know how or why, but I hung up and quickly transferred the money from our bank accounts to ensure she wouldn't take it all and make things more difficult on all of us. I was able to cancel any accounts that day along with any cards. She did rush within 20 minutes and take out $600 but that was all. After she was out I took our funds and split them, minus any money she took out and fees for checks she bounced. It was hard being fair, but felt it was right. This happened in 2011 and I still cannot believe it happened, but am grateful for what I have now and how I overcame all of that. I should have learned my lesson when she cheated on me when we were dating in college. Not cheating, but it might as well have been. My boyfriend of 10 years and fiancé dumped me. Naturally I turned to my best friend of 15 years for support. I would spend the night at her place every Wednesday, just as a breather, before going back home where the atmosphere was awkward. He was spending Monday and Tuesdays at a colleague's house. It meant we only saw each other Thursday until Sunday. Just before Christmas I found receipts for restaurants, aquarium outings, shops in a town that wasn't where his colleague lived. And the last receipt was for a clothes shop, credited to the loyalty account of my best friend. It turns out he wasn't staying with a colleague, he was staying with her. All the times he was supposed to be at work functions or having a beer with colleagues, he was actually with my best friend. He would leave for work on Wednesday mornings from her house, and then just a few hours later she would come and pick me up to replace him. When I was texting her telling her how lonely I was because he wasn't there, he was with her. When she offered to pick me up if he didn't come home, she knew he would because he was there. He broke my heart and she trampled on the pieces. My mum had to come and pick me up at 3 AM because I just couldn't deal with what I had found out and was hurting myself. He was sleeping peacefully in the next room. I lost my only friend. That day in my life is in ruins. I have no friends to confide in and I'm lonely as fuck. Now that I'm gone he still spends all his time there. He may as well be faking her as well for all the difference it would make. They both betrayed me. Whether sex is involved is irrelevant at this point. Have you ever sent a text that was full of shit talking about someone to the person themselves accidentally? I've never cheated, but 2 of my exes have. The most notorious story that faking sucked, and at the time, made my stomach drop to Myers hole, is a pretty funny story to tell at parties now. I've had health problems most of my life. I was out of state at the time and up at a big famous hospital taking part in a research trial. The night before, they decided I needed an emergency surgery because I wasn't reacting properly and some of my labs came back a bit concerning. Not emergency in the sense that if I didn't get the surgery I would die, but just that it had to be done as soon as possible to ensure things were going okay and I could continue. My then boyfriend and I were inseparable, always talking and texting. We never ran out of things to talk about. It was wonderful, really. Our friends were always jealous of how well we just vibed with no forced conversation or awkwardness. I was texting him throughout my visits at the doctor's and attempted calling him several times before the night of my operation, but I was ignored. It was super strange. I remember breaking down because I was so nervous, and he was a huge source of support for me, but he wasn't there during a time when I really needed someone to talk me down. I sat outside my hotel crying for a few hours, but thought it was likely nothing malicious. The next morning I wake up from surgery and text him that I'm out and biopsies would be sent to pathology. This is the first time he has texted me since I had left, and all his reply entailed was, "Okay, good." Not asking how I'm doing, nothing. I figured maybe he was busy. See, his family was in from out of town along with a lot of other friends as he happened to be celebrating his graduation at the time. I was super apologetic that I had to miss it. I knew he was a bit disappointed and upset with me, but overall I figured he'd have to understand that this was a part of my health that I couldn't ignore. So, maybe he was just a little miffed I didn't get to share the excitement with him and those he loved most, but I was still going to be there for when he actually graduated. A couple of hours later, my phone starts vibrating like crazy. I check my notifications and there are 5 or so texts from him. I was so confused. Why all of the sudden? Maybe his family left and he finally got some alone time. Still, it made me feel fishy and off. I was still pretty groggy from the anesthesia and loopy from the pain meds. The first text I open reads, "Can I please come over and sleep with you again tonight?" And my hands went faking numb. I couldn't even bring myself to read the rest at the moment because I just faking knew. Again. I had been out of town for a while. Tonight. What the fuck? I tried calling him on repeat. Sent a voicemail. Sent a voicemail. Sent a voicemail. I felt like I was going to puke. I don't even know if I was breathing properly at this point. I swear my world was closing in on me. Finally, he answered, and he sounded panicked as fuck. He tried telling me his phone was acting up, and he meant to send that to me a few weeks ago, after he had spent the night at my place, but it must have just sent recently. Bull faking sheet. Bull. Sheet. I started raising my voice, telling him to tell me the truth, in my hospital room. Are you cheating on me? He kept saying no. His phone was faked. I hung up. Called back about 15 minutes later, after taking a few breaths. So I asked, are we done? Are we done? What is going on? And all he said was, I guess. I called one of my friends who was at his grad party. She said he told her that we had broken up and he had a girl spend the night because they all got faked up. I asked why she didn't confirm with me, but she didn't want to bother me during surgery. He had been faking a 14-year-old for 3 months before I found out. Obviously, that text was meant for her, not me. He finally came clean a few weeks after. My friend found her Facebook, and she had listed being in a relationship since February, but since I was in a relationship with him on Facebook, she obviously couldn't tag him in it. 6 months after I found out about the 14-year-old, I found out he had been faking my best friend for 8 months before we ended. My best friend who I had set up with my guy best friend, and who had been dating at the time. The best friend he was faking was the same one I called who told me about him having a girl, underage, stay the night after his grad party. It faking sucked. Don't cheat, y'all. This will get lost, but I'm the one who's been cheated on by every guy I've ever been with. I'm married and have no exclusions to the above statement. I've had exes tell me and not tell me my husband is the worst. We've been together for 10 years now, and he's screwed around with at least that many different girls over the years. I guess I was naive and figured he'd stop when we got married, but I've found at least 4 instances since we've got married, including pictures on our shared laptop at the time. Girl calling me and letting me know he still denies this one, saying it had to be a prank call. Friends sending me his Craigslist ad with his full picture looking for a casual thing while I was away for a military course. Found text messages on his phone that he promptly snatched away and refused to let me see any of his other conversations. I've honestly become numb to it at this point. I want to separate, but the idea is exhausting, and the thought of being a single parent terrifies me. I think the main reason I'm still here is the 2 kids we have. I want them to have a stable life unlike what I had growing up. But I'm so over this. He knows I can't ever trust him. But I'm just so worn down from it, and the fact that no one with any self-respect wants near a divorced woman with 2 kids from 2 different guys. I'm afraid with my track record of cheaters, and being from a small town, I'll never find someone again. I was acting in a student film some friends were producing a town over at their university. They had been able to raise funds for an actress of some notable cult following to be in the film. I had no interest in anything outside of fulfilling my role and closing down set, and this news was passing trivia to me. At the time, I had been dating a girl I had met at a hooker lounge at which I had been performing stand-up every week for about a half a year. She was very fond of me, and I was very fond of her, and I had let her know I'd be out of town filming for 2 to 3 days. I hadn't mentioned much of this to her, because it was really just a small gig for me. About an hour or 2 into shooting, I had become aware that this charming person I had been acting in a scene with was in fact the actress in question. We started to get along, and she had turned out to be a worldly character with similar tastes and interests, and had taken a shine to me. Over the next few days, I had limited contact with my girlfriend and had become somewhat enamored with my co-star, and we had developed a mutual passing interest in one another, drinking, using, and sleeping together in the same hotel room and bed for this brief period. Nothing more than that had happened for the few days we were shooting together, and I had decided it had gone as far as it was going to. I was somewhat relieved, as I did not have the control over my impulses I do today, however still struggling. Finally the last day of shooting had arrived, and I was requested to drive her to her final scene, after which I was to return home. However, being that everyone else was from a town over, I was also requested to be her ride to the airport after that, which I had no problem with, of course. Because of that, she had ended up having to stay at my place with me, sleeping with me in my twin bed, which had come to feel normal after few days described above, and holding each other to avoid falling off either side. She had felt me become aroused, and fumbling to avoid prodding her back, and made light of it. I responded with an apology, to which she offered an invitation thinly disguised as reasoning for my arousal, and pressed her back closer against me. I began to touch her, and about 3 minutes after that, we were in the throes of lackluster hungover sex. I apologized, and once again, she made light of the situation, and assured me it was fun enough to have been worth it. About an hour into sleep, my girlfriend texted me, asking why I hadn't made any attempts to contact her lately. I explained I was tired, and had to take the actress to the airport. She asked if she was at my house, and I had confirmed that she was, and was also sleeping in my bed. She asked if I was also in the bed with her, and not wanting to lie any further, I had admitted to sleeping together. She became furious, noting that it's impossible to share a twin bed without sharing legroom and intimacy. I responded explaining that it was more of a fraternal/platonic relationship and nothing more. She ended the conversation there. I ended up driving her to the airport, where we parted ways. Aside from a few friendly texts here and there for the next month, we honestly did have a platonic connection after all. Afterwards, I had to drive back to the next town over to confirm wrap on shooting, where the other cast and crew members congratulated and admired my actions. I felt disgusting. I felt like everything I hate in young men. My girlfriend always kind of knew something happened regardless of me never completely admitting it. We dated for a few months after that, and she eventually called it. The relationship had become this hollow performance, rather than a thing of substance, and we knew we were only beating a dead horse. Eventually, she and I had worsened in our respective substance abuse. She developed a hatred for me that still hovers around places I go, and people I meet. I'm clean now, and I hate myself for this. I think about it almost every day. The last thing I sent to her was a long apology for everything. I was out of my mind and thought it was the end, and thought I might as well give her the apology I could muster in my state. But I didn't end up dying. I still hope she forgives me someday. But I have to focus on being a better person. I'm in a better relationship now. I'm with someone wonderful who I love dearly. We've both been in several painful partnerships before this, and I really feel neither one of us will hurt each other. But I still sometimes become overwhelmed with guilt that makes me feel like I don't deserve something this honest and good. Caught myself cheating. She was into real estate. She always read the local paper, especially the court news, the classified court announcements, and real estate. She would say she'd be home from work late on Fridays and disappear on Saturdays for 3 to 5 hours. She always said she was looking at real estate. I searched looking for her newspapers that were always hidden away, and I found a hidden cache where various divorces were circled in red, and specifically highlighted was the distribution of property, who got the kids, etc. Come to find out, every boy she dated in high school who was hot and wouldn't go out with her regularly or at all, when they got divorced she'd show up at their houses or parents, shaking her hips to relive her dancing queen days. She would by chance meet them for a drink on Friday and hook up on Saturday, as in, oh yes, I'm free. Again, I got a call that she'd be late on Friday night, so come Saturday, I followed her as she stopped at gym, then came out dressed to the nines, and drove over to the newer side of town, and pulled up to a big brick house, and watched an ex-star quarterback welcomed her inside. I managed to stay out of the house, and was sitting outside nearby, when she came out hours later, looking pretty worked over. When she saw me, the guilt was all over her face, and she sped back to our apartment. She ran in and hid her stash of newspaper, but I walked in with the one with X-Star's address on it. She wasn't even very kind about it, saying there's just people she should have been with, and she wanted to show them what they missed. We had been dating about 3.5 years, and during that time, she allowed me to upgrade her car, her breasts, her clothes, etc. She started the real estate about a year after we met. She also wanted my sympathy, whereas not all the meetings went well. She was roughly treated a couple of times, nearly raped once, and tried some unknown drugs too, to fit in. Her last words to me were something like, "Well, you wanted to be here, and IFIXED carried you a lot." So her point, she was an old fling thing and they talked as friends first, which I didn't care about. Then it became more frequent and sexual, and I asked him to chill, and he said he did point, but she kept messaging him, and there was no record, because he kept deleting their convos, and lying saying that Facebook deleted conversations randomly, like him an idiot or something. Eventually she popped up on his Skype, while he was at work, and I realized he just switched medias. I creeped, and I ashamed to say I betrayed his trust, but he betrayed our love. There is all manner of text and old vid convos for hours on end. I wept. We talked that evening and he promised it would stop. A few months later I found even more stuff, and we had the same talk over again, and he'd promised it would stop. I left him maybe 6 months later, due to other reasons, but also we had trust issues still, and never found out if it actually stopped, or he got sneakier. I talked to the mistress beach eventually, and it turns out he told her I was like crazy and jealous, and that he had to block this girl and never speak to her again, when the reality was I just asked him to chill. The such talk. He told me she wouldn't leave him alone, when the reality was he hit her up more. A year after this, he got a new girlfriend, and she's super cool. We become friends and I'm visiting them one day and trust comes up. I mention how we had issues, and after I found he was cheating as a way to regain trust, I was allowed access to his phone, just more to share than anything. 3 days later she showed up at my work in tears asking who Kim was, the same girl he faked around on me with. This new girl was concerned as his behavior had changed, and upon hearing my story decided to check his phone. He was doing the same thing again. She was smart, and she packed her bags and left before he got home from work. And I are still friends and talk. I'm so glad to have met her, and wished I warned her off earlier, because I could have known he would do this, and she didn't deserve the hurt he gave her. I recovered from the damage the relationship gave me eventually, but this girl has a ways to go. Still him, and I still talk but less frequently. He's on here, so I wonder if he'll find it. If so, hi Jack. Coworker comes up to me and says, "Hey, your girl sent me a Snapchat early this morning. Think it was meant for you." I laugh it off and go about my day. Later that evening her and I are sitting on the couch watching Netflix, and she goes, "The funniest thing happened. I was Snapchatting my friend so and so, and I accidentally Snapchatted your coworker too." Normally I would just laugh this off. This time is different. I've never heard of so and so before. So and so doesn't exist. Things start getting tense between us. She stops coming home, making up excuses. She's defensive and rude. Time goes on. Nothing really changes. One day I come home, and the apartment is spotless, and she's got her fat me shorts on. They are short and very revealing. I clean up, eat real quick, and start to unwind from the day. She's constantly going to the bathroom. Each time she comes out she's staring at her phone and waiting. When her phone goes off she runs back to the bathroom. She then says to me, "I have to use the bathroom a lot today." I don't think anything of it. Weeks go by. One morning I'm getting ready for work. Her phone is on the couch and it's going off constantly. I grab it and read the texts coming in. It's someone else, complimenting her on the pictures she sent. Also asking about the date they have planned when she gets back from Japan. I go through all the texts. She's been messaging him for months, heart faking. Broken. I'm glad I'm not with her anymore. She was a toxic person who in turn made me pretty toxic. At first it hurt, but looking back I was very unhappy being with her, and I don't know what made me stay with her so long. Alright, I'll be that guy. I just started working my new job when they hire a few new female cashiers. Whoopty frickin' do. But one of the new cashiers seems to be taking a liking to me, always teasing me when she sees me, but the extended eye contact and smiling was the cherry on top. I knew she had to have liked me, and what was even weirder was the fact that I was falling so hard for her, even though I had only known her for like a week and a half. Was still recovering from my first heartache. She felt like an angel came down from heaven just for me. Cheesy, right? Well, she later on admitted similar feelings for me. Anyways, getting sidetracked. We talk more and more at work and I ask for her number. Before we closed one night, she gives it to me. I feel like a boss. Hit her up that night and smoothly asked if we could set up a date sometime. She replied with, unfortunately, I have a boyfriend. Ended up messaging until like 2 to 3 am. It was substantial, talking about life and crazy concepts about human life, religion, etc. Her boyfriend is thousands of miles away, and she continuously talks to me about relationship advice and just being unsure. In love as a whole, this is where I really fell hard. Our mindsets are identical, almost like this isn't even an angel anymore. This is my twin flame. I was in a tough position because part of me wanted to pull a Mr. Steely girl, but at the same time I wanted to be a good friend for her in a rough time. Days go by of this, and our friendship grows stronger and stronger. Our co-workers at this point are asking us if we are dating and that we are a very cute couple. I think so too, lol. After about a week of this combo of her relationship problems and our fast burning desire for one another growing, we end up hanging out after work until late in the night, probably close to midnight. We had watched Netflix with each other twice prior to this night, and both times we could feel the initial factor growing this night though. She and I couldn't fight it any longer. We never had sex that night, hell, we never even kissed, but when I say the physical and emotional bond I had with that girl, that night was otherworldly, it's an understatement. We felt each other up, that was as sexual as it got, and instantly afterwards, she felt huge regret. I actually had to stay up with her and talk her through it and calm her. All the while the brain in my pants was looking at me like, the fuck bro. She begs of me not to tell him or tell anybody what we did, and of course I agreed. That was Thanksgiving night. Throughout the weeks after, we continue to be real close friends. She even called me her best friend. This is when my psyche took a bad turn. I felt like I made her cheat. I made her break the strongest bond humans know, love. It causes a rift in our friendship, and we have these spurts of not talking to each other followed by us apologizing and confessing how we miss the other. Fast forward a few weeks, and she decides she needs to go to visit him in Georgia. There is some disagreement between us on if she should be truthful with her man. I said yes, spill the beans. She says no, I'll lose the one I love forever. She gets a new phone and phone number before leaving. So we have had zero contact for like over 2 weeks now. Yeah, now I'm in this weird stage where I hate cheating yet have now been a part of it. Cheater. Here point I cheated on my last girlfriend after I realized that our relationship was on the rocks. After roughly a year of her controlling me, stealing my money, and doing whatever she could to not help with her life, I started to flirt with other people. Point after I cheated, she didn't know yet. She started to apply herself more. Her grandfather had attempted suicide and after that she seemed to wake up. Our life together seemed to be on track. We started to do a lot with the community and she started to help more. Point one morning, after the best sex in months, I was making breakfast. I heard from another room who was Sarah. My heart dropped into my stomach. She had been sent a message from some random person I knew when I was in high school. He was about 6 years younger than me. I spent hours denying, and he wasn't responding. I was stupid and thought that we were fine. Point we left to Walmart, and he finally responded. With a half full cart she received screenshots of the conversations I had with Sarah. I continued to deny until she snatched my phone and started to type in the address Sarah had sent me, and it auto-completed in Google Maps after the first 2 numbers. Once she saw that we slowly and quietly walked out the door and to the car, nothing was said, and our cart was left half full in the middle of the store. Once we arrived home we started to fight as we packed all of her things. She left about an hour later to drive to her hometown 2 hours away. Point the following months were hell. Especially because I got her a job at the company I worked the day before she found out that I cheated. She has since moved in behind me. I'm not the cheater, but this is how my girlfriend at the time became my ex-girlfriend. It was getting late and I hadn't heard from her until earlier that day when she was getting off work. She said she was going to get some drinks with her co-workers and then be home after. I texted her and got no response. I called her and she didn't answer. At that point I was getting worried, so decided I should use the Find My Friends app to see if she was still at the bar. I was freaking out because she was not at the bar and was in the next city over about 30 minutes away. My imagination got the best of me and I thought she was abducted or something bad had happened since she didn't answer or text me back. At this point it was now getting close to 1:30 a.m. in the morning. I kept thinking to myself that I would never forgive myself if something bad happened and I had known her last final location, so I decided to drive out to the location it said she was at. I continued to call her entire time, 30-minute drive. She didn't call me or text me back, so at this point I was full out panic mode, certain and positive that something bad had happened to her. I was stressing out like sheet. I arrived at the location where her phone said she was and decided I would try calling her one more time before going up to the house to knock on the door. The phone was ringing and to my surprise she answered. I could tell she was obviously faking wasted drunk by the slur in voice. I asked her where she was and she said she was at her friend's house. I told her that since she never bothered to text me back or answer my call, I used Find My Friends and I was sitting outside. I demanded for her to come outside so we could go home. To my absolute dismay, she slipped and said, "I'm putting my clothes back on and I'll be right out." I couldn't believe it and I was furious. Although I was furious, she lied and swore that she meant to say, "I'm putting my shoes on." We argued and talked it out. I forgave her. Fast forward to a few months later, she told me she was going to the gym. I thought it was odd considering it was St. Patrick's Day. I thought she would want to go out for some drinks with me, plus she really never went to the gym. I waited at home and waited and waited. By 3 a.m. I was faking livid. Where the fuck was she? I texted her and called her. She didn't answer. Despite pure rage and anger running through my veins, I decided to lay down and try to go to sleep. Fuck it. If something bad happened to her, it was on her. I learned my lesson a few months back. Finally at 5 a.m. she came home. We argued and she admitted that she had cheated on me again with another guy. I didn't forgive her that time, but still feel like a complete tool for thinking this girl was the one, thinking I was going to marry her, and spending the first 5 years of my 20s with this chick. TLDR, answer your faking phone or text your boyfriend/husband back so he doesn't think you got abducted or something bad happened to you. I guess it was more of a mutual cheating situation. My ex and I had grown super distant. He was in the military and I went to school a few states away. He wasn't texting me until 9 o'clock at night because he had a busy day at work. He would go 18 to 28 hours without a single text, opened Snapchat, answered phone call multiple times with the excuse that he was sorry and drinking with friends. Whenever I confronted him about it, I was always the crazy needy girlfriend. After only have argued conversations, a ruined birthday visit and a week of basically being ignored, I tried to break up with him. I still loved him because we had plans to elope and he was the first love, but he wouldn't answer the phone call. I got drunk and made out with a guy at a bar instead. No, this isn't how I should have handled the situation and I feel terrible about it to this day. So I tell him the next morning. He breaks up with me and I agree that it's better to part ways. He tries to get back with me, telling me that I was the best thing to happen to him, etc. 4 months after breaking up, I went out and got pee drunk and sent a mass Snapchat that included him, as one does, in a tank top with my newly grown C cups out. Who knew you could do that in your 20s? Anyways, his fiancée messages me on FB saying that he is getting married to her in 11 days and not to send in pictures with my boobs hanging out, yada yada. 11 days, 4.5 months after breaking up, 1 month after he finally gave up on trying to get back with me. I confront him, ask him how long they have been talking, etc. He tells me basically that I never loved him, I'm evil, and that he didn't cheat on me. I saw his wedding pictures. She was very obviously pregnant. She had her baby 5 months after breaking up, 1 month after getting married, about 10 months after he started ignoring me. Point in hindsight, I should've known. He only ever had 5 conversations in his messages, and it was mine, his mom and his best friends. Also that the last couple times we saw each other he wouldn't let me touch his phone, when he hadn't been like that before. But the worst thing is that he won't admit that he cheated on me. Wasn't me doing the cheating, but my ex-girlfriend told me she was moving halfway across the state for a job. Her friend's contract on an apartment just so happened to be ending 3 days after she moved down there, so they were going to sign a lease for a bigger apartment. I find out on Facebook on my own the friend is actually an ex-boyfriend. Side note for background on him, his name on her phone is Hot Chocolate. He's in the military and thinks he's cool tough because of this. A real dickbag. Anyways, so she won't let us put anything about us being anything more than friends online. And she can't give me a good reason as to why, and gets mad at me when I find out they used to date. He has pics of them and that they were in a relationship on his Facebook, and other ex-boyfriends' pics still up. So she moves down there, and for the first couple of days at her new job she's on Facebook all day. Finally I ask her if I can put it that we are in a relationship on Facebook, and she says yes. So I do. 10 minutes later, while she's supposedly at work, it gets taken down. She blocks me. At some point over the next couple of days her roommate blocks me. He doesn't know anything about me. We've never met. I've never attempted to make contact. I haven't heard from her since. Thinking back now, all 2 of her friends that I've met happened to be ex-boyfriends. And they all got into a fight and stopped talking within 2 weeks of me meeting them. And when I met her parents she told me to tell them we were only friends. So while it's still an assumption, I'm pretty sure I was being cheated on. Caught my last ex thanks to Apple. Had a really rough relationship over the course of a year. She jumped into ours right out of another. Tried telling me the guy knocked her up and bounced. She was only 18 at the time, by the way, but that she had the kid aborted at a clinic. Later on in our relationship she changed the story and told me she miscarried. Anyways, fought from month 1 until month 12 pretty bad, so by the end I was totally numb to the relationship. We broke up at around 7 months while I was on a fire because she was blaming me for being gone when I was already super stressed and exhausted because it was day 12 of the fire. Talked it over like 2 or 3 days later, decided to get back together. A few months go by, and she admits to me that the night we broke up she got super drunk and blew some guy. I said okay, whatever, we weren't together, I can't really blame you, I guess. Hurts but it is what it is. We continue fighting over small stupid stuff until one night she told me she had gone out drinking with friends, which given her past actions I was totally not cool with. So we didn't really talk much for 2 or 3 days and my step family was out visiting, so I was busy anyways. She calls me up and says she can't do this anymore and wants to break up. Okay, probably the best thing to do honestly, so we break up. Couple days go by and I start feeling guilty and horrible, so I text her and we decide to be friends and work on the foundation of our relationship before jumping back in. She tells me she can't afford groceries and has been eating granola bars for the last like 2 weeks. So I drive an hour to her house and pick her up and tell her I'm buying her groceries. I get her 2 weeks worth, end up spending the night, we hook up and get back together. So I'm helping her in the morning with her homework on her Mac. Well, I was suspicious as fuck, so I snooped through her linked texts from her iPhone. Found out she was talking to at least 3 other guys, as if she had been with them for the last year and not me. I called her out. She immediately tried to make an excuse before she finally just admitted she faked up. I told her not never faking contact me again, or my family, and had to push her out of the way to leave her place. She's tried calling me twice, she's tried following me on social media. I'm still a wreck over it all. She was extremely controlling and manipulative and emotionally abusive, and I never saw it. She told me who I was allowed to be friends with and what I was allowed to do. She guilt-tripped me into doing things I never wanted to. She held our relationship over my head like a guillotine. I opened up to her more than I have ever done with anyone else, and she knows everything about me. It's a really shitty feeling. TLDR. Shitty 1-year relationship with a couple breakups. snoop through the texts on her Mac that's connected to her iPhone, and see that she's been talking to at least 3 other guys. Not me, but my ex from 2016. We were in a long distance relationship, about 2 states away. Everything was great in the beginning, normal couple stuff. Long late night phone calls. I sent her flowers on a few occasions, that kind of stuff. Around a month before she broke up with me, I could tell things were off. On a couple of occasions we talked about nudes, and how even though she had sent them to exes in the past, she refused to send any to me. I asked once, maybe twice, but if she wasn't comfortable with it, I wasn't going to push it as it wasn't that deep. But there were other things that happened that were red flags. At one point we were talking, and she mentioned she had a friend. She had a lot of guy friends that she had some kind of sexual history with, that she mentioned they had an interesting relationship. More or less saying that on a number of occasions they would talk sexually to and about each other when on the phone. She was actually dumb enough to mention that to me. But also near the end, whenever I tried to talk to her about our relationship, as I pointed out to her that I knew things weren't okay, or that something was wrong, she would try to deny it, or she would just ghost me. And each time she did, she wouldn't respond to a message or talk to me for an entire week. Well, one Friday she mentioned to me while on the phone that she was going to be driving 2 hours to visit a friend of hers in another state. I wasn't too comfortable with it, but I didn't say anything. I was just like whatever. Basically, she wouldn't have listened even if I had said something. And so I don't hear from her on Saturday, and it wasn't until Sunday that I finally did. So come Monday I remember texting her or something, and after that laid down for a nap. When I woke up I had a couple of missed calls from her, and a few texts essentially saying she was breaking up with me. So I call her and talk to her for a little bit, asking what happened and what changed. And towards the end of it, she mentioned how she thought she was pregnant. Now at the time I didn't think much of it, as we had only been together for a few months. So I thought that as it was from whoever she slept with before we started dating. I was suspicious in the following months. So I asked her on a number of occasions if she had cheated, and she always denied it and got really upset when I asked. Until one night she faked up. We were talking about a similar subject, just joking around and cheat. And somehow she brought up the guy she drove to see and how they faked. So I'm joking and playing along and end up saying something like, that's kind of funny because when you were faking so and so on that date, we didn't break up until this date, a few days later. So she kept trying to say that I was wrong and didn't have the dates right, although I still had the messages, and after a little more pushing she finally admitted to cheating on me. Her reason? We just really wanted to fuck ever since we met. She's now 5 months pregnant with some other guy's baby. This was many years ago now. Probably my ex-girlfriend from when I was like 15. I didn't catch her, but a friend caught her and told me. So I was sitting at home after I had gotten sick, not sure why or how I got sick, and had to cancel going to her cottage for the weekend. I felt like she'd the entire weekend from being sick and not seeing/talking to her. This was back when cell phones and kids didn't exactly have a commonplace. I sent her a message the Friday she was leaving, about 30 minutes after she got out of school. She gets home, says something in a message to me about being sorry she couldn't talk, but she will talk when she gets home. Being me, I was like, okay, love you, bye. The typical teenage BS. Flash forward 3 weeks. We were together then for about 8 months. I was sort of suspicious of her cheating on me, but had no real found evidence. So I asked a mutual friend about that specific weekend. Told her she seemed off the entire 3 days before. When I told her I was really sick and couldn't go, she almost seemed not to care at that point. Dialogue. Me, MF, mutual friend, X, XGF, hey, did GF do anything when she was up at the cottage? MF. What you mean? MF. Yeah. She kissed and made out with her friend all weekend. She said not to tell you, but since you asked I might as well tell you. Well thanks. Talk to you later, have fun at school. MF. Sorry for that, man. But talk to you later. Hours later. So how was that cottage trip? GF. Fun. I went swimming. On and on about what she did. Funny, I think something else happened. GF. No, nothing else did happen. I was with MF all the time. M. Yeah. About that, I know. So you might as well tell me, since we are going to be done with after this conversation anyway. GF. Fine. You were being very distant and not wanting to come over, so I needed some comfort. He was there, and it wasn't like I meant for it to happen. M. W.E. We are done. I will talk to you when I'm ready. I haven't really talked to her since probably like 7 years now that I last talked to her, other than saying happy birthday. She has a kid and husband, so she's happy. I'm the cheater in this story, but hear me out. I was going out with this pretty peculiar girl. She was short, bouncy, and far more energetic than I'd call normal. She enjoyed memes, video games, and had a sex drive like nothing I'd ever experienced. It was pretty fantastic to say the least. That said, she was very clumsy and frequently cut herself by accident on things, broke glasses / plates, stuff like that. She was also a bit of a liar, and as it slowly became evident, an attention seeker. I recall one evening telling her that I really wanted to watch a live stream of a gaming convention and gave her ample warning. She still wanted to come over, but I told her I would not be paying much attention as I had waited all year for this event. Anyway, fast forward to the day, she's in my bedroom chatting to friends on Facebook, and I'm watching the live stream. Things are fine. I'm whooping and hollering at the reveals, getting all excited. Then she comes out of the bedroom crying, telling me that her friend had done something awful on FaceTime, self-harm to the extreme. I freaked and didn't know how to react. I was furious at this guy for doing that to her and demanded to know more. She shrugged it off and told me to keep watching my stream. I told her I would rather stop the stream and try to help, but she was having none of it. She went back into the room, and I kept watching. Short while later, she came back again, this time saying the guy had died of his injuries. At this point I was exceptionally confused. How did she find out he'd died? Was she talking to a family member of his to keep tabs on him after his self-harm? She went to the toilet and left her phone out, where I saw a notification from this allegedly dead guy, just having a normal conversation. I was furious. Why the fuck had she lied about something like that? Fast forward a few weeks, and at this point she knows I think she's a liar, but insists that I'm wrong and that it really happened. I, on the other hand, no bullshit when I smell it. I tell her that I don't want to see her the next weekend, as I wanted time to myself. She understood and gave me my space. She decided to surprise me with a visit that weekend, and, having left my door unlocked, she walked into me on the sofa and caught me in the act. I'll never forget what she said to me that day. I can't believe you're using a name but on Call of Duty. I thought you were better than this. Also, I broke up with her because she was a manipulative liar. So there was this guy and I were not dating. He wanted to. I didn't care. I didn't like him romantically. Hell, I barely liked him as a friend, but he was frequently available to hang out, and I was frequently bored. We were shooting pool one night, and my cousin called this his family, that I never get to see, because they all grew up and live on the other side of the planet. I answered. We chatted for a few minutes. Hung up saying love ya too cuz. Guy breaks up with me because do you really talk to family like that? Causes a huge scene at the pool hall, screaming at me. How could you be so stupid to think I wouldn't get mad? How could I be so stupid for trusting you? Kicking the pool table. I'm fairly certain he broke a toe or three, throwing cues and balls. One ball broke a light, smashed a pitcher. I thought I was going to get kicked out for bringing him there. A guy at a neighboring table physically threw him out. Thank you, random guy. And all the way out he continued yelling about how stupid I was for cheating on him and not caring if I got caught. For the next 3 or 4 months I would receive notes taped to my car about how I threw away the best thing that could have happened to me and blah blah blah, something crazy talk. This was many years ago. And he has since been arrested multiple times for stalking. I physically saw my ex cheating. It was a high school relationship, and I had thought we moved past all the petty bullshit, but boy was I wrong. We had dated when I was a junior, broke up. She didn't technically cheat to my knowledge, but got with skater punk within the week. so I'm only left to assume the inevitable. Got back together as senior, things were good. We even connected better than before. Went on a few dates. Recently had some pretty bomb sex. Then I was at the gym with my best friend. I was texting her throughout the workout. I had asked her if she wanted to hang out later. She said not tonight. I'm gonna eat dinner and spend time with my family, which we had seen each other for the past few days, so I understood, plus I could hang out with the guys that night. Side note, this is in a one stoplight type of small town. Everyone has a pretty set routine of going to the same places. Once you know them, point after the workout, me and my friend head downtown, maybe 2-mile walk from her house, to do our normal post-workout ritual of smoking a joint or two. She knew I did this for a fact. In the past, I told her how that was pretty much a everyday thing. I had even met and smoked with her in that same scenario. Well, we get the J rolled and start cruising, and we both see my girl with the exact same guy she cheated on me with about a year earlier. High school me was so pissed and had just worked out, and I wanted to rip the head off of this skater punk and tell the beach to go fuck herself. Well, we pull up about 200 yards in front of them. I get out and start walking towards them, and they had bolted in the opposite direction. She had been replying to my texts fairly quickly the whole time, which was why I never saw it coming. Relationship ended over text that night. Fast forward, I wish I learned my lesson. But it continued one more time when she invited me back from college, a year later, to her senior prom. That was the shortest lived encounter we ever had. Had some great sex again. This is how she'd get me hooked. But as much as her family loved me and wanted us to stay together, I had a hard time trusting her being in a town I wasn't, so that spark soon faded. I seriously wouldn't doubt if she cheated for the third time. Aftermath. The skater punk eventually got arrested for some dumb shit like pissing on a little girl's grave. Can't make that up. So good luck getting a job, you low life piece of trash. Keep selling drugs and you'll end up where you belong, kid. The girl went to college and completely changed her personality, I assume due to Insta posts and appearance. Haven't spoken to her in 3 years. I think she's basically engaged to a dude now. So my prayers go out to that poor bastard. I hope none of this happens to you. Moral of the story: once a cheater, always a cheater. Or for the darker side, what not to do while cheating. This was much longer than I intended. Lol. Thanks for reading the story of my dumb as high school mistakes. You really realize how stupid you once were when you type out a story on Reddit. When TDY, temporary duty, back in 2003 in the military. Among those in the military there's a saying, what happens TDY stays TDY. If you are married like I was, this is terrible advice, because it just hangs out in the corner of your mind. My wife and I were on pretty good terms before all this went down. We had the typical argument now and then, as a lot of couples in their 20s do, but I had not cheated on her up to this point. So I'm down at Keesler Air Force Base for about 3 weeks or so. It was mostly school during the day, and if you know anything about Keesler, it's casinos and alcohol at night. Just to make sure I didn't get myself in any trouble, the only civilian shoes that I brought with me were flip-flops, so most places would not admit me. The strategy did not work obviously. In the dormitory where I was staying there is a 24/7 market downstairs on the first floor. I was headed down there to grab some beer, and of course, I ran into a couple of women that were also in the Air Force, and they were checking me out. I smiled back, took my beer, and left. The next night, I got into an argument with my wife on the phone. I had been drinking, and she did not trust me because I was being short with her. She accused me of being a cheater, which I wholeheartedly denied. Up to this point I had never cheated, but I was pissed of being accused multiple times of something I had not done. I hung up on her and went down to the 24/7 market to get more beer, all the while thinking to myself, I'm damned if I do, and I'm damned if I don't. I went outside to one of the picnic tables. It was a few hours after dark. Not long after, the same women I saw the night before showed up and parked themselves at adjacent table. It didn't take long for us to get to know each other. Over the next few nights, I would hit the 24/7 market and then go out to those picnic tables, and it wasn't long before major flirting was going on. These women would show up with no bras on and white cotton see-through shirts. And that was all I needed. The first one IF asterisk 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 that night. The other one I had to work on because she was married, but I was past the point of giving a res asterisk asterisk asterisk. During this whole time I never thought of my wife back home. I was still pretty pissed about my life at this point. The 3 weeks went by very quickly. I completed my schooling and checked out of the dormitories. Those women gave me their contact info, but I just threw it away. I never spoke to them again and can't even remember their names. 5. The drive home was the longest drive I had ever done. It was only about 7 or 8 hours, but the guilt started creeping in. I kept repeating to myself, what have I done? How could I have been so stupid? I got back home and did not tell my wife what happened. Instead I kept it a secret, living with the guilt and watching her behavior change, and she slowly put things together at her next time she accused me of cheating. I confessed to everything. I did regret my terrible decision, but there was no going back and erasing what I had done. We are divorced as of 2009. The only advice I have for married couples is to trust each other, because without trust you have nothing but a facade. I was going to school for computer networking, and I had kept using cool stuff I'd learned to keep our internet going as smoothly as possible. Giving devices high bandwidth channels on our router, putting the router in the best spot to cut down on crosstalk as much as possible. Simple stuff. Kept noticing that a particular web address kept getting accessed when I was asleep, not at home, etc. etc. Didn't think much of it and never really followed up on it. Fast forward a little bit, and my ex left her iPad at home. I used to use it all the time for browsing Reddit, watching movies on our Amazon account, etc. When my phone was almost dead or my laptop was tied up with torrents or whatever, and one day a message popped up on her iPad that was sent to her iPhone. I'm not the prying type, but it's kind of hard not to notice a message from someone saying they wanted a blue job again during their lunch break. That was the crack in the dam that led me to her Craigslist ad that basically said she was DDF, drug disease free, and that she liked to bang raw if they had a current negative STD test. Was a pretty interesting conversation when she got home from work that evening and all her sheet was packed and waiting for her best part, the coworker I knew she was faking, after saying fuck. Being decent, I'm reading all her messages now, was the one that came over to help her load her trash into a U-Haul. That guy is still only breathing because I kept calm enough to just kick his ass instead of doing what I wanted to do, which was see if he could live through going out our 70h floor window down onto the asphalt parking lot below us. Fuck you, Zaina, and fuck you too, Pablo. Pieces of sheet, DDF, beach, please. She was on medication to suppress her herpes flare-ups, so she was knowingly putting dudes at risk. After I sat through multiple hospital visits with her, trying to help her lose weight and actually learn how to cook instead of just eating faking fast food all the time, listened to the shitty music she liked, paid for trips to the hair shop all the time, and shook Pablo's hand before I learned what was going on months and months later. Holy shit, I almost married that idiot. XD. Edit. Almost forgot to mention that I forwarded the messages, screenshots, etc. to his wife as soon as I had her contact info. Last I heard, she threw him out, cleaned him out in court, and he moved back across country to wherever they grow shitty people like him. Should have seen if she wanted a revenge bang, but I was still a decent person back then, so it didn't cross my mind. Dang it, 2018 me would have at least suggested it as an option. She was hot too, has a great job, etc. Oh well, I should just be glad I didn't marry someone who would have most likely kept doing that shit behind my back. Quick FYI, I've had health screens every 3 months afterward for 3 years now. No weird bumps, no weird rashes, no STDs, so I'll just take my L&B out. Lol. With my ex and I, we both did shady shit things, which ultimately led to our relationship becoming a divorce and me using pup images as his contact on my phone and him using Evil Beach for mine. We got married really quickly, within a couple months of meeting, and then 4 months later, he deployed to the Middle East, and I freaked out and cheated. My excuse was that I was lonely and didn't know how to handle him being gone. All true but not a legit excuse. I was also drinking a lot more than I should have been and wasn't making smart choices. He found out, I came clean, and then we worked on our relationship, which was him telling me how awful I was all the time for the first few months after and being miserable. I felt so guilty, so I took all that, despite feeling like being continually brought down was hurting us trying to make it work. A year or so after that incident, and for roughly 5 years off and on, I'd catch him on CL campsites or simply Facebook messaging his female friends while he was drunk, talking about faking, trying to get them to send nudes, discussing our sex life, and trying to jerk himself off after downing half a bottle whiskey with his whiskey dick point in an effort to fix our bedroom issues. Around year 8, we started swinging. And he continually gave me shit for the person I was having sex with, while he was also faking someone else and basically dating her. He faked her on my couch while I was sleeping multiple times, but at this point, I was the proverbial bad guy. I still am. Literally everything that comes out of my mouth is crazy and psychotic, or I'm brainwashing our children into hating him or something. I actually had to ask my current boyfriend if I was actually crazy and didn't realize it because of how often it gets brought up that I'm insane. I digress. So then I decided I wanted out, and he was angry, and he's still angry at me 4 years, or what the fuck ever later. He ended up beating his girlfriend, same girl from the previous paragraph, and getting arrested, then arrested again about 9 months later. I'm not saying I'm the angel in this scenario. I made some bad choices too, but this whole thing was just a clusterfuck. So don't do anything I did. The stress and heartache isn't worth it. I've done a lot of self-reflection on my life, been to therapy to work on myself, and I'm generally happier as a whole, but the guilt and stress of dealing with them can be a lot sometimes. I'm much better in my current relationship as far as keeping it in my own pants goes. Then again, I'm 10 years older than I was and a lot smarter, but things still suck sometimes. I never caught her. We broke up relatively amicably. I helped her move out, let her stay on my phone bill, loaned her some money to help with the deposit, etc. She had been living with me for nearly 2 years. While looking for a job, she paid rent and stuff out of her savings, but everything else was on me. No big deal. I figured she'd do the same for me. Well, she finally got a job, and I guess that prompted her to initiate the breakup. Fast forward a few months, and I had been pestering her to give some more details as to why she wanted to leave, not for any reason other than closure. I mean, we had been together for almost a decade. Since we were breaking up, while trying to move out, I was working a shitload and we never got much of a chance to talk about the whole thing. One Saturday morning she shows up at my door and explains how she basically cheated on me with every single guy she hung out with over the previous 3 years. The guy who helped her fix her motorcycle. The guy who let her sleep on his couch when she was drunk as shit. The guy friend she made at a friend's house and brought over the next day whose hand I shook. The guy she had been friends with forever who she went on a road trip with. The high school friend who came to visit one time. Our mutual friend with no 4 years. Shame on both of you. You get the idea. She claimed it was only ever physical, and she always wanted to come back to me. The physical cheating isn't even what bothered me the most. Just the constant lying about everything made me question what had been real in my life for the better part of the last several years. Worst part was I cheated on her way back in high school, and she kinda woke me up to the importance of honesty at all costs. Something I still hold to be deeply true. Whatever the consequences, being honest with the people you care about is of the utmost importance. I don't know, man. You think you know someone? I went to the mall with my then Sue and her friend. I had been texting her friend back and forth about naughty shit the entire way there. It all started when she introduced me to her friend, and the friend started messaging me randomly, and yay. At first I thought it was a sheet test between them and asked the friend, but she would always deny it. Suspecting this, I pushed the boundaries as far as they can go, till the friend would finally confess that yes, it was set up by them. Ironically, when her friend came to pick me up, she started kissing me, so then I got handers, short of just having sex in the car. Right after we get to the mall, but not before stopping to pick up my then now ex. So in the mall I'm holding the ex hand and the friend is holding my other hand. Picture this, the ex is in front of me, I'm in the middle and the friend is behind, in a slant walking. It was a wild situation. People were looking at us while alking. I felt like a douche. So fast forward, we end up at the food court. My ex wants Taco Bell, the friend wants Starbucks. Well, I go to Starbucks and wait in line with the friend. During the line, the friend is super grabby and keeps trying to kiss me, and I'm deflecting while telling her my ex can come any moment. I was thinking this was a super setup. It was way too convenient and was definitely meant to be a setup, but I went with it anyways for the thrill. Well, we are kissing online and my ex pops up out of nowhere screaming, "What the fuck? How could you do this to me? What are you doing?" I pull her to the side and they both scream at each other. I looked like the douchebag. People are staring. They stopped talking after that, as did I with the friend. I still feel it was a setup that went too far on the friend's part. Never have been caught. Had a couple instances with one girl where I found convos she had on different platforms. At some point I was passively fed up with it, but the rational, spiteful and idealist sides of me were all at war. I'm fairly attractive and ended up hooking up with her BFF a few times and a couple other girls. She eventually initiated a breakup and I simultaneously found out she was having a parallel relationship with some guy out of state. Dumped my indiscretions on her as a jet back. If I've learned anything, it's that people will cheat if given the right circumstances, and people will also be faithful if given the right circumstances. What I don't understand is why someone would cheat and let themselves be caught. Not clearing Snap history, not restricting your Tinder visibility, not ensuring that your FB or iMessage or whatever isn't on multiple devices. These are basic steps. I feel like if you're going to cheat, at least hide it well and protect your partner. For instance, shortly after that first relationship I had another one where I cheated again with a few girls. Eventually realized I wasn't in a space to be in a relationship and ended it with the girlfriend. I didn't confess to anything. It would have blindsided her, and she didn't deserve to endure that pain when all of my actions had nothing to do with her and everything to do with my own issues. I wouldn't have been able to spare her if I hadn't been careful. Went off on a tangent there, but I guess my philosophy is that if you're going to be a scumbag, at least be a considerate scumbag. Edit. Autocorrect got me. Meant ensuring and had enduring. Fixed. I was 14 when I got arrested for a third time. Took a plea deal, admitted guilt for petty larceny, and spent 6 months in juvie. After I got out I was chilling with a good friend of mine. He told me, while I was locked up my girlfriend had been hanging around a guy from school. In the back of my mind I didn't really give a shit. I had just gotten out. I just wanted to spend that weekend drinking Fortis and getting high. Decided fuck it, and told him to drive to her house. Bear in mind, she didn't know I was released from juvie, so you can probably guess what happened. I went over to her place, knocked on the door, and her older sister answered. Her sister was a good friend, used to buy weed from me. Anytime she saw me in the halls, she would give me a hug and say what's up. That was not the reaction she had. She had that expression on her face of oh shit, without actually saying it, and I already knew why. I asked her if he was upstairs, and she just nodded. Went upstairs, tried to open the door, which was locked. So I kicked it in and proceeded to beat the shit out of the dude. I can't even really call what happened a fight, cause the guy was literally in his shorts, trying to run out of the house, with me on top of him the entire time. My girlfriend was grabbing on me. The only thing on my mind was getting whatever hits I could in, and all the guy wanted to do was run. Long story short, I kicked him down the stairs and chased him out the house. My buddy Jarvin is standing beside his car laughing his ass off as this white kid bolts out the house and goes running across the yard and down the street in nothing but his basketball shorts. Meanwhile, I'm jetting chewed out by my stupid beach of an ex. I guess that was her way of breaking up with me. Anyways, I spent the remainder of the summer binging, not because of what happened, but because I just kind of stopped giving a fuck. That was actually a pretty interesting year for me, cause not only had I flunked and was repeating the 9th grade, I flunked the first quarter for truancy and ended up getting expelled cause I took 2 girls off campus to get high and the neighbors called the cops on us. My ex and her boyfriend got together and didn't last long, but as far as I was concerned nobody existed after the school expelled me and I was transferred to a secondary program. It was 10 years ago and I was 17 in high school. I was madly in love with this dude and had been since I was 15. Well, that dude broke my heart, but I still loved him. I ended up with an old friend who half pressured me into a relationship with him. Okay, I guess I'll try to move on from the dude I actually had feelings for. Things were going okay, and I swear to this day, the dude I wanted to be with was jealous. Shortly after losing my virginity, in which I was also pressured into doing, I met up with the dude I wanted. We end up back at his place and had sex. I went home and messaged the dude I was with and told him what happened. The guy was willing to overlook it, but I broke up with him right then. I told him I always loved this guy and probably always will, and I'd hate myself if I didn't at least try to make it happen. The epilogue is the dude I was with has now come out as gay and is now married. The dude I wanted and I are not together, although 4 or 5 years later, he'd try to make us work. I turned him down, citing the attempt and failure at getting him to be with me. As for me, I married the true love of my life. I'm still friends with the dude I wanted, and he's friends with my husband too. What's more is the dude I wanted is in a committed relationship with someone. We all go out on double dates every now and again. The dude I wanted has thinly hinted the feelings still exist on his end, but they've long since died on my end. Not me caught, but I caught my ex-fiancé cheating July last year. He was really abusive to me in all aspects, and I'd hollowed out into this sort of shell of a person after our time together. He was and probably still is a severe alcoholic who would sometimes not come home, or at least not until the really early hours, and I used to worry so much. This day in July we actually had a date planned to see Baby Driver, which I've since seen and it's awesome. But he stood me up and didn't come home. He finally came home at about 10 PM steaming drunk, proceeded to scream at me and smash up our house before leaving with a bag full of clothes. Me being me, I was really worried and nothing had clicked in yet. I thought that if I checked his ML it would tell me which hotel he was going to stay at. There wasn't anything there, but there was an Uber receipt. I was like, great, it'll show me where he's gone. It was actually an Uber receipt from the Uber that had just dropped him off home, but it was for an address not too far from where we were living. This is when I started to realize. I looked it up on Google Maps and it was just a house. I knew then. I honestly don't know how or why, but it ignited such a fire in my belly and gave me strength like you wouldn't believe. I cancelled the wedding that night and moved out the next day, taking my dog and all my stuff with me. He was completely blindsided. How could this girl he'd broken down do this to him? He begged, stalked, and harassed me for months. He was sorry. It was just kissing. It only happened once. He has a new girlfriend now. I worry that he hits her too, but I have diagnosed PTSD from my relationship with him, and even just the mention of his name brings all these awful feelings flooding back. He was also 20 years older than me. Hindsight. Never cheated but been cheated on plenty. Girlfriend 1 went to culinary school with a friend of mine while I was across the country finishing my degree and trying to get ready for us to start our lives together when her schooling was done. Apparently she told everyone out west we were on a break while attending college to have our fun and love life a little before getting back together later. Fast forward through several months of me working extra hard to try to be an emotionally and financially supportive boyfriend from 3k miles away. I'm having a chat with one of my best friends from back west who is in the same culinary program about how I just bought her a ticket to come out here and visit me and how excited I am. There is a long pause before he says, "You two are back together? Since when?" What followed was months of uncovering years of lies and infidelity. Good stuff. Girlfriend 2, after 3 years together, started coming home drunk 2 to 3 times a week at like 3 AM after hours of not texting me, leaving me worried for her safety. Refused to tell me where she was or who she was with because she doesn't owe me an explanation and can do what she wants. Okay, fair enough. Things get worse. She stops coming to bed, passes out on the couch in her clothes, only gets changed in the closet because she's feeling self-conscious about her body. I tell her I know something is wrong, and she says she's just struggling with her depression and really needs my support and she's working on it. Now I'm in a position where I feel like if I try to call her out I'll just be attacking her over her mental illnesses and insecurities. Stay silent. Try everything I can to be supportive. These things go in waves, I tell myself. Then she starts accusing me of cheating. Starts looking for ways to prove it. Hacks my email. Digs up a story I wrote with a female friend that has a sex scene in it from before I even met her. Claims it is proof of my infidelity. Proceeds to tell all of her friends that I'm a cheater. They all blacklist me, and I have no idea why no one is returning my calls/texts. She hates my friends and makes them feel uncomfortable, so they don't come by anymore. Get really isolated and depressed. Eventually we break up. But it only got worse after that point. Love is a hell of a drug, kids. I caught my girlfriend of 3 years texting a friend I cheated on Nitson. I told her I saw her typing it out, but she said it was only emotionally she cheated, and it was because she saw texts of a girl from high school and I sent. They weren't totally innocent, but she and I were in a bad place. I never saw that girl in person since junior year of high school, but I admitted it was my fault to start. Never was mad or blamed her. I internally committed myself to spend the rest of my life with her. About 6 months later we are together, and my friends and I go bowling with her after we go to a sub shop where the girl behind the counter says, "Did your brother help you get moved into your new place, Sophia?" I helped her move in. We were still dating. She has no siblings. Another 5-6 months after that I quit my job and told her how important she was to me in every way, and I was committed to her. That was 4 days before Christmas. She broke up with me 21 days ago, New Year's Eve, which was 4 years and almost 2 months. She kept dragging me along, making me think I had a chance. Being nice then cold and mean. Coming over and sleeping in my bed. Holding me so tight. Then just brush-offs and stoicism. Even when I stopped contacting her she would eventually say something which would set me into meltdown mode. I saw her at our liquor store as she was leaving. I think she saw me. I go to look for her outside, but she's nowhere. It's a small area. She said she walked home. Then I saw her holding hands with some guy the night after we had a big talk and get into a green semi-big car. That car was parked next to mine at the liquor store that night. And pulled out the second I looked for her. After she walked out, she left with him. I'm still in love with her. Madly in love with her. Edit. Also clearly I was the last to know. All my friends saw this coming. Even my aunt, who I only spoke with a little. It doesn't change the fact that I can't eat. I'm now afraid to leave my house. I'll listen to voicemails from years ago where she says she loves me. My sleep is faked and I can't even manage to look for a job. I've never felt so broken or alone, or as if all the bad things in my life are only my fault and I could have prevented them by being a better person. When she first did it, I was kind of okay. Since then anytime she contacts me I melt down, go crazy trying to talk to her or get her to hold me one last time and make it probably only more clear that she made the right choice. I don't want her to contact me, but I can't stand the thought of not talking to her again despite the other guy. I sent her a "this is it" text, then 3 hours later begged to see her one last time. She said no point, I just want my Sophia back. I cheated once. It was the biggest mistake I ever made. My girlfriend at the time and I lived in separate towns, about an hour and 15 minutes away from each other. Things were going great, and she suddenly became very distant. I expressed my feelings several times over the course of a few months, and she never really made the effort she swore she would. I downloaded Tinder and began swiping right. I matched with a girl, talked to her for like a week, and ended up going over to her house and having sex with her several times that night. I hadn't been getting any with my girlfriend, so that was the only motivation in talking to her. After I left I felt so bad. I texted the booty call and told her I couldn't talk to her anymore and that my conscience couldn't let me continue doing that to my girlfriend who I cared for, despite her not acting interested in me anymore. She wasn't happy, but said it was okay. I focused on my relationship with my girlfriend, never cheated again. She ended up moving to my town, and we moved into an apartment together. Things were going alright. She transferred locations at her restaurant job. The booty call, got a job at this restaurant, befriended my girlfriend, and went behind her back telling everyone how she faked her man. We broke up. I moved out, and went through 7 months of a very dark period of my life. She stayed in my city, with some girls I went to high school with who she's friends with, but I haven't seen her since .tldr. Dicked a Tinder hoedown so good she stalked my girlfriend, and got a job where she worked and bragged to her coworkers. In high school my boyfriend, that I was in love with, broke up with me, because he had feelings for someone else. A week later he realized he faked up, and would call my mom crying trying to get her to convince me to go back to him. He'd show up at my work. I had started dating someone else, but he didn't know yet, and I agreed to go to lunch, and I told him, and he was devastated. A week later I'm at my new boyfriend's house, where there were really big parties. I was wasted, and went outside, and started throwing up, and I remember my ex picking me up, and talking to my best friends who asked if he'd bring me to their house. They lived a couple blocks away. Well, next thing I remember is having sex with him, and I had an orgasm, so I was definitely not innocent in this at all. The next day my ex assumed we were back together, and I played stupid, that I didn't remember having sex with him, and that I was staying with my new boyfriend. A few days go by, and he is still calling me, and he asked if I had told my new boyfriend, and I said no, and I wasn't going to. The next night I'm at my new BF's house and there was a knock at the door. My new boyfriend answered, and came back, and told me it was my ex, and he wanted to talk to me. My ex told me I needed to tell my new boyfriend that we slept together, or he would, and he wasn't leaving until I told him. So I told him, but he forgave me, and didn't break up with me, so my ex's plan didn't work. He was hoping to get me back. I honestly hate cheating. I think it's really messed up. It's more when people are sober and cheating or having an affair. If you are not happy, break up with the person. It will hurt them a lot less. I never did get back with my ex, and I wish I would have. I'm 35 now, and I consider him one of my greatest loves and best boyfriends. It was wrong of him to break up with me and handle things the way he did, but he is one of the nicest guys I have ever known. I have only loved one other man as much as I loved him, and that's the father of my kids. I have heard that everyone has 3 great loves. Their high school sweetheart, then the second is someone you fall in love with in your 20s 30s, and then there is your final love, the one you grow old with. I compare every guy I meet to them. My first boyfriend was my best friend. He was so kind to me, and my family still loves him. My second love, I had intense passion with, and there was never a dull moment. I'm still extremely attracted to him, even though we don't get along anymore. Not the cheater, but it's still a pretty faked story. Point back, when I was younger, there was this one young lady. I knew she'd recently broken up with some guy I kinda knew, but not well enough to consider a friend. We didn't hang out on the regular, we never made plans together, but we'd see each other out at the local metal club, and have a drink and a chat. So as far as I could see it, I wasn't breaking any of the commandments about dating a friend's ex. We got along like a house on fire. She loved her video games, we had the same favorite game franchise, we adored the same niche genre of music, and she worked in a video game store in the city, and would use her discount card and buy stuff for herself, when it was actually my money, but the stuff was for me. I remember it acutely. The day a certain game came out, we'd gone into the city to pick up the collector's edition, and she'd used her discount card for me again. We got back to her place, and she was acting a little distant, and told me she needed some time off. She was having difficulty moving on from her ex, and things were getting pretty serious between us, and she was scared that she wasn't ready for it. I remember telling her that, although it did suck, she could take all the time she needed to sort out what was going on in her head. I'd wait for her. Ended up getting a taxi home, and playing my brand new copy of said game, which was phenomenal, by the way, with a slightly aching heart. I didn't end up hearing from her for a few months. I'd messaged her a few times to see how she was doing, but never heard anything back from her. I was wondering what I'd done wrong, etc., thinking I was at fault. It wasn't until I was out with all of my mates on Christmas Eve that one of the guys accidentally let slip that she'd gotten back with her ex literally the day after she told me she needed some time to think things over. Needless to say, I was gobsmacked. I literally felt my heart leap up into my throat. All of my other friends turned and literally glared at this one guy. Turns out they'd all known about it, but were keeping it from me to save hurting my feelings. I ended up downing my pint, going home, and as she was still not answering her phone/messages, I ended up posting a huge rant on her Facebook profile calling her out. An hour later, I get a reply on the post from another guy who she'd also cut ties with on the exact same day. Turns out she was seeing both of us, ended it with both of us, and got back with her ex, and ghosted both of us afterwards. It took me a while to be able to trust anyone after that point. They ended up breaking up again a few months later, permanently. She sniffed around for a little while, until I told her she'd completely faked any chance she ever had with me, and that I wasn't going to let her do it again. Some people are right cunts. Was cheated on. My ex came to visit me at work and have dinner. She finished before me, so asked if she could log into Facebook on my computer. She didn't uncheck the box that asked if you want to stay logged in. So next time I go to get on Facebook, it logs in automatically as it always does, and I see I have a message from a guy I work with. After I started reading the message, I realize I'm in her account still. Always felt something wasn't right about him, and proceeded to read their exchanges. Stuff like "I want to suck on your tigs" and "I want to wash you while we bathe together." I question her about it all, and she says her account must have been hacked and someone else sent those, which it had been hacked in the past, and since she fairly lazy with changing passwords and such, I believed her for the most part. Question the guy I work with, and he says his cousin got on his computer and sent the messages to her. Something still didn't sit right with me, so one morning after night shift, she's asleep, so I grab her phone and look at her text messages to him. They detail what she's telling him to tell me and when she has told me, so their stories match up. Still tried to make it work since we had just got married about 6 months prior and bought our first house. Lasted about 6 weeks until she got sick of the new me, which questioned where she was going and who she was seeing anywhere she went. Before this, she had total freedom plus one of my bank cards that she always kept, and I made sure there was always money on it in case she needed anything. This will get buried, but the post made me think about this for the first time in years. About 10 years ago, I was very fresh out of high school. I thought my high school boyfriend was my soulmate, but we were on again off again the year after graduation. During a longer off again period, I started casually seeing someone else. When he was ready to be on again, I stopped seeing the someone else, naturally. Well, a few months down the road, I'm feeling ready to break up for reals and forever this time. He knows it's coming and pulls the "I'll kill myself if you leave me." Current me would nope out of there and alert other members of his support system. 18-year-old me stayed to save him. Several more months of misery and I started once again sleeping with the other dude. I can't even remember how I justified it. I just wanted to, so I did. Anyway, the getting caught. Pure 2000s teenage bullshit. I had written a secret postcard about this mess with the intention of mailing it in. After making it, I stuffed it in a book for Sappho keeping, and guess who found it? It was for the better in the end, though I wish I had the faking decency to tell him myself, rather than being found out like that. We talked it out, and broke up in a fairly amicable fashion with the aid of weed. We are still Facebook friends and chat occasionally. As an adult, I have apologized a bit more thoroughly. Edit, a period and a capital letter. First girlfriend of 7 years. There was a party the night before at a good friend's house with about 20 good friends. I went home. She stayed at the girl's house, came back the next morning to find her naked in bed with one of the people I thought was my boy. Take about 6 months off not dating anyone. Next girl I meet, start dating together for 10 months. She tells me one night a week since I met her that she works late shift at hospital and sleeps at her mother's house, who lives near her work. End up going through her phone. Find out one night a week she's been sleeping at her ex's house, faking him our entire relationship. Very next girlfriend together a year and a half. One night sleeping on couch with her. Friday night, about midnight, get woken up by a loud knock at door. Answer door to drunk guy at the door, who knows my name, and tells me he's been dating the girlfriend for a while and to tell her to leave him alone, because apparently she was faking him behind my back. He was all about her. She was telling him they couldn't be together because she was working on herself, when in reality she was in a committed relationship, and he was the other man. Don't understand why it keeps happening, but I don't trust women at all anymore. I used to be completely trusting. I'm a very confident guy, good looking, great jobber, educated. I hold it down in the British Rail, treat my girlfriends like queens. Don't understand why I keep getting cheated on besides my poor taste in women, who all have major daddy issues. Sucks, because I'm now 35, and I wanted to be married and have kids. White picket fence. But it doesn't look like that's happening now. I'm the only single / not married guy with no kids out of my large group of friends. Everyone is at the age where all their kids are the same age. Everyone is doing family sheet, watching their kids grow up together, and I'm sitting home solo a lot, because my if a girlfriend threw away all the time we invested after 7 years, to be a drunken pig. Domino / snowball effect got me. Me and my girlfriend weren't really clicking, not nearly as much as me and her hot friend. So, obviously, I faked the hot friend. We did it 4 or 5 times total. Well, I got a taste for cheating. I was 18 at the time, never done anything like that before, and the rush is insane. Sent the friend on her way, didn't like the obvious risk factor of her being friends with the girlfriend. I told her I wanted to be dedicated with my girlfriend, as I realized how stupid I was being, and loved her, and wanted nobody else. Got a Tinder account. Fake name, fake bio, fake age, head cut out of the picture. I wouldn't know it was me. GF's friend did. She recognized my body. I'm a pretty average looking dude. So when she called me out over text I denied it. That's not me. She put the picture side by side with an earlier one I'd sent her and called me a faking liar and a POS. And that I was just using her and my girlfriend and that I'll get whatever comes to me. So here's where I'm looking over the edge of a cliff waiting for someone to push me off. GF BFF tells girlfriend everything. Spills all of the beans. Girlfriend loses her mind. I've never been hit in the chest and arms that hard, so many times in a row. Pretty sure I destroyed her ability to trust. Her friends still text me sometimes calling me an asshole. This was a couple years ago now. I regret everything I've ever done. Never again. He cheated. I found out because I was contacted by the wife's husband with proof. Yup, she was married. It basically destroyed me. I guess after their first encounter she started immediately getting harassed at work, her car getting vandalized, and was reported by some anonymous source that she was stealing medications. She was a 40-year-old nurse. She blamed me immediately. I had no idea at this point. But to assure her that I was not involved in the harassment, my ex provided her with my picture and phone number. Things took a turn a few days later when the husband found an envelope with their printed conversation someone left on his truck and he confronted her. She confessed and, worried about her own safety, came clean about the harassment that could potentially have an effect on her career. She had been seriously stressed out about losing her job. In an attempt to find the culprit, he convinced her to call me. They did. He talked. I was hysterical, crying to some stranger over the phone, him comforting me. She was in the background unconvinced. He put it on speakerphone as I cried and cried. This is a small town. I have many friends, and, in turn, she lost many, and though she didn't lose knew of her dirty laundry, I wasn't afraid to air. My ex didn't even deny it. He apologized but we were ruined already. This was the last straw on a long list of other things that strained our relationship. Soon I met the husband and thanked him. Shortly after, we found out her husband knew all along and was the one who had been harassing her. She got a restraining order. Never apologized to me. She comes into my work now and again, since she lives a minute away and blatantly gets stared at by everyone. I never felt so betrayed and heartbroken in my life. It destroyed me, and I let it eat away at me for a year before I finally left. 8 years in the making and my relationship was done. It's okay, I met my soulmate shortly after, and we are getting married this year. So thank you, Tammy, for opening my eyes. Not me, but girlfriend of 3 years. We started off as happy as any couple really could be. She'd come to my house after work every day, spend hours upon hours with me, and it didn't matter what we did, even if it was just laying down, not doing anything, no words, nothing. Perfect staple relationship that I was always wanting to have. Eventually she got a new job because her old one sucked, but with pay below minimum wage and a visit her for lunch and all that. If always pay and would pay for our dates and stuff, and never thought anything of it. One day she asked if I would be able to pay for her food because she didn't have any money. I blew it off, not thinking anything more of it. Slowly we grow further and further apart. She doesn't see me every day. Eventually it comes down to about once or twice every 3 weeks. She stops texting me. Then when I ask her about it, she starts yelling at me about how she's between work and school and I can't just expect her to drop everything she's doing for me because I want to talk to her. This is very unlike her. We start coming closer and closer to Halloween, and there's this super spooky haunted house coming up that she wants to go to. I'm not into horror or any of that stuff. So she asks if she can go with one of her friends. I say yeah, thinking it was one of her girlfriends she hangs out with. 2 days prior to Halloween she says we need to talk. We agree to go up to the highest point in my city, and after 30 minutes of her beating around the bush, she finally tells me that for a while she had been seeing this other guy, who's so much better than me at everything. Her friends all like him better, think he's the perfect match for her. My heart shatters then and there. I'm at a loss for words. Then she starts crying for no reason. I leave, still barely able to even think about what just happened. TLDR, girlfriend of 3 years gets new job, finds guy that's better than me, dates him for long time, then tells me he's better than me to my face. I never cheated, but I helped a lifelong friend prove his wife of 8 years was a cheater. He had wondered if she had cheated because one of their children looked nothing like her or him, and she'd always disappear for days on end. Anyway, I was pretty friendly with them both and would always treat them like family. She would occasionally message me asking me if I wanted to meet up at Walmart or some local store to accompany her while she shopped. Meanwhile my friend stayed at home every time and had no idea we were hanging out, even though it was always an innocent situation to me. After about 10 times of just hanging out while she got groceries, she invited me to a bar one night and was being awfully touchy and told me that my friend and her had separated. I didn't know anything about it because I didn't talk to my friend for a few months due to working all of the time and just being overall busy. I ended up drinking way too much. I never drink alcohol and I must have blacked out. I woke up to her next to me in bed in the morning. After I woke up I asked her if we had slept together and she said yes and said that she really enjoyed it and wanted to come back later. Feeling guilty I said no, this isn't a good thing at all, as I've been friends with her husband since childhood. She started crying and freaking out, calling me an asshole, and left in a hurry. I checked my phone and saw that my Blink security camera system recorded her practically carrying an apparently incoherent me inside on her shoulder and walking me to my room, and later recorded her walking around inside my house snooping through drawers and cabinets in my kitchen and living room. I messaged my friend and told him we needed to talk. I told him what had happened and showed him the video clip of her carrying me inside and her snooping around my house. He was super pissed off and told me that they were in fact not separated and that he's finally glad to have evidence that she was a cheater, but he hated that it happened with me. I told him I was sorry for sleeping with her and that it was my fault for showing up when she called. I lost a really good friend, but at least he knows the truth. I should've never went to that bar. I started 2 relationships simultaneously. It quickly became the classic who do I choose plot from any sitcom. You know what direction they never take that plot. Towards a faking solution. They were both long distance at first, so I told myself that it wasn't real anyway. But it became too real too quick. One was Canadian, one Australian, and I was Californian. The Canadian and I had problems and she associated her depression with me. This included self-harming, which I couldn't stop nor bear to watch. I finally figured it was fair to list the reason why she shouldn't waste any more time with me, including that I was an avid pothead and had been maintaining another relationship. Honestly, I thought this was my way out, but she kept wanting to make it work despite that I made it clear that I could never break things off with the Australian. Guilty as I feel saying it, I connected better with the Australian because she wasn't depressed and self-harming and a saboteur. But the Canadian wanted to make the effort to come see me, which I felt I owed to her. My head got really faked about now because I had the most amazing few days of my life, unequaled. It was like she was a totally different, utterly enjoyable person. That didn't stop that she went home and fell right back into a depression, almost like our time together was only enjoyed by me, while I don't see how that was possible at all. Eventually I saw that we couldn't make each other happy, so I broke it off and fully committed myself to the Australian. But problems started there for several reasons. I had moved, and my internet connection was awful, so it put a serious strain on the relationship. Then we started arguing, because I desperately wanted her to come to California, and I was willing to pay for it and everything, but she insisted I go there, because she was living with her parents still, and she couldn't make them feel comfortable seeing me, until I saw her first. We went back and forth and finally I caved, but it just felt like a loss for us both. I didn't want to go to Sydney. I didn't want to have to pay for a hotel to stay in with her when I had a place for us to stay back at my home. I didn't want to have to save money by spending the first 7 over 12 days staying at her parents. And what was the worst was the moment we met it was already ruined. I begged her not record us meeting and stressed that if I saw her family or friends staring at us when we met, that I'd be too self-conscious. Well, her mom was there, recording us, absolutely destroying the moment. I couldn't even kiss the girl I spent nearly 3 years dating online because, hi mom. That trip honestly broke my heart. It turned out I loved Sydney, but the damage it did to our relationship makes me wish I never went. I returned home broken-hearted. I caved into temptation and responded to one of the Canadian's messages. Our relationship likely picked back up, but it was clear she was still depressed. Then, one day, I was preparing for a job interview, and I wake up to a message from the Canadian saying she told the Australian everything. My head spun, and ears burned as I realized this was the end. My weakness had finally caught up with me. The Australian broke it off with me, but in a way, I think she was relieved after the decline in our relationship following the planning of us meeting. Sweet as she always was, she wanted to be friends still, and told me that my relationship with the Canadian was obviously toxic. She was right, and I no longer wanted to be with her either, because of how apparent her sickness was. Just as in the sitcoms, I went for both and lost both. There were so many things I could have done differently, but in the future I don't think I'll ever pursue more than one girl at a time, nor will I pursue long distance relationships. Though in reality, that was 2013, and in the 5 years since I haven't been able to bring myself to pursue anyone. Was dating my high school sweetheart for 6 months. We will call her Nadia. Friend of mine named Marissa wanted to go to a day rave. Nadia had to work, so Marissa and I went to the party. We drop some rolls and have a wonderful day together. I proceed to drop Marissa off, and she informs me her parents are not home and to come in. I head in, and she tells me that she has always wanted me to be her first, and she has felt that way since she was 14. We are 17 at this time. Under normal circumstances I would have been happy to oblige her request, but this feeling called love started to creep up within me towards my girlfriend Nadia. I thought to myself that it's only been 6 months with Nadia, but I really don't want to cheat on her, and she's an amazing girlfriend. I can see a future with Nadia. Marissa is a very attractive blonde, and being the 17-year-old hormone-driven male with an opportunity to be someone's first overwhelmed me. I slept with Marissa. Fast forward a year to the day later. Nadia and I have an amazing relationship. I'm head over heels in love with her, would never cheat on her for anything ever. I'm planning on marriage and kids with Nadia. Well, 1 year to the day Marissa finally understands I'm not going to leave Nadia for her, and Marissa goes to Nadia's place of employment to have a little chat. Marissa tells Nadia that I took her virginity 1 year ago exactly. The fallout from this experience really showed me just how much I love Nadia, and the gut-wrenching guilt has led me to never ever cheat on her, and so to this day, I'm 35 now and still have not forgotten the lesson learned from this ordeal. Nadia and I went on to date blissfully for the next 6 years. We grew apart since then and have moved to different cities, but we still chat and hang out a couple times a year. I know this may sound a little faked up, but you will learn just how much you care and love someone when you betray them like this. Furthermore, when you cheat, it always comes out. I thought I was scot-free after a year of not getting caught, but at the end of the day it's true. Hell hath no fury such as a woman's scorn. I had already ended it. I'd been dating a guy casually and openly, and started dating a second guy. Me and the second guy started to get a little serious, but I was still torn. I just never told guy 2 that guy 1 was in the picture at all. He knew I'd dated guy 1, and it had been a torrid dom sub thing, but had no idea it went on into our dating period. But I moved to be closer to fit 2, and broke up with guy 1 about 3 months later. My then best friend and roommate was a horrible manipulative psycho, and she didn't like that I broke up with guy 1, because it meant I was getting serious with someone, and it meant it was a threat to how much she could milk me for time, money, and raising her kids for her. She became outraged when she found out I'd ended it and told guy 2 all about it. He was in love with me, and he was devastated. I was also devastated as I'd ended it with guy 1 2 weeks earlier, was fully committed to gut 2, and was also horrified at how awful the person I thought was my BFF actually was. BFF was sickeningly satisfied, and even went about trying to take me out for a girls' night to get my mind off things. But joke was on her. Guy 2 and I continued to talk and work on things, and got back together within 2 weeks. I ended my friendship with that nasty bitch. She also tried to console guy 2 and suggested they sleep together to get back at me during the process of telling him I'd been seeing someone else. Guy 2 and I are still together almost 8 years later, married, have a gorgeous home and adorable kid. Former BFF is still a pillar-dicked parasite and has yet to ever live independently without leeching off someone. Not the cheater, but the one who was cheated on. My cheater ex-wife doesn't use Reddit, so here it goes. She was going out of town for a few days and I wanted to spend time with her, but she said she needed to go to the gym instead. She had been going to the gym for about 9 months and was going to CrossFit for 3 months, so she was basically never home to spend time with me. We get into a texting argument and she says she needs time to think and clear her head. All the while I'm clueless as to anything going on. I just wanted to spend time with her. She usually gets home from work around 5:30 p.m, but she didn't come home till around 11 on that night. So I try to confront her to find out what's going on, and she just brushes me off saying she would talk about it when she got back from her trip. I try to push to have a talk, but she wouldn't budge and said she was going to pack and go to sleep, but that she doesn't want to sleep with me. So I think she's gonna sleep on the couch or downstairs in our guest bed. So I go lay down thinking I'll see her in the morning before she leaves for her flight. I lay in bed for about 30 minutes or so and went to see where she decided to sleep for the night. Well, she's nowhere to be found. I look outside to see if she had taken her car anywhere. Yup, she had snuck out to I don't know where at the time. I go into panic mode. I check my bank account to see if she had used our money after she left, so I might get a direction of where she was headed. I find something even stranger. A purchase from Walgreens for $56.50. We don't go there for anything, and definitely would not spend that much there. So I have strange feeling, and decide to look up the price of Plan B pills at Walgreens, plus apply my state tax. That was very close to the price of the transaction I saw on my account, but it was not a perfect match. So I call my brother, and he tells me to look for the receipt in my trash. I don't think she's that stupid, but I look anyway. There it was in my trash, not even at the bottom, a receipt for a Plan B pill and a bag of potato chips. We hadn't had sex in 2 weeks, so there's no reason for her to have bought Plan B pill. TLDR, ex-wife cheated and bought a Plan B pill, then was careless enough to leave the receipt in the trash. I had been in an emotionally and physically abusive relationship for going on 2 years at this point, and had tried to break up with this dude, which, I shit you not, every time resulted in a loaded gun being pointed at my head or his, so threatening suicide or to kill me. This had happened at about 10 plus times at this point. I was moving stuff out of my old apartment to the new house. I was renting a room in that I shared with my ex. The situation was temporary, but my lease on the old apartment was almost up, so I just had to get my shit out. The girl who owned the house's boyfriend's younger brother was staying in the basement at the time, and we had started kicking it a lot, so I got him to help me move stuff that day. The day before this, my ex had sent me a text saying he wanted to break up with me. I was like, hell yes, sure, I'll find a place to move my stuff and start moving right now. I suppose he didn't think I'd take him seriously, so he called me crying saying that the text was a test and he wasn't serious. This all ended up with him slamming me in the front door, breaking a bunch of my stuff, attempting to throw me down the stairs, etc. So we were somewhat broken up, but we still slept in the same bed that night. Anyways, there had been a lot of sexual tension between me and the kid who was helping me move my stuff, and to make a long story short, we ended up hooking up in my old apartment and spent about 6 hours just making out, faking, hanging out naked, and having a generally amazing time. We were both drunk and on Xanax, so not too much was remembered. So it was that kid's birthday that day and my ex's birthday the next day. We didn't think that was relevant until we got back to the house 9 hours after we had left with absolutely none of my shit. We were supposed to be moving in my car. We figured we could just scurry into the house and not be seen together, but we notice one of our friends' cars parked by the house and realize people are over. We walk in the door to be greeted by 10 to 15 of our good friends, all noticing that something was up. Me and that kid were still really drunk and zammed out, so we weren't really doing a great job of hiding the fact that we had just faked the shit out of each other for hours on end. The only thing I clearly remember is my ex straight up asking him, did you fuck my girlfriend? And him going, yeah, totally deadpan. Ex sucker, punches him in the face. He walks away. Ex starts crying. Situation escalates. Cut to 6 AM. Everyone in the house, who normally drinks beer, has been drinking a shit ton of liquor, is extremely wasted. I go to try and sleep on the couch, because at that point I refuse to even be in the same room as my ex. Kid I hooked up with's older brother kicks him out of the house. It's raining outside, so I tell him he can sleep in my car. Older brother says, if I let him sleep in my car I'd better leave too. So I get my key fob and secretly unlock it from across the street. I try to sleep for a few hours, but ex is screaming, yelling, begging me, switching between I love you so much please stay with me, and you worthless piece of shit I hope you die. Eventually I, still wasted, get some shit together in my backpack and get in my car and drive out to this state park some 30 minutes from the city with this kid still in the back of my car. To cut to the chase, we never stopped hanging out after that. From that day on we were together 24/7. We ended up leaving that city together, traveling across the country, and living out of my car for a few months, getting work in Northern California and saving up money, then moved to the city we are in now. We fell in love within a matter of days and I can still say that he is my best friend and my partner in life. Sure, how we got together is not exactly ideal, but at that point a situation like that was maybe my only way out of that abusive relationship. Cheating is never okay, and this situation is blurry because my ex and I were technically broken up. There was a lot of abuse involved, etc. But at the end of the day I ended up being able to leave a relationship I was literally trapped in and gained a new boyfriend who I loved and still love more deeply than I've ever loved anyone before. I think I subconsciously got caught on purpose, and if I think about it, I don't regret my current boyfriend telling my ex straight up that he faked me. I'm not even sure if I can consider that getting caught or straight up fessing up. But whatever it is, this wall of text is my cheating story. TLDR hook up with dude who lives at the same house as me and my physically/emotionally abusive ex. After ex had broken up with me but took it back saying it was a test. Come back to the house after faking for hours to a joint birthday party for the both of them filled with all our friends. Ex asks dude if he faked me because we are intoxicated and glaringly obvious. Dude laughs and says yeah. Me and dude leave town together and he is now my boyfriend. Not me, but I was the other guy, commonly called Jody, more than a few times. Here is the first, and somehow second time point. I used to be in the Marines, and stationed in 29 Palms CA. While I was there I was busted down, reduced in rank/position, for adultery. Shocker #1 I was not married. It was with a chick who I'll call Ashley. We were spotted, because we were spotted near her husband's base camp Pendleton by someone in his chain of command, since most of his unit was in Iraq. I am only halfway advised to push for courts-martial, since I honestly didn't know she was married. Short of my courts-martial date I present witness accounts and other evidence that I didn't know she was married, let alone to a fellow Marine. By this time I started hooking up with a chick named, changed, Nikki, and when I was only given the NJP/Article 15, non-judicial punishment, mainly because I was guilty but unknowingly, and told her that, and why, and that I didn't want anything too serious because of this, and I was leaving soon. This lasted until I deployed to Japan, switching out with several units from the West Coast point, when I kind of the new guy in a unit in the army. Years later, I was on a port detail in Kuwait getting equipment back from Iraq to my new duty station Germany, with other guys from other battalions, but we are all in the same brigade. This one guy, who I'll call Society of Jesus, sees my Marine patch, and he is also a former Marine. We are hit it off, and are solid with each other because of this. Some weeks later a guy in my unit comes to me and says back quote, "Did you know that Society of Jesus guy were both at Marines and both at 29 Palms?" I obviously knew the core part, but not that we were at the same duty station. While out at the smoking area he comes outside, and the guy in my unit reminds me of the 29 Palms part. We get to talking, and it turns out he was married to a girl while he was out there named Nikki, and that she messed around on him with some guy when he was in Japan. Yes, I was that guy, again. But we were okay with each other. Word got out about it, and we were quite a pair, since we usually hung out before we left Kuwait. Sometimes the world is too small. My ex-fiancée got caught due to my roommate joking about her cheating on me. We were in the process of relocating. I moved to a new city and found us a place to live and a job while she kept working back home. The plan was I get us settled and then she would follow me in a month. This way only one of us would be unemployed at a time. Made sense at the time as she spent the month at her parents', so we only paid for one residence. Well, about 2 weeks after I moved, my roommate, a mutual friend of ours, was on MSN with people back home. They were talking about how the birthday party they had thrown the previous night for another friend got out of hand. My roommate asked me if I knew who my girlfriend had cheated on me with last night. Well, I kinda lost it, stormed out of the apartment, tuning out everything that was being said to me on the way out the door. Had no minutes on my cell, so I walked about 20 minutes to the nearest payphone, called her up, and confronted her. She was confused as to how I knew they hadn't even been flirting at the party. They ran into each other a few hours later and decided to keep partying. She was still in bed at his place. No one had seen them together. In her mind it was literally impossible for me to already know what happened. She was even more confused by the fact I knew what happened, but not who the other guys was. She confessed almost immediately, as I had essentially caught her in the act. Broke up with her during that phone call. Went home and found out my roommate had been joking. My fiancée had been sexually assaulted by our friend's overly friendly pitbull. She had no idea that actual infidelity had gone on. She felt terrible for making that joke, but if she hadn't I may never have known. Most of these upvoted comments are about others cheating and not answering ops question. It was a mutual thing. While we had been dating for over 3 years, going to uni in different states had really thrown us into a hole and communication disappeared pretty rapidly. A few months into uni, and after about 5 months of going from 100 to none in terms of contact, I went to a party and had a fair amount to drink. This wasn't uncommon for me. Since the start of uni, depression and loneliness were pretty new and deep problems that I solved at the bottom of the bottle. I met a girl at this party that took that loneliness away, and I went home with her. I didn't tell my girlfriend, but she also hadn't told me until after winter break, when the chlamydia she got from the guy she got it from appeared on me. The guy told her, and she told me, after which the burning sensation I had been feeling made sense. We both admitted to each other and broke up fairly cleanly. After some time of no contact we became friends again, where I found out she too was suffering from a lack of trust. Both of us were not able to trust ourselves anymore and had some of the worst years ahead of us, mentally speaking. This was 4 years ago, and while I can't speak for her, I have come to terms with my mistakes and trust issues in myself since then, and as of last week, began a relationship with a fantastic girlfriend. For the first time in 4 years I learned that cheating just doesn't come out of nowhere. It's the symptom of problems that have been present for a good amount of time. It is important to be able to recognize those potential problems not only in your partner's actions, but also in your own. Everyone, good or bad, has the potential to make good and bad decisions. It is most important to learn from them, and to the best of your ability empathize with the mistakes of others. Everyone will make mistakes, and wrong is truly cultivated when that person doesn't learn from their mistakes. The term everyone will include you at some point. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Learn from it, and try your best to move on from it when it happens to you. Probably a little late for this, but I will try to keep this as short as possible. So, I'm 23 now. This happened when I was about 17 turning 18. Just to give a little background history, I met this girl that I had known since like 8th grade. She of course had a boyfriend at the time, to which I never tried pursuing her. So years passed by, and she doesn't have her love of her life anymore, so me and her were good friends. I knew she was into me, and I was into her. I take her out to places like parties and movies etc. One night she wants to go to the beach late at night, and I remember it now vividly. The moon was full and the stars were shining. Sounds like a novel lol, but it happened, and it was a memorable time. Anyways, we end up kissing and stuff. I never tried anything more than that. I actually really liked this girl and wanted a relationship. I end up going to jail and leave her behind for about 7 months. I come back, she has a new boyfriend, cause from what she told me she got kicked out of her parents' home and had to do what she had to do. So we go through a roller coaster of confused emotions for about 2 months. The whole time she is sending me Snapchats of her and her boyfriend together, trying to make me jealous. Like that is going to want me to go after her. Anyways, basically she is talking to me and seeing me every now and then to hang out. And keep this in mind, I never went farther than a hug. I knew about her boyfriend and just decided to be friends. But we were not talking like normal friends. We had conversations about what we would do, yada yada. So one night I went to a party and a old friend of ours was there. She of course was at her boyfriend's, sending me Snapchats of her dancing on her boyfriend, trying to make me jealous. Now I see where you are going with this, I thought. So her friend at the party started hitting on me and stuff, like obviously wanting to hook up. So I did, and to this day I do not regret it. 2 months go by, and she finds out what I did, and is extremely mad at me. Like, we aren't even dating, and you want to send me Snapchats and Facebook photos trying to make me jealous, like what the fuck? Later on she says she was sorry for what she did, but we never tried to mend the relationship. Her boyfriend also ended up finding out about me somehow, and they broke up, but got back together. Complicated. Yeah, for sure, but TBH, I've shoulder broke it off the day I got out of jail. Her boyfriend never knew. We talked every day and even went out to places. Very behind the scenes type stuff, but whatever. I cheated on my ex after he cheated on me. Mature, right? He got a new job in a bank and we were living together. He left his phone at home one day and I don't know why, but I had this gut feeling to check his messages from a particular friend. I read them, and it turned out he had slept with a mutual friend of ours a week previous. While we were on a night out together, we were going from one bar to another, and as we were crossing a bridge I looked back, and I thought I saw them kissing. Quickly dismissed it, because he was super drunk, and I decided he obviously stumbled, and she was helping him regain his balance. 3 minutes later they were gone, and as we were out with all of his friends, one by one they abandoned me with excuses of I just need the restroom and not returning. I went home alone that night and he showed up, blind drunk, about 2 hours later. When I confronted him about the messages there was a lot of apologizing, and I was so drunk I don't remember a lot. I stupidly forgave him, and we stayed together for another few years, moved into an apartment together, and he used to go out 2 to 3 times a week. I'm more of a stay-at-home kinda person and not big into drinking. I met a guy online while gaming and we were friends for years. Exchanged numbers and ended up sexting. He found out. I swore I'd stop and just wanted to be with him. I did stop for about a year, completely deleted this guy from my life and that was that. But my relationship was stale. He was still going out 2/3 times a week and I was always at home alone. We ended up more like roommates who occasionally said I love you. One day I was put in a lobby with the guy I had been sexting and we started talking again. I ended up visiting him over New Year while saying I was going to see a friend. A couple weeks later I got a new phone and went to work. My ex turned my old phone on, synced it back up to my laptop, and found all the messages. He texted me and basically said I hope you had fun cause I'm done. I had a weird sense of calm and panic all at once. I didn't try to stop him and I didn't beg for forgiveness. Things ended there. He moved out, we divided things amicably and went on our way. I cried about it a lot but more because my ex is a great guy and I was ashamed I didn't have the strength to just end it with him. I'm not sorry it happened because it taught me a lot about the kind of person I was and the kind of person I want to be. I was ashamed for about 2 years until I got the courage to check him out on Instagram. Turns out he's got a new girlfriend and he seems genuinely happy, which gave me a weird sense of closure. He really is a great guy and I wish him all the best. I was cheated on in this scenario. Girlfriend and I dating for almost 2 years. Girlfriend had serious trust issues and didn't allow me to be friends with any women and she basically detached me from my family too. That is beside the point. I get to the point where I don't let her go through my phone. Not cheating, mind you. Lord knows she would have gotten pissed at some asinine conversation between me and a male friend or even a family member. I shut that shit down quickly. She then decided to be overly protective of her phone out of the blue. She and I are both in college together and she introduces me to the guy about 3 days before I find out. I shake Nicholas's hand and everything. They had known each other from their hometown and had rekindled their friendship. So she comes home from work while I'm in her bedroom at her apartment. I'm watching The Amazing Spider-Man and enjoying Andrew Garfield swinging through New York City when she walks in, seemingly exhausted from work as she was a gymnastics coach. She says she's going to take a shower and I was enjoying movie, so I decided not to join. About 2 minutes after the water starts running, I hear loud sobbing coming from the bathroom. I freaking go into the bathroom, pull back the curtain, and see her cradling in the fetal position in the tub. I ask her if she's okay. Yeah, I'll be out in a minute. Okay. She steps into the bedroom a couple minutes later. Me, what's wrong? Huh, nothing. Can you just hold me right now? Me, sure. Are you sure you don't want to talk about it? Huh, damn it, why can't you be a better boyfriend and just console me when I need it? Me, I want to, but I'd also like to know what's wrong so I can try and help. Huh, you're such a shitty boyfriend. I think we should take a break. Now, in this particular relationship, it wasn't uncommon to be on the receiving end of this threat. I had become so fed up with her shit as plenty of other drama had occurred over the last 2 years. I take my backpack and pack up my sheet I have at her apartment and tell her I'm leaving. I then look her in her bloodshot eyes and say don't call me, because in previous threats she would call that evening and apologize. This time she didn't call. The next week is her birthday. She has blocked me on all social media and changed her number as she had contacted me from a new one to exchange our things that we still had of one another's. However, my mom still has her info book and sees that, for her birthday, Nicholas had taken her to dinner and a movie. 2 weeks later they were in a relationship. They're married now. Of course, it wasn't admitted to me that she cheated, but I can put 2 and 2 together and realize it equals a crazy cheating beach monster. Not the cheater, but the unwitting side guy who found out. Super cute girl, really sweet. We had an impromptu coffee date after being in line and realizing we were in the same class in college. We hooked up after the bar that weekend and she said she wanted to take it slow because she was fresh out of a relationship. I really liked her, but I was fine with that. I always kind of knew something was up. She would smile and text in my living room. One time she even showed me a text that was questionably flirty. That was the point when this started to mess with my head a bit. But I didn't have the self-respect then to press on it point. So I had a party at my house one time, a low-key thing, where the guys invited over some friends, made some punch, had pizza delivered from the local place, and hung out. After, she was being kind of weirdly sideways about staying the night. I was like, well, at least let me walk you back to campus. This was, like, well after 1 AM. On the way back we ran into a pizza delivery car pulling out of one of the building's loading docks, and the driver leans out the window. She was like, oh, that's my ex. If I don't say hello I'm going to hear it. UHH. Okay. So we walk over, and she introduces me as her friend. We chatted about what we did that night, with me trying to slowly break away from the conversation. He tells her to keep her phone on. All at once, everything clicked. That was the freaking guy who delivered the pizza to my house earlier. Turns out she was still faking her ex. Well, we walked back the rest of the way in steaming near silence, with me barely answering her attempts to talk about how nice my friends were, or how awkward that situation just was. When we got up to hers, I spat at her in the angriest voice I think I have ever heard come out of me. She was crying about how right I was to be angry, and then I wound up staying the night point as I'm laying there with her head on my chest, stroking her hair. She says, "You're bigger than him, you know." Still the most ridiculous pillow talk I've ever experienced. I was cheated on by a girl I was dating for approximately 2 years at the time. Before we dated we were FWB for a while, but eventually we made it official. But I think we started out as FWB because we both had crushes on other people who didn't reciprocate our feelings, which maybe tells you something about us. I remember the events leading up to her telling me she had cheated on me. We were just doing everyday stuff, running errands, grabbing lunch, etc. But I recall she got a text and all of a sudden her entire demeanor changed. We ended up back at her place and she started crying. Then she told me she had cheated on me. And she said she had to tell me first, because the other guy had said, if she didn't, that he'd send me a message Facebook telling me himself. I asked her, if he hadn't made that ultimatum, would she have told me? She said that she didn't know. She begged me to forgive her, and that she'd break it off with him forever. Like an idiot I took her back almost immediately. Again, it probably tells you something about us, or me. Not sure. The next 6 months we decided we were going to pick up and move to Chicago from Michigan. I would go to school at Kanye West's alma mater, and she'd go back to Loyola. She had gone for a semester her sophomore year. We were all about that Chicago life. Then I noticed one week that she was quietly taking her belongings in my apartment home with her. She had moved back to her parents to save for our move. But I felt like something was wrong. We had gotten home from dinner one night and she started crying. I asked her what was wrong, to which she replied back, quote, "Like you don't know, same guy, same everything." That point I decided to break up with her, but not without her trying to get back with me for a bit, and I kind of considered it. Then one night, after I got home from the bar, this guy calls me at like 3 in the morning, and I can hear her crying in the background, and he tells me I'm pathetic and to leave her alone. Again, I was more or less over the whole situation. I was pretty happy being single again at this point. That's when I decided that whole debacle was way more trouble than it was worth. Never moved to Chicago either. That was 10 years ago. More or less haven't had a real normal relationship since then. Odd epilogue to this story. I started a job a couple years ago. It's a building with about 1500 plus employees. After 8 months of working there I noticed one day in the commons area she works there. We play this fun little game where we pretend we don't exist. It had been so long since I had seen her that I thought maybe it was someone who kind of looked like her. I did a quick directory search, and it was her, with the notable exception that her last name is hyphenated with the last name of the guy that broke us up. So good on her. TLDR, during Obama's first term, girlfriend carried on second relationship with another guy behind my back. Lied about breaking it off with him, then continued to date him regardless. I have kind of a weird on. When I was much younger I was managing a dance bar, 1982. I didn't know at the time, but we were being bought out, and I was carrying on day-to-day business which required hiring new staff. So I had hired a couple of cocktail waitresses that had been employed around 30 days before it was announced that we were bought out. I met with the new owners and was surprised when told they thought I was doing a good job and they wanted to keep me on. They introduced to my supervisor named Mike. Mike and I hit it off pretty good and became what I believed to be a pretty friendly relationship. Fast forward a couple of months. Mike and I are talking about shop, personal life, etc. He goes on to ask me if I have a girlfriend or if I'm dating anyone. I tell him that I'm dating one of the cocktail waitresses I had hired a few months back. I tell him her name and think nothing of it. The next day, she comes in and quits and tells me she is moving to KC. I was a little heartbroken as I thought we were hitting it off fine. Fast forward again to 1990. Working in a different bar and this girl comes in with the other girl who I had hired to work at that bar in 1982. I tell her hello and we start talking and make plans to go to breakfast after closing. We go to breakfast and I ask her why she quit and moved to KC in such a hurry. Told her I was a little heartbroken. Then she told me that her and the girl she came in with to get hired were told to get a job at my old bar by the people who were negotiating to buy it and spy on me in the operation. She then told me that she and Mike were engaged to be married. When he found out that her and I were sleeping together, that he broke it off with her and told her to quit. It was a little uncomfortable telling her that I had told him not knowing anything about her and Mike dating. Fast forward. I'm a glutton for punishment. I caught my ex several times, once with her GPS and a statement she made about a Facebook friend's job. The GPS showed she had gone to a city north of us. The friend's Facebook status said his ship was going to be in that town for the weekend on a cold day while getting gas. I used my breath to make the window fog up. Drew a heart in it. She didn't notice. I looked to see what had her undivided attention. She was texting as follows. Hey. What are you doing? Why aren't you writing me back? Hello. This is really hurting my feelings. I hung with you yesterday like you wanted. We had section now. She didn't get to finish that one because I went ballistic, regrettably after years of her cheating and questionable behavior. I had grown extremely paranoid. He had been acting strange again. Super focused on her looks, short with me, and spending a lot of time with her new friends at her new job. So when I got home from work and she was gone, I opened her iPad. I was going to play Temple Run and her messenger was open. It was a convo with new cow or her. U8 equals D him. Lol her. 8 equals D plus equals THAT was the last one. I was done. I drove to her work, waited till she came out after her shift, then told her I want a divorce and drove away. Little backstory. First, I was with the girl, only relationship I've ever had, and after a couple of months she breaks the news to me that she's pregnant. I was super excited and madly in love with this girl, so I was just so happy. Anyways, fast forward about 4 months and I end up having to rush her to the ER because she's in labor. That's when it hit me. We haven't even been in a relationship for 9 months. There's no way this kid that I thought for this long was mine. It devastated me. Anyways, I find out much later that it was her ex-boyfriend's, but she didn't want to tell me. I should have ended it there knowing she lied to me for that long, but I loved her too much, and it being my only relationship was scared of it ending. Lot later we ended up moving in together and stuff, and because I still didn't trust her very much, ended up going through her phone when she was asleep. Found out that when she was going back to her mom's house like 2 hours away, she was seeing said ex. It killed me. I was depressed for a long time after, but I was dumb and tried to make it work out. After that I ended up losing my job and she was paying for pretty much everything for a good amount of time. When again I found out she was going out to bars/hooker joints, was picking up different guys. When I found that out, she ended it. It's been 3 years and I still can't be in a relationship because I'm just so damn scared they're going to hurt me like that. Don't cheat, guys, it fucks people up. Was suspicious already, so I just said I'm not gonna get mad, just tell me. She told me and that was that, until we got back together. Then we ended up getting married, which was dumb, but it happened. She was late coming home from work one night, so I drove to her work and found her getting out of some guy's car. Apparently they were just smoking weed in his rap van. I gave it a pass. Then we sat down and I once again said, "Hey, I'm not gonna be mad, but are you cheating on me again?" She stupidly says yes, but this time I was pretty much done with her shit, so I said, "Hey, let's have an open marriage if you want to do this." She agreed, so we did that for a while. I was seeing this girl and she hated the fact I was seeing another girl. Apparently she just wanted her side of the marriage to be open. She then said, "Let's not have an open marriage and go to counseling." I said okay, sure. I was young and dumb. We ended up going out with some of her work friends and they said, "You seem like a nice guy. Your wife is still cheating on you." I didn't say anything this time. I just went about macking out with the girl that said that to me while my wife was making out with another girl from her work in the bathroom. After she pulled the "Hey, I'm sorry, I won't do it again," I came home from a night of drinking. She unplugged the phone. I went and plugged it in and listened. She was telling this guy she loved him, and so I was like, "Hey, we need to talk." The guy on the other end of the phone was like, "Who is that?" And she said, "That's my husband." I walked out to the living room, said, "Pack your sheet and have your parents come pick you up. We're done." It was a long shitty ride for the next year, but damn if she didn't get her just karma. My life is great, and I have been with my current wife for 15 years now, so it's good. Not me, but my girlfriend at the time, twice. She was from across the country and would regularly fly back home to see her friends and family. I went with her once and met the crew even. One day I was screwing with my phone and bricked it, so she loaned her phone to me. I plopped my SIM in, and I guess she thought that would erase her messages. A flood of my own texts came in with no contact info, so I had to open them all and figure out who they were through context. Turns out she had an unopened message from someone whose contact she hadn't saved, but had been talking to that day. The little bit that was there, she deletes her messages every day, was talking about giving some guy blue jobs when she flew back to her home state. She tried to tell me I was taking it out of context, but I'm not an idiot. I am, however, too forgiving. Or at least I used to be. We took a break, but continued to be friends. I bought my own place and she moved in a while after, and we resumed a relationship. After that, she had a habit of looking around like a kid who is doing something they're not supposed to every time she texted someone, and I honestly never really trusted her after the first incident. Not even a year after we got back together, her mom came to stay at my place to visit. I was massaging my girl's feet, and she was looking particularly guilty and bending at really uncomfortable angles to make it so I couldn't see her texting, which I very much could, while I messaged her feet. I decided that I wasn't going to be played again, so I went through her phone. Yeah, I know I shouldn't. I hate that I was in that position, but I'm glad I did. Turns out she was talking to a few guys back in her home state about screwing around and even doing ecstasy with one of them before having sex. I pretended I didn't see anything for a few days until her mom left, and I talked to all of her partners across the country, all of whom were super surprised she had a boyfriend that she lived with and that there were other guys at all. I still talk to one of them, haha, he's a cool guy. I gave her a few opportunities to fess up, confronted her, which she denied, and ultimately showed her the plethora of photographic evidence I had. In a hoe, I gave her 2 months to find a new place to live, but she thought I would just let her stay if she didn't have anywhere to live when time ran out. She ended up having to move back to her home state before finishing her education, so now she is $150k in debt to our old university she didn't get a degree from, and everyone she knows here and there have photo evidence that I'm not a dick for kicking her out, because she would have tried to spin it that way had I not taken preventative measures. Then just before Christmas in 2016 my fiancée cheated on me. She was just out super late and claimed she had stayed the night at a friend's house after going out dancing, but for some reason thought it wouldn't be obvious that her hair was blocking some hickeys, which I saw instantly. I gave her 2 days to fess up, which she did without any pressure. We are still friends, but I'm put off of relationships entirely now. I wasn't the cheater, but the cheater, rather, was with my ex for 8 years. We got together when I was 16. I also moved in with him at 16 due to a rocky home life. About 3 years in, I caught him talking to someone on MySpace. Yes, these were the MySpace days. He left the browser window open on our shared desktop and had gone off to use the bathroom in the middle of the night. He thought I was sleeping. It had been going on for some weeks. I confronted him, an argument erupted, and after some lengthy apologies I chose to accept. Forgiving someone is doable, but blindly trusting someone who breaks faith with you is so difficult. But, I told myself, we were young and stupid, he made a bad choice, and clearly he regretted it. I was definitely more attentive to his actions after that. I suppose I punished him periodically, in one way or another. He cited this as the reason that a few months later, he spent a good deal of time talking to an acquaintance of ours about a multitude of subjects I deemed inappropriate, and he continued to do so until I threatened to leave. He relented and apologized profusely. So what do? Like a complete idiot, I continue the relationship. I even marry the guy 2 years later. 5 years into the relationship, I was 21 and he was 24. The relationship had its ups and downs. I definitely learned and grew with him, but the icing on the cake was when I noticed he was spending longer at work every night. Out of nowhere point, he was also oddly protective of his privacy. Weird for a married guy, right? Suddenly everything had a password. Naturally, I was curious. Naturally, that curiosity was fueled even further when I asked for answers as to why he was staying at work so late, and got a reply that was more vague than my horoscope point because of his history of being incapable of honesty and owning his mistakes when they occurred. I waited and watched. He replaced his old phone and left the old one at home when he went to work. I'm ashamed to admit I pounced on it right after he left. I booted it up to see if there was anything there that could explain the gut feeling I was having. Hoo boy. There were texts upon texts with a certain girl I had invited into my home and tried to make feel welcome. Apparently, he was planning on leaving me so he could truly be with her like his soul was telling him he needed. So, I texted him, unable to wait until he got home, late, most likely, and told him not to bother coming home and that I knew all about it. A text argument ensued. He thought I was bluffing when I said I was done. I moved out a week later. My only regret is I miss my faking cats. This is probably unexpected, but I was called a cheater on RuneScape. This was probably back in 2007 or something. I had a RuneScape boyfriend that I hung out with for a while. Anyway, one day I guess I was bored or something. Random guys kept going up to me asking if I want to be their girlfriend and I just kept saying yes. So by then I had like 4 guys at least. They pretty much just asked me and then went off to do other stuff. So it was like okay whatever. Didn't think much of it. I went to the gym and the main boyfriend was there. Then suddenly a random dude I said yes to before came up and was all like what's going on here? Etc. Then another one showed up and possibly the third guy. So they all called me out for being a hoe or whatever even though they only knew me for like an hour. Main boyfriend was not impressed. Well, he didn't really comment on it at first, but then a week or so later some random chick goes up to me and says, "Do you know BF's username?" I'm like, yeah. And they went on to explain how he's been going around and had like hundreds of girlfriends in the game and stuff. And so I talked to him asking what his deal was etc. point basically. And he basically said yeah, it's just a game, so it doesn't matter. I'm thinking he was doing this cause he was mad at me for that one day. In case you're wondering, I never had a RuneScape boyfriend since, and that was his way of getting back at me. I don't think he was doing this before I did what I did. I just realized the question said so, but I already poured too much time into this answer to delete it lol. My now ex-husband was cheating on me when our kids were 3 and 8 emos. He was sleeping with a woman he worked with. He had asked me to help him with something on the computer, I don't remember what, and I saw an icon for a Word file I didn't recognize. I clicked on it, and it was just a single page text file that said "Good night sexy, don't forget to lock your doors" in huge letters. I asked him about it, and he said it was an old joke, something he printed to put on someone's apartment door to be funny months ago. I right-clicked on the properties of the file and saw it had been saved that morning. This was 2002. Forgive any faulty computer logic. He spilled everything. There had been things leading up to this that had made me uncomfortable about this coworker, but he insisted I was overreacting. After this revelation, he switched to saying he could talk to her about things he couldn't say to me. That was the most hurtful part. It would have been easier to take if he'd just been screwing somebody. We were married, we had children together. I naively thought we shared everything. Looking back, I'm sure he wanted to get caught. He's no genius, but I don't think he's that stupid. I could be wrong. Granted, I had been totally consumed with the kids, and I get that now. But he's still a piece of shit for not ending things in a decent way and making it so I would find out like that point he and that woman married on the same day our divorce was final, which happened to be Mother's Day. No irony there at all. She cheated on him a year later. He's now on wife #3. Not the cheater, but the one cheated on. I was in his email for some reason, completely benign. I wasn't even considering snooping at this point, and discovered he was on Plenty of Fish. I made a fake profile and a fake instant message account, as this was way back in 2007, and catfished him into meeting me. I confronted him in tears on the streets of the city I had just moved to in order to be with him, and he was just like, well, I don't know what to tell you. Sorry? Let's break up, I guess? He did not care. Somehow we stayed together after I begged him to try to make it work, and he also did not stop cheating on me for the next 4 years of our time together. Surprise surprise, right? More recently I was the unaware third party with my last ex and his new girlfriend, who I wasn't aware he had made his girlfriend. She showed up at his apartment the morning after he and I met up and wound up sleeping together. I feel awful about how things happened. If I could go back I would do things differently, because it faked up my ex to have done something like that, and he's not that kind of person. We just got caught up in the moment. I still love him and went about it wrong, because I didn't really understand the bigger context and how things would play out. I just knew that being there with him felt right. He's made the choice to stop talking to me for a while, to sort himself out alone, and I'm not doing that well. I think about our relationship all the time, and have trouble not feeling completely responsible for what he's currently going through. It's been really hard since we stopped talking, and I miss him, but I have to respect his boundaries right now for what he needs. Whether we'll talk again at some point, or see each other again, I hope so, but I don't know, and it's not really my choice. Relationships are hard, and I'm not sure when I'll be even remotely open to one with somebody new. I'm not at all resilient when it comes to love. It's a personal problem. I'm not really sure if this counts, but I had a FWB and me and her agreed no feelings, but we spent literally every day together. For months I would go over her place, we would study, eat, have sex and sleep, wake up, go to work, go home and have sex, wake up, eat, have sex, do HW, have sex for months. Then I noticed she began to get distant, not pick up phone calls, be weird and shady, tell obvious lies. She had found a new guy and just never bothered to tell me about it. I thought it was faked up. Like, yeah, we agreed no feelings, but like, she should have let me know. At least I thought. She also lied and said she didn't have sex. While having sex with the dude for like a month, she got drunk and said some hurtful things when she went to sleep, in my bed of course, so I went through her phone. She had no suggestive texts from the guy, but because she was deleting them, so I went to her Facebook and found a conversation with one of her good friends. That is a girl. That's when I found out I was lied to for like a month. When I confronted her, she was very your fault for not assuming this would happen with the whole thing. I admit, I developed feelings for her. I had these feelings for about 6 months, but they faded each time she had a new fake friend, each one an Indian or Bengali guy, in Pakistani, didn't know how to feel about that one, each one she kept secret, each one she lied about having sex with. I found out through back channels. What hurt was the one time she got drunk and boasted how much better they were at sex, and how she has expanded her sexual tastes with them. We talked it out, and over several arguments, the last one in which I called her out for everything, and didn't talk for a week or two, and we are on friendly terms now. I got my own fake buddy, and have improved myself, but I still have some slight feelings for her. We work and go to school together, so we see each other often, but I see now she is not girlfriend material. In fact, when I think of her romantically I still hold a grudge, even hatred for her. Now she claims she is done and is dating some white guy, and I know her well enough to know when she is planning on seeing him she's still shady about tea, but actually called me up the other day to confirm my suspicions. I don't really care anymore. It just sucks that I was ready to fall for someone that didn't give the slightest shit about me. You live you learn, I guess. I was in high school. I was seeing two girls, and I got busted because each girl's bestie worked at Taco Bell. Why I came up in each girl's best friend's conversation at work is beyond me, but that's the story I got later on down the road. I'm outside washing my car and I look up. I see girl #1's car approaching. I smile. Unexpected surprise. Go back to washing my car. I hear two doors slam, so I look up, and there they are, girl #1 and girl #2, arms crossed, staring daggers in my direction. They go to different schools, not supposed to know each other. Is there anything you want to tell us? I can't hold eye contact, so I proceed to wash my car. I'm thinking, if I ignore them maybe they'll go away. The question is repeated, so I responded in a low voice, still washing my car. What is there to explain? #2 replies with, what do you have to say for yourself? At moment I notice my best friend. He lived across the street and down a few houses. He's walking down the sidewalk and I can see it in his face. He had the eye looked out my back window, saw a car in front of my best friend's house with two blondes outside in shorts and killer legs. Maybe I need to go introduce myself. Then it turned into more of a look on the face of someone when they're witnessing a train wreck. I was hoping for him to intervene, some kind of help, anything. He looks at me, then at them, and says ladies, and just keeps on walking. The final glance I got as he walked by was, hate to be on your shoes, pretended he didn't know me. Story still comes up to this day 18 years later. So I know I'm late to this thread, but this is how I caught my ex cheating. We are both male, and we are both around 20 at the time this happened. So me and him had been together over a year when I found out what he had been doing. Backstory is, from the first moment we started dating he used to make comments about cheating and how disgusting it was, yet told me he cheated on every person he was with. This played on my mind, especially when he asked questions all about cheating and how I would react. He was very paranoid that I was cheating on him and even followed me on a night out to try and catch me cheating, to which me saying hi to someone apparently classed as cheating had a point. But anyway, it was Christmas 2014 and we were talking about work and he mentioned this person called Sam at work, who I thought was the female receptionist that I had met before he was talking about. So we carried on the conversation and I realized he said he and not she. So all I said was, you said he not she, and he got really weird and said he told me about the new lifeguard at work before and that I wasn't listening. So after that I knew something wasn't right, and a week later he mentioned how Sam had pissed him off because he apparently came out gay to my boyfriend and then found out from someone else that he was joking and made it up. I kept asking him, why are you so bothered? If he isn't gay then he isn't, he was obviously just being a weirdo. Cut to a month later, it's my ex's birthday and he is organizing a meal with everyone, family and friends. Initially I'm supposed to be coming, then all of a sudden he changes the date to a weekday that he knows I can't make because of work. I'm annoyed, but let it go. Cut to just after Valentine's Day and I had this guy feeling in my stomach about him and Sam, so I logged into his Snapchat on the first try and lo and behold I find out he is messaging other lads, and not just a couple, there are over 100 new lads on there. One that stood out was a username called mrbigkolk. I then log into his Facebook and find messages to Sam talking about their feelings for each other, and then I notice they had arranged a date with each other to talk things over, and it turns out it was when he had his birthday meal. I pretended all day that I was fine and I still went to pick him up from the train station, and once he got off the train I couldn't hold it in any longer. I just screamed, who the fuck is mrbigkolk? Then screamed at him about I'm glad you and Sam got a nice romantic birthday meal with each other. Needless to say my ex about shit himself. We ended up staying together another year after that, trying to work things out, but I couldn't trust him, and he was horrifically abusive. We broke up, and 48 hours later he was in a relationship and moved this new lad into his apartment after 2 months. They broke a year after because my ex was abusive to the new guy and cheated on him. Me and the new guy ended up becoming friends after our mutual experience with the ex. This was actually my first real girlfriend, so it hurt extra bad at the time, but for about 6 months everything was going great. We were both really into each other and spent pretty much every day on the phone. So one day, she was going to a concert with some friends, but I had school that day and I couldn't go, so I told her to have fun and tell me about it afterwards. Fast forward to after the concert, she tells me she met this guy there, we'll call him Nick, and that he was really cool, and she wanted to know if it was cool if she hung out with him a few days later. I, being the super naive person that I am, thought nothing of it and said sure. Fast forward a couple months and she's hanging out with Nick a bit more, maybe once or twice a week. I still don't notice this because trust is a two-way street. She wouldn't cheat. Meanwhile she's getting a lot more love-a-dove with me out of nowhere, which was kinda weird, but again I thought nothing of it. Anyway, one night I call her up and she declines the call and says she's talking to Nick and that she'll be done soon and call me afterward. At this point I started to get suspicious, but decided to play dumb about it cause I didn't wanna make any false accusations. This becomes a regular occurrence, except the calls become longer and longer, and soon she's talking to him for like 4 hours, and calling me up real quick to say goodnight, and hanging up. About a week later she decided it would be a good idea to post a picture of Nick kissing her forehead on social media, and when I confronted her she just said it was all in good fun. I have no idea why, but I forgave her, and went on with the relationship. Doesn't really matter though cause about a week later she decided to break up with me because she was going to an out-of-state college and didn't think she could handle a long-distance relationship. Then about a week after that, she texted me and confessed that she was cheating on me with Nick. Eventually I realized breaking up with her was more good than bad cause she was pretty manipulative, but at the time it completely crushed me inside. TLDR. Girl I was dating met another guy at a concert, and naive me didn't realize what was happening until she posted a picture of them on Instagram. Not me but a close work acquaintance. He was head over heels for this girl though she lived clear across the country. They met online and he figured they could make it work because she lived relatively close to where his mom was living. At this point I think they met IRL once during a visit to his mom's, not sure if they even hooked up. He is doing things way overboard like paying some of her bills, sending her cash for spa days, buying her sheet. The works. One day he books a holiday around to go see her. She bails saying that she has to work so he cancels. This happens like 3 times. Finally he says fuck it and books a trip out to see her as a surprise for Halloween. Shows up with flowers, chocolate, jewelry, dressed up fancy and proper. Surprise, another dude answers the door. She rushes him out there and goes to dinner with my pal and explains to him that her and the dude are just good friends, but he finds out during his trip from this chick's sister that she dated that guy on and off, and at one point they were living together. He comes home and life goes on, and he keeps doing what he has been doing, buying her sheet and sending her money. I swear everyone at this point was telling him she was playing him and using him as a cash machine. Then around August he decided to buy her a plane ticket to come visit him, and that's when the sheet hit the fan. She said she couldn't come out because she was pregnant, due in a month or so, and didn't want to deal with travel. He was like, what the fuck, it can't be mine. I'm pretty sure he can count, even if he had to use his fingers. He already booked the ticket, so he rescheduled the flights and flew out to see what was going on. He shows up, same dude answers the door. This time they let him in, and he was pretty sure that the dude lived there. She starts to explain how that she was acting as a surrogate for the dude and her best friend who was sterile and really wanted a baby. Also, conveniently at work, she kept explaining how they decided that they should all live together till the baby comes, and that's why the guy was there. He started looking around the house and has noticed a lack of evidence that a third person was living there, then said, well, so can I see the medical paperwork for the in vitro fertilization? She then tells him that they couldn't afford it and that as they were all such good friends, that they just did it the normal way. He came home not knowing what to think. We all wanted to scream in his face. Eventually he got confirmation from her sister that there was no friend and that her boyfriend had knocked her up on and on again time, and they decided to try and make it work. He finally realized that she and the boyfriend were conning him and that she was most likely cheating on her boyfriend with him the first time. I've been cheated on by every girl I've ever dated besides my wife. The worst one was my ex I was living with, who would stay out at friends' houses. I went on a road trip with her to a spot 4 hours away. She asked me if I could go into the other room and charge her phone. Since I was suspicious of her phone always being locked and her always texting and smiling and staying out, I watched her to find the code to her phone. When I walked into the other room to charge it, I unlocked the phone and read through texts. Surely enough, there was a nice one about his juicy throbbing cock. I calmly grabbed my sheet and walked out of the room, said I'll be right back. Walked out to the car and drove 4 hours home, leaving her stranded. I drove back to my apartment, got there at like midnight, packed all my shit, moved myself out of the apartment in lightning speed. No idea how much all the furniture was hers. Called a buddy, moved in with him, and never spoke to her again. She legit assaulted my phone with texts and calls, 8 meters, talking like 200 calls a day. I enjoyed the torture. Oh, I also left the apartment door wide open. I got texts from her 4 years after and never replied. Bonus story. Brother-in-law cheated on his wife dozens of times before they were married. He faked some random chick on the night before his wedding at the bachelor party. I was there. I said nothing because it's not my place. She moved to the States from Sweden for him, leaving all her friends and family. He felt guilty and confessed everything. They went to therapy for a few years, stayed together. I respect the shit out of both of them for this. He's 100% clean of that behavior, and he's like my best friend. His wife also has forgiven him completely. Therapy saved them. Not a cheater, but the cheated on. Junior year of high school, I was dating a girl for about 3 months. On a school day, I had heard in the morning from my best friend that they had hung out over the weekend and kissed a little, and that he was sorry it happened, and that he would no longer be speaking to her. Keep in mind he had a girlfriend at the time as well, but they had only ever kissed. She declined sex. My initial reaction was whatever. I'm gonna go talk to my girlfriend and figure this out. His girlfriend had broken up with him, as I should have. Just hearing the start of it. I spoke to her and got the same story out of her, so I was disappointed in both of them, but didn't think much more of it. This being said, I hadn't been trusting her recently, so I asked one of her close friends her opinion on the situation through text. The response I got was, I don't know much about what they did, just that they hooked up and had sex twice over the weekend. I was destroyed, as my suspicions of what I expected were true. When I asked her in the past of distrust, she told me I had anxiety and that I should see my therapist again. Her actions made sure to tell me that my feelings were unreasonable. I called my friend at the time and screamed at him in the phone if that was true. I heard a mumbled yes and left him with a "fuck you, I hate you," and went to call her. She was taking a nap, but I checked and she was liking posts on Instagram. I decided to call her mom and made sure to tell her, your daughter hoed herself out to my best friend and is now ignoring my calls. I got her to drive herself over to my house, and she was crying, saying she didn't want it to happen, and this was where it got worse. She began to tell me how he pushed himself inside her house and how he raped her. I tried to go to the school principal's office to explain the story, but she told me that everyone was out to get her and that nobody would believe her. By far the worst part of this story is that I believed her. I broke up with her a month later when she began to hang out with my new best friend. The happy ending of the story is that I'm now dating the love of my life and praying to get into UCSC with her. Happier than I've ever been. The even better part is that recent dumbass friend who left me for her is actively being cheated on by her with her old fuck buddy. They both are depressed as fuck, and I have no drama left in my life. For all those who have been cheated on at a young age of the relationship, don't take them back. If they are doing it in high school, then they won't ever be a loyal partner. You'll find better. Much better. I'm living proud proof. I just regret I didn't break up immediately. I was cheated on by nearly every girl I dated, including the girl I'm currently dating for more than 6 years now. Like most people, I always thought that I could never forgive a cheater and thought that once a cheater, always a cheater. But when everything about your life surrounds this one person, it's hard to let go. Plus, humans aren't perfect, and what is a single weak moment? Anyway, stories below. Girl #1, G1, went to the same high school as me. We weren't classmates, but the same grade. I met her on a grade-wide field trip and I've talked about her before in a previous post. First time I caught her cheating was when she went to a different high school to hang out with her old friends. Since the high school was nearby, I headed there after her with some other friends. We all decided to go a park and I see her giving her ex a peck on the lips. Mind you, this is high school, so kissing is full on cheating. This blows over, but I accidentally catch her cheating again. This is 09 feet before all the smartphone craze, so these things were texting machines and a lot less sophisticated. She calls me one day, and I'm gaming with my best friend and she's asking weird questions about our relationship. I hear a guy in the background mumble something. Conversation ends but I don't hang up. It turns out she's had me in a three-way call so the guy could listen in. She doesn't kick me out of the call, so I muted my phone and listened for over an hour about their relationship. It ended soon after as I realized I didn't have any feelings for her, I just enjoyed the affection. Girl 2, G2, was a lot simpler. We all got on the bus to the mall. She didn't get off at the stop and said she was hanging out with someone else. Next day she tells me via AIM that she kissed the guy and felt guilty, so she broke up with me. Current girlfriend got caught after I had suspicions. Last day of finals, we attended the same university and had chemical finals on Friday morning. She told me she was going to a classmate's dorm to study at 1 AM, even though I had aced the course the previous quarter. Whatever, I'm busy studying for a different course. 4 AM rolls around and she stopped replying to texts, so I give her a call. She doesn't answer, but replies later that she fell asleep. I already had a bad gut feeling, so I knew something happened, and I was furious. I remember wanting to go to this guy's room and kick his ass. Anyway, it actually blew over, since I couldn't get her to admit anything until 2 weeks into the next quarter she suddenly tells me she needs to study with him again for a 5-point in-class quiz at the end of the week. It was definitely not a big deal quiz, so I got suspicious. We've always shared passwords, so it was obvious when she began hiding her laptop screen from me when we were doing homework together. Her Facebook password was changed that night, so when she was in the shower I used her laptop to read the incriminating messages about their night together and how they planned on finishing what they started. This was 4 years ago, and we are still together, although I'm definitely insecure about every guy she spends time with, but she was the one to give me a reason to be. Outside of the jealousy, we are both pretty happy and love each other dearly. I studied human biology and well, our society definitely blows polygamy out of proportion. I've yet to cheat and don't plan to, but the world would be a much happier place if people forgave more. Does it matter if he cheats, if he provides for everything and doesn't plan to leave you for her? My aunt recently kicked her husband out for cheating and it really opened my eyes to how big of an overreaction this is. She alienated her 2 daughters from their father, who also happened to provide 80% of their income. Cheating is wrong, but he never planned on leaving, so jealousy ripped their family apart. Not the one who was cheating, but I was the other man. TLDR. He snooped her phone. They went to Walmart, and she was carrying too many things to hold her phone, so he held it. She got a snap from me on the app. My name is followed by a heart emoji. Yeah, it sounds immature, but I'm 18. She's 17, and he was 19. He went through the texts between me and her, in which I talked about grabbing her ass, kissing her neck, and even the Love a Dove birthday text she sent me on the morning of my birthday. What is that supposed to mean? What is he doing that I'm not? He then decided to send me a text pretending to be her that said, "Do you consider us a couple?" He then turned to her and said, "If he says yes, we are through. If he doesn't, we are gonna work it out." She wasn't planning on working it out. I said yes. He slammed her phone down on a shelf and walked away. My only regret? Not calling her phone the instant he said, "This is his name," after I said yes. I hate him. He treated her like a dog and a piece of meat. I wanted this motherfucker in my life, so I could hate him to his face. Oh, the thrill that you might get caught. Almost as savory and delightful as actually getting caught. It's almost addictive. Best night of my life. TLDR. He snooped her phone. I didn't cheat, but my boyfriend did. There was a girl he was madly in love with before we started dating, and she was his best friend while we were dating. We were a part of a big party friend group and he constantly talked to her at parties, would ignore me to hang out with her, always made sure she had a ride to a party he would be at, but didn't care if I went or not, would leave to go outside by themselves to smoke at parties all the time. I knew deep down he still had feelings for her. Going into 2016, my friend had a party, and he spent almost the entire night with her instead of me. I was super upset and cheat. This kind of behavior continued for months. Eventually he admitted one night, while we were arguing, that the small break we had a week after that night party was because he stated liking Chloe again, and needed to decide who he wanted to be with. I was pissed, and told him he's not allowed to be alone with her anymore, and he agreed. I confronted her, cause she knew he liked her again, and she was supposed to be my friend. They always told me I was paranoid and nothing was there, so I went off on her, and she blocked me. A month after this, we moved in together, and honestly I still felt like he was hiding something, so one night, while he was at work, I checked his Facebook messages on his iPod he left at home, and read all their messages, to find out on why they actually made out, when he walked her to her car, when she left, while I was 50 feet away inside, feeling ignored, and that the reason our break happened was due to them kissing and possibly wanting to be together. It broke my heart. I was the guy she cheated on her boyfriend with, but here's a condensed down version of the story. She was a waitress at one of my favorite pubs, and I left her my number one night before leaving, and she texted me on the way home. I assumed she was single, but it turns out she had gotten back with her ex a week later, so we tried to keep some semblance of a friendship. About a month later, she texts me while I'm heading to work asking if I could come over to her place later that evening. I wasn't able to, but we spent the evening texting and flirting and her sending me stuff, with me thinking that they had broken up and was now available. The next day, we meet up at her work, and when she got off, I bought her a drink, and we spent the evening talking, making out in the booth, and talking about hooking up later that night if the snow keeps her from driving. She said that she was still with her boyfriend, but she was planning on leaving him because he was treating her terribly. She said we could meet the next evening, and she spent the next day being somewhat short with her messages. I had a few drinks that night, and I put something on Facebook about how some guys don't deserve the women they have, to which the guy messages me asking what I mean. She messages me at the same time telling me that I shouldn't mess with their relationship. I told her to be honest with him, and she said she deleted all of her messages. I eventually just told the guy what was happening and shared all of the messages she sent me, including her pictures and the timestamps, to show how long it was going on. Not to mention a photographer from the local paper took our picture at the bar and wound up putting it in the newspaper. She claims I ruined her life and made her homeless. The guy wanted me to pick her up since he was throwing her out, but I told him that the road conditions are great for any of us due to the snow, and that she should stay at his place until the next day. She did, and wound up calling out of work, resulting in her getting fired. The next day, he asked to see if there were any more messages, and I showed him the ones from when we first met. Turns out, she had been with him the entire time, including when she got my number. TLDR, met a waitress who claimed she was single. She lied about getting back with her boyfriend. We hung out a month later and planned on hooking up. I eventually told boyfriend of what happened and the pics she sent after finding out she was still with him. I was tired of my lady. We'd been together too long, like a worn out recording of a favorite song, so while she lay there sleeping, I read the paper in bed, and in the personals column, there was this letter I read: if you like pina coladas and getting caught in the rain, if you're not into yoga, if you have half a brain, if you like making love at midnight, in the dunes of the Cape, I'm the love that you've looked for. Write to me and escape. I didn't think about my lady. I know that sounds kind of mean, but me and my old lady had fallen into the same old dull routine. So I wrote to the paper, took out a personal ad, and though I'm nobody's poet, I thought it wasn't half bad. Yes, I like pina coladas and getting caught in the rain. I'm not much into health food. I'm into champagne. I've got to meet you by tomorrow noon and cut through all this red tape at a bar called O'Malley's, where we'll plan our escape. So I waited with high hopes. Then she walked in the place. I knew her smile in an instant. I knew the curve of her face. It was my own lovely lady. And she said, "Oh, it's you." And we laughed for a moment. And I said, "I never knew that you liked pina coladas and getting caught in the rain and the feel of the ocean and the taste of champagne. If you like making love at midnight in the dunes of the Cape, you're the love that I've looked for. Come with me and escape. If you like pina coladas and getting caught in the rain, if you're not into yoga, if you have half a brain, if you like making love at midnight in the dunes of the Cape, I'm the love that you've looked for. Come with me and escape." TLDR. Posting ads in the newspaper is a terrible way to chest on someone.